Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast, smiley face wearing Adam Prended. And today
What's up?
What's up? And today we're also joined by Connor, aka Counterpoints.
Yeah, we tell them about this is officially show number 401, guys. So don't go crazy with the super chats, okay?
Yes, I know. Don't worry, the 400 show will come at some point, but at some point it's not today, all right? As much as we appreciate the celebration, so thank you.
So anyway,
how you doing, Connor?
Life's great. How are you guys?
Great,
good,
wonderful,
fantastic.
Look at this. So
we're living in MAGA America. It's great. Things couldn't be better.
So I did want to catch up. We did want to catch up with Connor, and then afterwards, there's some things that we want to watch that
Hey everybody, I think I'm back, but I still got to get back in the Zoom call.
Could be at any time. I think we're back though. Hey everybody.
Are we?
Hello,
What's
friends.
Up? Adam disconnected.
Did you guys have a good conversation while I was gone?
We did.
We just talked about Florida.
We talked about Florida stuff. Oh, look, you got the B, Adam. You got the Barry B. You got the B up, though. You didn't color shirt maroon. I'm a little disappointed.
I do not.
Should I pull up the stream or something so I can see the visual, or
you don't have to if you want to. I don't know. Are you familiar with the B conspiracy with Candace Owens?
I'm not, but I have been watching a healthy chunk of Candace Owens, so I would love to be like refreshed.
She saw a friend of a teacher or an acquaintance of a teacher was talking on social media. I don't know how she found this post. She saw them talking on social media about beekeeping, and she looked at this and she said, okay, this is too crazy and weird. Obviously, they're not really talking about beekeeping. This is some sort of conspiracy to MK Ultra my children.
She has schizophrenia, guys.
Yes.
I'll just cut to the chase. She has schizophrenia.
Yes. So she went to the school with this information. She's like, excuse me, administration, you need to look into this teacher. A friend of hers was talking about beekeeping, but it's obviously a conspiracy for MK Ultra. And obviously the school's like, are you crazy, lady? Like, get the fuck out of here. And so this bothered her so much, she had to pull her kids out of the school.
What does it say about American politics that like one of the largest podcasters on the planet who comments about politics actually has undiagnosed schizophrenia?
It says we're living in the best timeline.
No. Okay, I was talking to the wife.
That means. It's the most fun, baby. Everyone's going crazy.
It's the most fun timeline. It's not the best timeline, okay?
Oh, okay.
I have a theory that there's an alternative universe where Jake Gyllenhaal died from a drug overdose and Heath Ledger went on to be a major actor.
Oh, wow.
And that timeline is a much better timeline.
Okay. Interesting. I didn't know you hated Jake Gyllenhaal so much you would sacrifice.
I don't. I love Jake Gyllenhaal, but if you'll remember, he started out really creepy. Like one of his first movies was Donnie Darko, and then he went on to do Nightcrawler. Yes. Whereas like Heath Ledger did A Knight's Tale, which was a rock and roll medieval rom-com action film.
And 10 Things I Hate About You.
Right. And so there's a different timeline where Jake Gyllenhaal got addicted to pills and he died. and then we kept Heath Ledger, and it is a better timeline.
Okay. Well, anyway, before the
internet goes out again.
Right. So you were going to tell us,
hopefully it doesn't,
using a 10-minute speech about your ideology, if you're still a right winger or are you a dirty libtard now?
Yeah, I'll try to make it a 30-second speech. Obviously, results may vary. It's actually something that I got into a beef with my chat in the other day. Liberalism, keyword being liberty, maximal human freedom. Oftentimes, liberalism is not enough, right? For humans to thrive and succeed. It doesn't tell you what to do.
Right.
And so I get into fights with my liberal chat all the time, because I make prescriptions that are conservative about how you should live your life. So we both believe in freedom. We both believe in maximal human freedom, but we don't agree on where that line is.
What would be one of these conservative prescriptions?
Bonnie Blue, within 24 hours, can have sex with 999 men, but the second it hits 1,000, she's incarcerated.
Here,
No,
here.
so you want the law to say you cannot have sex with more than 1,000 people.
In 24 hours. It's like a resetting
Oh,
clock.
I see, I see,
There's
I
like
see.
there's the gangbang inspector. He has like a stopwatch. He keeps
Right.
track of how many dudes have been in there. But
Hmm.
the second you hit 1,000, you're either incarcerated and or you're committed to an insane asylum. And this
This
is too
seems
far. This is too
this
far from my liberal chat.
this seems obviously targeted. Like, how often does it happen that a woman has sex with more than 999 men in one day? Which I don't even believe she did, because I don't even think that's possible.
Well, I haven't watched the videos, but
We're
the
gonna
mere
need to do a
fact that
full
that is
analysis of this. Okay.
the mere fact that that is part of our cultural zeitgeist to me is indications that like our tolerance of liberty has gone too far.
Mm,
But I would prefer that like we have cultural prescriptions and we pressure our neighbors to be better human beings rather than the state doing it. But ultimately, in extreme circumstances, the state might need to intervene, which is why I've also never called myself a libertarian, because I do believe in a state.
well, so when you give that Bonnie Blue example, is this just like an example that you think that there should be moral things legislated outside of infringement of rights, or do you actually literally believe that there should be a 999 limit on such actions?
Yeah. It's an example. Like there are things that I think should be like morally prescribed by
Hmm.
society and by legislation. I think that liberalism, talking to PF Young a little bit this past couple of weeks, that like liberalism is good as a governmental framework insofar as it tells people to leave each other alone, and it also gives like limits on what the government can do to you. Where liberalism fails is it doesn't give you a prescription on how to live a good life, and there's also like kind of this lack of like moral clarity of what's good and what's bad, and that's where liberalism fails in my opinion.
Right. Well, I think, yeah, and this I think is always a problem, is that as a big proponent of liberalism, that's, in my mind, it's a governing philosophy for the government and how the government interacts with people, and also to some extent how people should usually interact with other people in society, but that the philosophy that you use to govern your own life and how you interact with your family and your community from an individual level, ironically, I don't think should be individualism. It should be a more conservative attitude of pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps, of trying to do the best you can, of your actions reflect upon your family members, and that you have to keep that in mind when you're out in society and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's
And,
kind of too difficult for people to hold in their mind that at the different levels of society, you need different governing philosophies.
Yeah, and it's obviously that's too complex already. And then obviously with like Edmund Burke, one of his beliefs is that, there is wisdom that are inside our institutions because institutions are formed over decades, centuries, millennia. And so what you should do with existing institutions is you should default to what currently exists. But then if there's legitimate criticism from a liberal or progressive standpoint, you criticize the criticism to see what's worthy of being modified within your society, and you reject the bad modifications and you incorporate the good modifications. And that's actually like, Edmund Burke, a considered the philosophical founder of conservatism.
Mm-hmm. So, since you support Bonnie Blue being arrested in the Middle East, which I assume you support.
Oh God, I'm so disappointed that she's out on bail. My chat is very happy.
So does that mean that now you, since you obviously hate women, you have gone full Groiper right now?
Not
Am I
yet.
correct in
Although
this?
I keep hanging out with Christian nationalists and having debates with Christian nationalists, and they're like, "You're one of us. You're just not fully realized yet."
This actually happens. I'm not aware of these debates.
Yeah. I had a debate with Andrew Wilson. I've talked to Jim Bob recently, and so when we start talking about like theology, philosophy, moral principles, prescriptions for how to live the good life, all that kind of stuff, there's actually like a lot of overlap. I think where we don't have an overlap is that I don't think that the state should force you to do these things. I just think that these things should be culturally encouraged, whereas oftentimes they want to use the arm of the state to enforce Christianity on the broader populace.
Are you religious? I don't know if I've ever asked you this.
I'm a deist, so I don't think that Jesus Christ was the Messiah. I just think that
Blasphemy.
yeah, but I do think that religion is oftentimes like a vehicle for wisdom and also a vehicle for what humans are trying to understand about existence.
Hmm. Okay, that's fair. Adam, do you want to talk about, do you have anything to ask Connor about regarding the current Republican Civil War before we move on?
Well,
Always plugs in. So,
Uh,
but yeah, because I have he does the encoders on his end. So as soon as it drops, I can tell. Okay, well, we're back. Hey, everybody, we're back.
yeah.
Adam is back. The internet is back, but he's not in his chair. So
Well,
I guess,
if you did want to talk about the right wing civil war, so I think there's a variety of things going on there.
yes.
So in my opinion, the MAGA movement is not a unified movement. It's like six micro movements in a trench coat.
Hmm.
And so what's happened, with Trump 2.0 is they've all been jockeying to get prioritized before they get hit in the midterms, and then Trump's a lame duck. And then also, I think we're in the middle of like a rhino rebellion, which I know probably makes some Trump people pretty happy right now. But I'm actually ecstatic about the rhino rebellion.
What is the Rhino Rebellion?
In Indiana, so there was talk in the Carolinas, talk in Indiana, and I think talk in another state about redistricting and gerrymandering. So the Republicans were like plus 14 in the House of Representatives.
Hmm.
And what California did, I think kind of preemptively, is that they voted on Prop 50, and I think they gained an additional few Democratic seats as a shot across the bow for like, if you're going to gerrymander, we're going to gerrymander too. And what happened in Indiana was there was an extreme pressure campaign from the Trump administration in order to gerrymander Indiana.
Hmm.
And I think the Indiana state reps, they saw that the off-year election went horribly for Republicans. And they were like, oh, Trump's probably on his way out. We probably need to play to the center.
no idea what's going on. No idea what's going on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess if it just keeps doing it, maybe we'll have to reschedule or something.
What
I
do you
don't know.
mean?
It's never happened before. Or we'll just keep powering through, I guess.
I restarted everything before we
Okay.
even began, so I
Well,
have
if
no
you're
idea
on the
what's
watch
going on.
back, I think it all cuts out the drops anyway. But so the thing I was going to bring up was it's kind of weird, and this has been the case from the beginning, because the right wing Trump movement, I'd say for a long time, maybe even from the beginning, was very much dominated by populist energy and was very anti the neoconservative movement, which the neoconservative movement was the dominant Republican movement for the last 40 years since Reagan. So it's kind of strange to me that people call anyone that's like anyone who was an old Republican for like the last 40, 50 years, those people are called rhinos. So they're called fake Republicans, which makes no sense to me.
Well, I think the rhinos, including myself, should probably embrace it. Rhinoceros.
Oh,
It's
okay.
a cool animal.
Okay.
It's endangered in our modern environment. It's
Oh, I like that. Okay.
and so I think there's something to be said for embracing the invective label that's used against you.
Hmm.
But also, if you look at the thing about conservatism is that there's like seven different kinds of conservative, and I don't think people identify them. I used to make the argument that Trump isn't conservative at all, but within the past 90 days, I would say, somebody introduced me to national conservatism. And it's actually true. Like Trump and his coalition are national conservative. It's just that national conservatism is way different than any other conservative ideology.
Hmm. And what is the broad strokes of that?
Well, I would say it's preserving the people, right? The nation. So when you look at the United States has a demography to it, which is 60 to 70% Christian majority. I think it used to be 60% white. It might have dropped down into the 50s at this point. 24% Hispanic, 5% Asian, and 13% Black. Well, you add all those things together, and those are the American people that make up their nation. And so national conservatives oftentimes want to preserve the culture and the economic stability of their nation. And anybody immigrating to the country, they're not viewed as like Americans in waiting. They're viewed as potentially hostile actors that will disrupt the harmony of the nation state.
I mean, what maybe without the exception of the like ultra anti immigration. Isn't what you're saying kind of always been part of the conservative movement?
I guess, but I think the neoconservatives are oftentimes like liberal hawks. So they believe in constitutionalism. They're more laissez-faire when it comes to economics. They might even be pro-immigration for economic benefits, and that's why the MAGA movement and the national conservatives basically call the neocons traitors because
Mhm.
they traitors, Traitors, because they're betraying the national identity of the United States for a quick buck and international intervention and NGO profits, et cetera, et cetera.
Mhm. I mean, because I would say, with the exception of, I mean, for my entire life, the conservatives they've always made the mouth sounds about being strict on immigration. Now, obviously, that wasn't really what was going on. Some of that, I think, was, as you're saying, for economic reasons, because they were kind of just selling out to businesses and the cheap labor. Some of it was because I don't think they really had they didn't have the strength of will, nor did they think it'd be politically viable for them to just do the mass deportations or to, do pathway to citizenship or all these any other problems that we've been dealing with since I remember for the last 20 years or so.
Well,
Um,
I also think it's a little bit deeper than that. If you look at like Elon Musk, who's obviously was or maybe is a huge backer of Donald Trump, he's obsessed, scared, terrified of demographic change. And what you look at over the past 200 years is effectively a demographic collapse in the developed world, where it looks like increased material wealth, easy access to contraception, and I would argue easy access to pornography. It's effectively dropped our birth rate to under 2, and 2.15 is the demographic replacement rate. And
mhm.
capitalism and the welfare models that we have are based on perpetual growth. So what I would say, probably since 1965, we have been replacing demographic replacement economics with immigration economics. And we just never consulted the American people about it. Like, hey, we're going to bring in a bunch of Hispanics to bolster our economy because you're not having enough babies.
Right, right. I guess the thing I was getting at is that, with the exception of the very strict using the demographics and the ethnic breakdown of the country as like the most important guideline. With the exception of that, I would say that the concept that you were talking about in terms of like preserving the country and kind of the direction of the country, to me, that's always been the baseline of what it means to be conservative.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you that neoconservatives made the mouth sounds. But I think that if we look at policy, especially in like since Reagan, I think neoliberals, which are laissez-faire economics, but they're considered center left, and
Even though they're
neoconservatives, who are
not,
liberal
but
hawks, which is center right, they're kind of like the uniparty or the deep state that MAGA was attacking.
neoliberals were always considered this was always considered a right-wing ideology. I disagree that it was ever considered a center-left ideology.
Maybe it's just because it has the word liberal in it. I don't know.
Yes, that's the one. Because it was, I mean, neoliberalism was, as you said, it's laissez-faire capitalism, which was sort of what Reagan and Thatcher brought in. Nobody thought of, and this was against the left-wing ideology, the left-wing Keynesian economics that FDR had ushered in, that had been the dominant economic policy for 40 years in America. And then Reagan, comes in and says, "Fuck that shit. We're doing this now."
Well, then how do you view Clinton? Because it's funny because how you view Clinton depends on your political perspective. If you view him from a right wing perspective, he's like a sex degenerate and he's a liberal and he's a pussy and he's an isolationist and this, that, the other, while simultaneously being a hawk in Yugoslavia. But if you look at him from a left wing perspective, like he kind of continued with the austerity that
Mm-hmm.
Reagan went with, and he also continued with some of the laissez-faire economic policies that a lot of people enjoyed. And I think he would be considered a neoliberal by a lot of people.
Big Bill was a
Yeah,
very
Big Bill
interesting
Bubba.
president.
Apparently, he's got a
Yes,
monster hog.
right. Monster Hog was a very interesting president, besides the fact that he was fucking Monica Lewinsky. Okay.
Well,
Because,
and allegedly boys with Jeffrey Epstein, but
oh,
we'll
I
we'll
didn't know the
see we'll
boys
see on
part.
December 18th how that shakes out.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know the boys part. Listen, he was a horny man. He was going after everyone. All right.
Right.
Anything that moved was the sights for Bubba. But no, there's an interesting quote. I don't know if you heard of it, from Nixon, where he said that we're all Keynesians now. And it was sort of this idea that because this, left-wing economic policy was so insanely popular, that FDR kind of ushered in, that even the Republican Party, which had always been against, or not always, but had been against that historically, felt that they had to sort of bend their will to some extent to the left wing economic policy. And this is what I think always happens. And it was the same thing with Bill Clinton, that when Reagan came in, everyone fucking hated Jimmy Carter. You had the economy was on fire. There was a massive, inflation crisis. Part of it was because workers kind of had too much power, but part of it also was because of the oil embargo and all sorts of other things that was going on. And when Reagan comes in, and it's just like this complete annihilation. Like Reagan has this historical electoral victory that I don't think the country had seen anything like it in a very, very long time. And that caused the Democrats to just go into a full blown panic. And Reagan was, very beloved president, and he resets everything according to neoliberal, which I'd say is a right wing economic policy, or more of a laissez faire pro business, not pro worker policy prescription. And he was so popular for his 2 terms that the Democrats felt like they couldn't win by trying to go back to this sort of 1960s, 1970s economic policies that they had been going for. So here enters Bill Clinton, a man from the South, who's not only kind of trying to get into the folksy cultural elements of the South, but also is speaking more aligned with the neoliberal Reagan economic policies, because the Democrats feel like that's what they have to do in order to win the election. Bill Clinton wins the election twice, so that kind of solidifies in the Democratic Party, okay, well, we need to be more neoliberal now.
Yeah, but that's what scares me about our current political moment. So if we're like economic populism is happening on the left wing and the right wing. But if you look at what Trump's doing, it is like weirdly economically isolationist, and it has tariff, which is effectively taxes on foreign goods. He kind of is chopping up and dicing the federal government and eliminating the welfare programs that he doesn't like. But then simultaneously, he's constantly talking about the working class and how much they're suffering and the crisis of affordability and people not being able to have houses. Although I guess he did call affordability a hoax last week. But his, I would say while he's running, I suppose, he appeals to economic populism. And that's one of the crazy things that Zoran Mamdani said. He was like, yeah, a bunch of my voters walked up to me on the street and they said that they voted for me, but they voted for Trump in the election. And so that's where our lack of ideological consistency within like different philosophies, also our inability to talk about like complex philosophies as a people, it's scaring the shit out of me, because I think effectively, if you're a moron, but you tell everybody what they want to hear, you have political power. And I think that justifies a lot of people in alternative media, but also in the electoral landscape as well.
Yeah, that's true. But I think what happened was every 50-ish year, 50, 60 years, the economy crashes or has some sort of massive problem. And America and the government has to respond to that problem. And usually, at least in the past, the response has been to change whatever the economic system was. So you have the Great Depression, and then that changes, the FDR now brings in the Keynesian economics, and then you have the great inflation in like the late 70s, early 80s, and then Reagan comes in and he brings neoliberalism. And the big problem is that we had the big crash. It was in 2008 with the housing crash, and people voted Obama in. They voted him in on change, but he didn't really usher in that much change at all, at least not economic change. And the economic policies maintained the same kind of ideology that they've always had. And that sort of created the Tea Party movement, which became, I think, in a lot of ways, the MAGA movement. It also, I think, is what cultivated the woke movement in terms of the pro-socialist energies that we're seeing now, which is, both these movements are essentially populist movements. Just one's a left-wing populist movement, one's a right-wing populist movement. And so people have been, I'd say rightfully so, not in favor of neoliberalism. And the problem is that the government had just not actually addressed that. And the Democrats completely failed to address that with Obama. So then here comes Trump, and he senses this and understands that people aren't happy with this. So he, says that he's going to do things to change that in his first term. Maybe not really so much in the first term. Things seem kind of like business as usual for mostly like Republican standard policies. Then you have Biden come in. Biden doesn't do shit in terms of changing any of this stuff, because either Biden is an old man, and I don't even think he wants to change it.
Biden doing almost nothing was my favorite thing about Biden.
Right. And then Biden himself, even if he did care about changing these things, was probably way too out of it to actually change any of these things. And so you still have all this. Is the problem is that we've had this like this energy of like we fucking hate this neoliberal, neoconservative frame that America's been trapped in for 40 years, and we need to throw it off. And so yeah, that's Trump comes in, and now in his second term, he's saying he's going to change it. And he is actually, whether you like it or not like it, he is changing things a lot more in terms of economic populism with the tariffs and the mass deportations and all this other stuff. Um,
Well, that's
I think what
actually
you're well, let me
we
just say, I
should
think
dig
what
into
you're
that
saying
though.
is true in terms of that the left is if this is popular, if this maintains its popularity with Trump through the 4 years, which maybe it won't because the economy might crash and everyone will blame him, but regardless of whether it's his fault or not, then yeah, maybe then economic populism will not be seen popular. But if it does, then yeah, you will see the left will shift that way just to win elections.
I'll tell you, because obviously I spend a disproportionate amount of my time, in the left wing, fighting with the left wing, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to make a point real quick. One of the things that people ask, and I think you asked it earlier in the conversation, what's the right wing policy that you agree with? Here's a right wing policy that I think most right wingers would love. I want to double the tax brackets, which sounds bad, but hear me out for a second, okay? Right now, if you are an individual making more than $50,000 a year, you pay 22% on everything between like 50K and 100K. I want to double that to 100K. That way you're only paying 12% on your 100K. And then same thing with families. Families up to $100,000, you're paying 12%. Whereas after that, every single dollar that you make, you're paying like 22 or 24 or something like that. I would
Mm-hmm.
double that bracket. So families make up to 200K, only paying 12%. And that's where focusing on relief for the middle class and the working class, I think these tax rates were written at a time where $50,000 was effectively a living wage. Whereas right now, $50,000 in major American cities, you basically need roommates, right? Like if you're
Right.
a single individual in a major American city and you're making 50 grand a year, you need two roommates in order, and you can't raise a family. So anyways, there's a right wing policy. On the left, though, I think the economics has resonated. The problem that they're having is they don't know which one's going to play. And the two ideas that I think are most commonly proposed on the left is social democracy. So it's effectively the socialism of Mondani, which I think Mondani's hiding his power level, and it freaks me out giving the state that much power. And then there's abundance liberalism, which effectively says not only do we need to deregulate what is preventing us from doing the infrastructure of the next American century and millennia, but we also need to have state investment in order to build the cities of the future. And so when I talk to liberals or lefties or progressives or leftists, I'm infinitely more favorable to abundance liberalism than I am to social democratic crypto socialism.
Of course, as you should be.
Yeah.
As you should be, obviously. Yeah, and the pushback from the abundance movement from the left is it's funny because whenever you hear Ezra Klein talk about it, he's always like, "I'm so shocked by this," and it's like you shouldn't really be shocked by this whatsoever. But yeah, no, I agree completely, and it's definitely a welcome relief that at least there's some sort of movement on the left that acknowledges that there's this just horrible regulatory, over cumbersome regulatory state that was burdening all these, new projects that the government was doing and new businesses and making them basically die.
Well, and isn't abundance such a good word? Like, so abundant, abundance or whatever. What I think about that is I think about rich, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so what happens is instead of vilifying the billionaires, vilifying the millionaires, vilifying capitalism, vilifying the American empire, what you're saying instead is we are going to build a society so rich you're not gonna give a fuck. And like that's the way I remember the 90s. I feel like the
Right.
90s was like spiritually abundant.
Right. Well, going back to the tax policy was kind of interesting. I mean, I would be in favor of that if I'd have to see what the numbers are in terms of like if you just shifted all the tax brackets. Because when you say double the tax brackets, that sounds horrible because
Yeah,
people
yeah, no,
think he means
shift
that you're
is
gonna
way
like,
better.
yeah.
Shift.
When you
Thank
say
you.
because when you say double, you're like people are like, oh, you want to double
You
taxes?
want
Like
to
that's how
double my
people.
taxes? No, I honestly I've been
Right.
like workshopping this. You're the first person to come up with a different word that actually sounds better.
Right. Or you can even say cut people's taxes in half because that's essentially what you're kind of arguing
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
But yeah, if you did something where you shifted the tax brackets or you cut in half for most people, but then you're basically shifting it so that the upper 1% is like you're creating extra brackets for those people. And if you actually did the math and it kind of equaled out or it was a similar amount of tax
Well,
revenue generated, then I would be in favor of that. I assume most people on the left would be really in favor of that as well.
I think the right wing would probably be more in favor of it as well, just because like effectively like there's the upper tax brackets at like 37% or 35% or whatever. I'd have to take a look at the brackets again. But if you make $500,000 and you're getting hit at 35, and then from 35 to a million, you're getting hit at 37, then what I'm doing, at least at the federal level, is we're moving that bracket from 500,000 to a million. So
Right.
even though rich people might not be getting everything they want, they can cry about it on their gold-plated fucking jet ski, you know? I still saved you a shitload of cash. And I actually don't think that this would have that big of an impact on revenue because I think like already 80% of the tax burden is paid by the top 1% or like top 5% or 10% of the American
I don't
economy.
think it's that much, but it's a lot.
It's a lot. It
It's
might
like
be
40% or something. But
it's a shitload.
right.
And then also on top of that, I think that with the current working class and the current middle class, they are stifled. They're stifled at the bottom. It's hard to be working class. It's hard to be middle class these days.
Hmm. Okay. Uh, Real Mr. Bro for £5 says Connor's description of national conservatism just sounds like paleo conservatism. Does he think there's a difference?
Well, yeah. So I actually think that they're definitely cousins for sure. And a lot of national conservatives in America, they cite Pat Buchanan as one of their like ideological inspirations, but they would view Viktor Orban and the governments of Poland and Hungary as like fellow national conservatives. And also, if you look at Hungary, Poland, and the United States now, and also Nigel Farage to a lesser degree, what they advocate for is number one, stabilizing the body politic, but then number two, they don't care about economic redistributivism. You have to understand that, like, up until really the past 10 years, the right wing was allergic to any kind of taxation, any kind of welfare program. They hated it. Whereas national conservatives are totally unafraid of welfare systems as long as they're going to the right people and incentivizing pro-social behavior.
Right. Well, the AI says, and we all know that AI is right about everything. It says
Oh my God.
paleo conservatives focus on preserving an older agrarian anti-federalist America, wary of big government and globalism, rooted in old right isolationism. National conservatives stress national unity, strict immigration, cultural preservation, and strong borders, often embracing more populist American first economic nationalism, overlapping significantly with paleocon themes, but sometimes more overtly focused on state power for cultural ends. Is
Yeah,
kind of what you were saying.
I would say NatCons are way less afraid of concentrated power. They want
Right.
to, you know, in the Lord of the Rings metaphor, they're Boromir. Like they won't get corrupted by the ring. It's totally fine. They're going to be the
Uh-huh.
steward of Gondor. They're going to defend Gondor against their enemies. They can be trusted with the ring.
Of
Don't
course.
worry about it.
Of course. Though, even though I'm not a big fan of populism, it's funny. I don't like neoliberalism, but I also don't really like populism either. I think one of the benefits of the Trump movement, and one of the side benefits of wokeness being so horrible is that I think it has awakened the rights, at least the younger right in America, from the idea that, oh my God, we just have to bend over and let corporations rape our butts for on everything.
Yeah.
That was kind of
Yeah,
the
just
dominant right wing
because
philosophy for the last 40 years.
yeah, just because the federal government isn't your friend doesn't mean that your boss is.
Yeah,
And I think
exactly.
that
Exactly. Yeah.
I think one of the things that my generation was missing because we were told, I'm a millennial, we were told like, get your 4-year degree, go work hard in the corporate arena. You'll be able to get a good job, 6-figure job. You'll find your wife. You'll be able to crank out kids. Everything will be fine. And then what you find is when you get those jobs, because I had one of those jobs for about 3.5 years, they want your soul, man. They don't want you. They want you to eat, breathe, and shit the company. And if you are insufficiently cultish about the corporation, then they view that as like, okay, well, this person isn't sufficiently dedicated to us. Therefore, we're not going to give them promotion or we're going to move them to where they're useful, but they're not going to be groomed for management. And
Janitorial.
what's that?
The movie where you're
Janitor.
useful.
Yeah, they might move you over to the janitor service. You'll still make good money, but you're going to have to work hard. Um, but yeah, but that's the point is, yeah, don't sell your soul to a corporation. Life is way too short for that shit.
Mhm.
Do you think
Adam.
the economy is good now, Connor, or bad? I put up a poll.
I
Is the
think it's pretty
economy good?
bad.
Okay, yeah. I put up a poll. Is the economy good now? And I said, yes, I'm MAGA. Yes, I'm not MAGA. No, I'm MAGA. No, I'm not MAGA. Obviously, because sometimes the polls can be off. People's perceptions of the economy can be tainted by their political affiliation. But overwhelmingly, it's about 75. Oh, it's it's about 75% that say no, the economy's not good.
I think what's going on is the tariffs, and we should probably talk about this, although tariffs are boring as shit. What we're doing is we have an addiction as a country to cheap imported foreign goods. And so what Trump did is he put the tariffs on them, which has increased the price of the cheap foreign imported goods. Well, if the average American working class or middle class was already hanging by a thread, this hurt them even more. So I'm happy that Trump can crow about billions of dollars in revenue, but effectively all you did is you just made consumer goods that are used by the working class and the middle class. All you did was make them as expensive as American goods.
So you think it's mostly the tariffs?
I do think it's the tariffs. I think that the whiplash on the tariffs is also a problem. So, for instance, like whenever you see the tariffs announced or a new trade deal announced, you see the market take a hit for like 48 hours, then you see it recalibrate. I think the lack of predictability is its own problem.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've been trading those waves, and it's been pretty easy going. So, but I totally agree with you. Yeah, Trump just shakes up the market and then it recovers in a few days. Well, because he says something that emboldens investors again. So he's playing the market.
Yeah, but you have to be a part of the economic class that has enough additional capital in order to play the market
Of
to
course.
benefit from the shakes.
Yes.
Whereas the average working class person, they're trying to work their 40 to 60 hours, pay their bills, and go home.
You don't think AI is part of the equation here, that companies are becoming leaner by using AI as tools, not hiring as many people?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm terrified by, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I've seen it on social media enough to be scared by it. That like a third of the American economy is like four mega corporations just shoveling money back and forth at each other. You know, like
Yeah,
that's
I've seen that. Yeah.
and that's scary because like you're saying that AI people are downsizing or reducing loads or not hiring as many people because of AI. Yeah, we're having a huge shift, but is AI delivering the promises that they say it's going to deliver? Because so far, I haven't seen it yet. You know, it just seems like a really complex, large language model. I haven't seen like an AI running an Amazon warehouse yet.
What do
Yeah.
you know how much porn I can generate with AI? Okay?
Well,
It's
right.
the
And then do you know
future.
how much water you consume in order to generate said
It's
porn?
definitely going to put the OnlyFans out of business, right? The driverless cars, though, I think is going to be a big hit on the economy. Obviously, I see these driverless Waymos everywhere, and it's kind of freaky. So, coming to a city near you,
That's
Well,
interesting.
the real thing is going to be when they move that into commercial, right? When they start kicking out the truck drivers. And then also the question is going to be, are the truck drivers going to have enough union or labor power to maintain a healthy chunk of jobs? Are they going to be able to maintain their wages? And then also, is the American people going to be sold on the fact that I saw a Waymo ad, and I think it's probably true that they have had fatal accidents. They have had accidents, but it's like 92% less
yeah,
than a biological driver.
yeah.
And so are we just going to accept that robots are going to be like murdering people, but it's still 92% less than if you have a biological driver?
Well, I saw a thing where
Yes.
they were talking about how this was going to really reduce the load at emergency rooms because a lot of their traffic is from accidents. And once the accidents drop down to drop by 90% of what they are now, that's
Oh,
going to be
interesting.
crazy. Yeah.
Healthcare costs will go down.
Yeah. Well, maybe, hopefully,
Maybe.
right?
Hopefully.
Emergency
Well,
visits might go down.
it is the truck driver thing is interesting too because there's been like if whenever I turn on X, there's always someone has a video of some truck driver who's an immigrant that's either doing something crazy and stupid or
Exactly.
cause an accident.
Killing people. Yeah.
Right. Well, not a lot of times they're not killing people; they're just doing some obnoxious shit. So it's just like I think a lot of people, at least on social media and the internet, are gonna be very primed to welcome the robot truck drivers
Yeah,
because of
you
that.
just got to pit immigrants versus robots against each other, and
There
then
you
boom,
go.
people will pick the robots. Yeah, I mean that's maybe
Yes.
that's like a brilliant marketing campaign.
There you go. See, it makes sense that Elon Musk is really pushing up those videos in the algorithm now that I think about it.
Do
Yeah,
you
now they
think
now they need to personalize Waymo. You know, they need to make it like Cortana. You know, they need to make it sexy and friendly and all that kind of stuff. And then
It
once you
jacks you off while
have
it drives you to your destination.
right, yeah. So
oh my
once you
God.
have a Siri style character that you can trust, you
Mhm.
know, that then maybe I would see this taken off.
Are you a proponent of UBI? Do you think we will need UBI once human labor becomes somewhat superfluous?
I was way more skeptical on it, but I'm on a let's cross that bridge when we get to it
Well,
scenario
when
just
when do
because
we get to it? That's my question. Like, if unemployment goes up to 25% because of driverless cars and artificial intelligence, like where's the breaking point?
yeah, no, I mean 20% sounds reasonable to me. The as an example though, I think we need to see whether or not human beings create new things in the economy because just as an example, in the early 20th century and I think late 19th, 90% of the United States was involved in agricultural production. And within a generation because of industrialization, that shifted down to like 10 or 20%. And so we had all these people coming to the cities and they didn't have jobs and it was terrible. But then what ended up happening is we created, you know, not only did these people start working in industry, but they also started working in service and retail. And so the question is, how much of the service retail, how much does AI throw service retail and industry out on their ass? And how much does that free up human labor to do new things that maybe we're not conceptualizing at this time?
Well, the question is the skill level, though. Is that going to create? Are the new jobs being created at a skill level that these low skilled workers can step in, or are they creating more high skilled jobs that these people don't stand a chance of doing? Which I think it's probably the latter.
I agree. As somebody who's benefited from this, like the transfer in the digital marketplace economy, I don't think that you could take somebody with 80 IQ and become and like bad
Exactly.
social skills and become a YouTuber. I mean, they're
Well,
there,
80
like
IQ is pretty low. I
right,
saw I
but
saw a
but
thing where a guy with 80 IQ didn't even know that you had to throw the hand grenade up in the air to get it a distance. Like
right.
they didn't even understand the physics of lobbing a hand grenade. So
Well, wait a minute. You were arguing with me that Candace is actually really stupid. So do you not
yes,
think that she has 80 IQ?
she's probably closer to 85. So
Okay.
actually,
That 5 points
we
is
should give her the
huge.
hand grenade test. She probably wouldn't
Mhm.
know to throw it up in the air.
Well, in talking shit about Candace, this is where I got to throw some elbows on the anti-SJW wave and the contrarian right-wing wave. Isn't is it not shocking or horrifying to you that Candace Owens was propped up first by Dave Rubin, then TPUSA, then Daily Wire, then went independent, and because she had just cultivated her rhetoric to the point that she was a talking points machine, she is now an independent multi-millionaire who cannot be shut down, and yet she is one of the dumbest schizophrenics on the internet. Is that not terrifying to you?
Do you think she's dumb? Because this is what we were arguing about, whether or not she's dumb or not.
So if Sitch, I might be with Sitch that I don't dumb.
She
I'm
didn't
trying to
know
think
the
about this.
difference between objective and subjective.
She did not know the difference between objective and subjective.
No.
Well,
I
she
think
said
she's
it
dumb.
weird. Yeah, she did say it weird.
I
But
think she's dumb. I
You know,
think,
you could ask her straight up and she wouldn't know. She wouldn't know what the fuck you were talking. She
but
dropped
she's
out of
cunning.
college.
She's cunning though. Okay, and
Well,
that's
she may be
where
socially intelligent. She may be devious.
right, and that's kind of what I'm trying to say because like you know the orcs. I'm a huge Warhammer 40K guy. The orcs are dumb, but they're cunning, right? They know how
Yeah.
to manipulate the battlefield to their ends. And that's how I feel Candace Owens is because she might be dumb as in she doesn't know the difference between objective and subjective, but she's cunning because she knows how to manipulate her audience and the political players in the space to maximally benefit her.
I think that the objective subjective thing was a rare retard moment for her because I do think that Candace Owens, as I described her, I said she's very high int but very low wisdom. and that's why she's schizophrenic. So I think that what you were talking about, how she was basically working for all these other organizations, is that the reason they hired her is not only that she was a black woman, so she was
Yeah,
like the double.
diversity hire.
Yeah,
Let's get
she was a
out.
diversity hire.
Let's
She
be
was a
real here.
twofer. Yeah,
Let's be
100% the
real
twofer right there.
here.
But no, she was always very good at crafting an argument in the most one-sided, incendiary way possible to rile up her audience. And that has always been, in my mind, one of her greatest strengths. And so it makes sense to me that everyone wants to use her for this ends. And then I guess it turns out that when people are working for her, working with her, they slowly figure out that she's an insane person and very difficult to work with.
Yeah, but what if it's more of what Adam and I are saying though, where she's like ADI, if she took an IQ test, okay, and she was like looking at shapes and arrows and all that kind of stuff, she would get an 85 on the test. But if you were somehow able to create like an objective standardized social test, she would be like Einstein. She'd be like a 165 on the social IQ, and she'd be an 85 on the
Yeah.
you know, the normal IQ. That's almost what I feel is going on.
Maybe. Okay. Let me actually, I want to watch something with Connor here. I'm curious about your take on this.
She
Here. Let
went
me
to
send you-
college, so she had to take the SAT.
I would be super curious what her
I would
SAT was,
love
for
to see her
sure.
SAT score. Yeah, that would be great.
Actually, I wonder what college she went to. I
I'm
don't know. I sent you
sure
the
it's
watch
hidden.
together link here. There's this Barry Weiss sat down with Erica Kirk.
I don't know
And
how
there's
long
this-
you're sticking around, Connor, but I'm coming up with a bunch of questions just to let everyone know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm curious as to Connor's reaction to this because I know Connor's a huge Donald Trump fan.
You're right. So sorry. Adam,
Oh my God.
I have until dinner time, so I got until like 8 p.m. But I also don't. I know that let's say there's mixed
How long
feelings.
is that from now?
3 hours.
Okay,
Um,
perfect.
But I know there's mixed feelings in the chat about me. So you know, if you're ever like, hey, you've worn out your welcome, it's time to dip out, I'll be like, all right, cool.
What
Bye.
I wasn't really. What are the mixed feelings in the chat? I wasn't paying attention.
Well, they might, maybe it's not true right now.
Okay.
But let's just say that your chat and I we've had some feisty conversations.
Well, you're
Listen,
always
we're
doing these live streams and you're talking shit about us. I'm not surprised they hate you. Why not just
Oh,
To be
talk-
fair, I was mostly talking shit about you.
Look, I've listened to some of the live streams, and it's difficult for us to respond because you talk about us infrequently. Like most of the
Yeah.
live stream, you are talking to the chat and stuff. But look, I don't
true.
I don't care if you talk shit, but I'm just saying it's probably because we have fans in your chat and you're talking shit about us, so then they don't
Well,
necessarily like you. You got to
we
win the
can,
audience over.
We can watch the clip and get into that. But I will say a lot of the antipathy. I was simultaneously excited and dreading us hanging out again.
Mhm.
So I was excited.
I have no hard feelings here, so just to let you know. I don't know if
Okay.
that changes things, but
It might, but let me explain it from my perspective if you'll indulge me.
okay.
So I'm excited to be here because I feel like the way that we view the world is probably pretty similar. Where maybe I'm projecting my own bullshit on you, but I think that you guys know that the Democrats can be full of shit and that they will manipulate narratives in order to maximally benefit their political cause. And even if they think they're doing the right thing, they will lie to do the right thing, and they're expecting their audience to be stupid and not catch the lie. And that's nefarious and manipulative and to some degrees evil.
God, I feel
also
like
think that-
I feel like you're a battered housewife that you hang out with too many people that to you that like when you say that's like a revelation as opposed to just being like, well, that's the standard fare for all politicians.
Well,
Oh,
I think as much as my audience is liberal,
You
I
just
feel like
called the
they're pissed
Democrats liars, right? That's basically what you said. Just the
All
quick
politicians are
that's what I
liars.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
off.
Democrats
But
are fucking liars. I feel like I say that a lot, and I kind of feel Sitch cringing a little.
well,
No, I only cringe when it's framed that like the Democrats are liars, but the Republicans are the baby angels.
that's
yeah.
where I was going to go.
That's where I cringe.
That's
But
where I was
do-
going to go.
Hold on,
If
I'll
you
be
have
right back. You guys
skepticism
keep
and
talking. I have
cynicism
to
about
let
MAGA
Sam into
and
the
the right
break.
wing.
Hold on, one at a time.
Yep.
What did you say,
I'll
Sitch?
be right back.
Yeah, you
I'll
go
be right
first.
back.
Go ahead, Connor.
Oh no, I'm sorry for interrupting. I was just saying that what I hope is that you extend that skepticism and cynicism to the MAGA movement, the Republican side, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the frustration that I and some other people had with you last year versus I'm curious how you feel right now, is it does feel like whenever there was a Republican thing, whenever there was a MAGA thing, there was a really strong attempt to either sanitize, steelman, maximize their position, whereas you could smell bullshit 1,000 miles away on a Democrat, and so that's where it didn't feel fair.
I've never simped for the Republicans. I've never said, oh, the Republic. I've never been pro Republican or pro Democrat.
What about Trump,
the
though?
conflict that we had was we were constantly being attacked by Destiny's audience. I mean, it's kind of worn down a bit. And I'm testing out this new theory of bad faith, but I really think bad faith for me is when someone is more interested in pursuing reputation destruction than engaging with someone's arguments. They're not truth seeking. They really just want to paint you as a grifter or a liar. And I think you said something on Destiny's live stream that we were like audience captured or something like that, which is I mean, it's next door to grifting if it isn't in the same camp as grifting. So we were just upset about that because we just didn't feel like it was fair.
Well, let me ask you a question, and I kind of want to see your perspective on it. Sitch, if you'll indulge me a test real quick as far as like perspectives. So there's something that Trump tried to do, which I think the spirit of it is something that I support, but the execution of it was dog shit and counterproductive, borderline evil. And I just want to give me 30 seconds to a minute to highlight it, okay?
Okay.
We're running a very extreme deficit. We're at $40 trillion. Obviously, once you reach a certain debt threshold, there's probably a point where people are not going to trust the dollar as much anymore.
I don't agree with any of this, just to let you know, but go ahead, continue.
Sure. Well, hopefully MMT saves us all, okay?
Yeah.
But there's an anxiety there's this feeling that the federal government is overspending, not in effective ways. And so as a result, we need to find the waste, fraud, and abuse, and we need to cut it out. And that was Doge's job. And Doge originally promised 2 trillion. That was obviously a hyperbolic statement. They delivered 150 billion. Then Congress actually delivered 10, but the 10, which is 0.16% of the federal budget, was exclusively to PEPFAR and USAID. And the way that they did those cuts is they just turned the faucet off. And so as a result of turning the faucet off, with PEPFAR being a 20-year bipartisan program that prevents HIV in South Africa and West Africa, the projections have been that that program has saved 25 million people over the past 20 years. The projections for the next 5 years is that we have indirectly caused the deaths of hundreds of thousands and ultimately probably around 3 million people. And so
in Africa. Okay.
So I guess my question to you is, how do you feel about the way that the Trump administration identified waste, fraud, and abuse and cut out PEPFAR?
Well, I mean, I'm not really going to lose any sleep over all these lives in Africa, so I'm not concerned about it. Yeah.
That's like, yeah. So this is like a heat map thing to me. And I used to get a lot more angry about it, and I'm
well,
kind
look,
of
at the same time, look, I don't even think deficits matter. So the fact that they turned, like it's they're basically turning off the money for no good reason, but it's hard to say if it's going to Africa and it's not going here. But I guess it's going to American companies. It's probably just some sort of kickback to American companies, and the AIDS relief is a cover story. How do you know all this is true? How do you know all this is so accurate?
Well, I mean, I also don't have this intrinsic skepticism of the federal government, because oftentimes what's going on is, as an example with USAID, what the MAGA movement has done is they vilified USAID as a backdoor for the CIA to do regime change in foreign nations like Cuba through a social media platform that was designed to be like free from government scrutiny. Therefore, like democratic revolutionaries or protesters would be able to operate in Cuba. And that was like a CIA
look, I don't
funded.
buy any of that, obviously, but these numbers.
Wait, hold on. You don't or do? Because I do buy it.
You're saying that all of this money was directed at some sort of regime change?
Yeah.
So you think that was going on? Look, I don't know what your source is. So
Well, okay. Let's just take it on faith temporarily as a hypothetical. I don't have number one. I don't have a problem with international American soft power. I actually think that's good. Number two, I don't have a problem with the CIA using American soft power as a backdoor for regime change against either fascist, communist, or theocratic authoritarian regimes.
and how is this regime change coming into existence?
Well, what would have happened ideally if the program hadn't been discovered and broadly reported to the fact that it was no longer useful, the social media platform would have been broadly used by pro-democracy agitators, rioters, protesters, and eventually revolutionaries. And the hope was that they would be able to communicate and coordinate against the Cuban government and then eventually overthrow the authoritarian communist government in Cuba.
Mm-hmm. So we're basically
I have
stoking
no
a coup
problems
with
with
American money.
What's that?
We're basically stoking a coup with American money.
Yes.
Huh. Okay.
So, but my question is like, I know the history of the OSS. I know the history of the CIA during the Cold War. I don't have a problem with liberal democratic capitalist intel agencies and special forces advocating for liberal democratic mixed economy capitalist governments across the world.
If you're going to get it, though, I don't know. There's like a cultural element to it. So I don't, I mean, obviously, this is the problem that we had in Iraq, right? We went in and we said, oh, we can just plant these institutions. We're going to do statecraft. And the people are going to take to the institutions, but it didn't work. You need nation building. You need to build the cultural apparatus that goes along with the state. And it's a very, very slow process. So I don't,
No,
that could be
I
the
agree.
same problem here as well.
Yeah, the war on terror was incredibly naive, in my opinion, what they thought they would be able to accomplish within a few years.
Well, what's different
But-
here?
Sorry, what's that?
What's different here in Cuba? Look, and
Well, I mean, I think
haven't
that-
read anything about this stuff, so I don't. It's
Yeah,
you're
sure.
bringing it to me
Let's
for
just
the first time.
presume
here.
that you're taking it on faith, and if I was wrong about a detail, you can yell about it later.
Well, you had said we've all agreed here that Democrats are fucking liars a second ago, and if the MSNBC is reporting that 300,000 people have died in Africa because Trump did something, I would be skeptical of those numbers. I'm assuming you would be too, right? They have something political to gain in making a bunch of liberals cry about people dying in Africa.
Yeah, but political gain has nothing to do with the truth of the matter. So it's true that George W. Bush in the early thousands started a program called PEPFAR that was cents on the dollar, 0.16% of the federal budget. It's true that it's been operating for 20 years, providing retroviral drugs to Africans. It's credited before it was cut with saving arguably millions of lives. It's one of the most effective soft power policies that we've had as a nation. And also, it's actually really simple. What we were doing is we were providing drugs to children and to pregnant mothers that had HIV, and we were keeping their HIV dormant, number one, so they couldn't infect more people, and number two, so they themselves would not die. I don't think any of that is up for dispute. It's kind of like what's up for dispute is whether or not should we care about Africans? That's more the argument.
Right. I mean, obviously, I would care more about Americans suffering than I would Africans. So, I mean, I would care more about Americans suffering than Australians.
But I think the reason why people get frustrated with that attitude is because we have programs that we could institute here in order to alleviate suffering, and we don't. We don't, right? Just as an example, there was the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act that are going to expire on January 1st, 2025. I don't know if you guys have taken a look at your health insurance premiums. My health insurance premiums are going to
really bad.
My health insurance premiums are going to double in the next month.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's an example where, well, we saved $6 billion overseas. And
if Trump could fix it, would you be a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I just don't trust Trump to fix anything.
If Trump could fix healthcare,
If
that
Trump
would
could
change
do
the
what
mind.
he said instead of what he does, I would be a Trump supporter.
What if it's between fixing your healthcare, bringing your healthcare premiums, let's say cutting them in half instead of doubling them, right? But unfortunately, the children in Africa, they're going to have to take one for the team. Which is it?
Right. So, if you want me to answer your binary, I will. However, since this is statecraft and I'm a Republican, meaning I believe in representative democracy and I believe in smart policy, what I would do with the Africans is I would
Is this
say,
going to be both? Are we going to end up being both? We get both?
yeah, but I don't think you'll have an objection to my plan. Over the next 4 years, we institute this healthcare reform that fixes healthcare in perpetuity. Over the next 4 years, we cut PEPFAR and turn it over to private and international people who have more stake in Africa. We give it to the Chinese, we give it to the Europeans, we give it to the Africans. And then we say, hey,
I have a better
as
idea.
of 2028, it's not our program anymore. We're not paying any money towards it.
I have a better idea. We build
Just turn off the spigot. Let the
no,
Africans
no, no.
die. And
We
fix
build
healthcare.
medical schools in Africa, and we say in order to get your antiviral AIDS drugs, you have to become a doctor, and you have to come over here and help the American healthcare system so that we can reduce our healthcare costs. How about that? We'll bring over
That just sounds
AIDS-infested
like
doctors.
You're contributing to global brain drain, but that's okay. It's fine.
Would you go to a doctor that had AIDS?
No,
No. What?
no, you weren't smart enough to.
What if they were
wear a
poor
rubber?
children
No,
from
I'm good.
Africa though?
So it's not just a doctor with AIDS; it's a child doctor.
Yeah, a child doctor with AIDS.
Instead of
What are we
child
doing
soldiers,
here?
we have child doctors with AIDS treating Americans.
Right.
Okay,
this
I don't know.
is-
I don't know about this idea.
This
I'm
has got a
not-
little bit off the rails. I'm not gonna lie.
It's an interesting policy. I'm not sure about it though.
You
But hold on.
understand
So-
that this.
so my point is
hold on. You understand that
Yep.
this whole argument is just to say Trump is a monster, right? That Trump doesn't
Yes,
care about
as a matter
the
of fact,
children in Africa.
I will argue that Trump is as dumb as Candace Owens
Mhm.
and as cunning as Candace Owens. 100%.
Ooh.
Sitch likes that.
I just think it's funny.
So
Right,
are we?
Sitch sent me like a watch together like 30 minutes ago. So let me.
I know we
pull it up.
can. It's is that you in there or am I in there twice? I don't know. It asked me.
I might be in there twice. Let me get in there.
No, no.
I
Well,
thought
it
that-
only sees 3 people in there, but
Okay. I think I'm user, and then I see a white circle generating.
so what is going on with you and the Destiny audience? Are you still embedded in the Destiny sphere? Is that a thing?
Yes and no. I would say that Destiny and I are I don't know how the audience perceives it, but I would say we're like personal friends. We hang out, we
Right.
shoot guns, we talk sometimes. He's obviously a busy guy.
Trade news.
But I have criticisms of the way that he conducts his personal life, and I think I tell him that in direct messages and to his face when we talk, and this, that, the other. And then I think the Destiny audience hates me and loves me simultaneously. They hate me because I criticize their dad, and they love me because I'm the one person who didn't backstab him when it was convenient to do so.
Has he ever sent you any of these sex tapes that he has?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Does that upset you?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, look, I think you could win our chat over instantly if you just burn the bridge with Destiny. That's what
I know, but that's
they
why I
would.
can't
They would
do
love
it.
to see that.
I can't do
Well,
it.
What
obviously.
is
Sentence.
stopping you from burning?
Obviously,
I can't
just
do
from
it.
From a
Can't do it.
popularity standpoint, who's he gonna choose?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. We're not gonna do the dog thing, right?
Destiny.
No,
Destiny.
let's skip the dog
Destiny is
thing.
more popular. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. He has a much larger audience. Since it makes
No, but
it makes Connor's
I
it
haven't-
makes sense for
look,
Connor to,
I have
to stick by
not-
Destiny.
I've not paid attention to Destiny's audience at all. So it could be bigger than it was when
He's-
we were interacting with him, or it could be smaller than it was. So I have no
No,
idea.
he has survived, but I do think it's categorically different than it was a few years ago. I think in 2022,
Categorically, like he's only synthesized it down to the psychopaths.
I hate to say it, but
Oh, it's true. Look, Adam knows. Look
Maybe.
at this.
No, no,
Maybe.
no. Let me clarify a little bit. So I think that back when he was on his right wing charity arc, where he was arguing with all the right wingers, but he was trying to steal them as maximally as possible, I think that there was probably actually 5 to 10% of the audience that was legitimate, like libertarian, conservatarian, or conservative, but they liked the way that Destiny thought. And I think the Corey comparatory incident, I think that the Texas dead girl tweet, I think all the things that he said about Trump over the past 2 or 3 years, that class of people is gone. Not only are they gone, they're effectively anti-fans. They hate him now.
Yeah,
Um,
we have a lot of
and
those
then
people in our
Well, he
audience.
kind of went
So
insane on social media, but yeah.
Well, and then the other thing that I think has changed is that there are people who will excuse all of Destiny's personal behavior, but I think that group has gotten less and less and less. Whereas I think they were a majority of the audience back in 2022 and 2023, and then now I think probably 60-70% of the audience is like, I don't go to Destiny for personal life stuff. I go to him exclusively for political analysis and shit posts. And they actually kind of like dismiss the personal advice.
Sounds a little copy to me, but
Sorry,
is
what's
his
that?
political
it sounds a little
analysis
copy
good?
to me.
I mean, it could be Kopi. Well, I mean, for a liberal, yeah. For a liberal, absolutely.
Hmm.
Hmm.
It's kind of vengeful. Like I'm trying to, whenever we talk, I try to his spirit of vengeance. I have not succeeded at all.
Mm.
Yeah, it seems like the last time I checked in, he was doing all of those really vile things that were making Democrats look bad and insane and not really helping. So, but I guess it
I
really is
think
an
though,
optics thing.
as an example, though, right. I agree, and I think I've probably made the optical arguments. The vengeance thing, to hear it articulated within game theory, is like he thinks he's doing tit for tat, which is like, you do something bad, I impose a negative consequence on you, but maybe 10% of the time I turn the other cheek so we can collaborate together in the future. That's the ideal of tit for tat. Whereas what I think he's actually trying to do is eye for an eye, and he's trying to do effectively like barbarian, pagan, horrific retribution. And I think that's, yeah, like we've actually had really complex conversations in my chat about like different moral systems. And so Destiny's claiming to do tit for tat, but I think it crosses over into those more vengeance-filled moral systems.
Mm.
So,
Barbarians.
someone in chat said that you agreed with him on people who go to Trump rallies deserve to die. It's hard for me to imagine that you actually agree with him on that.
No, I
Yeah.
doubt it. I think I probably steelman the argumentation that if you view Trump, which I do, by the way, but if you view Trump as fascistic and you view his enablers as effectively like dumb fascists, then yeah, like violence at some point will be warranted, or at minimum, you won't cry when somebody dies who's a member of that political tribe.
Well, that sounds like
So,
you
as an
do agree
example,
with him, though.
well, hold on. Let's actually bring this back real quick. When I brought up that there are hundreds of thousands of Africans who are going to die unnecessarily as a result of Trump policy, you said, well, I don't really care because they're not part of my political tribe. Whereas that's almost the exact argument that I'm making for people who are ambivalent about Trump people getting killed, is because the attitude is effectively, you're not part of my political tribe, you're hurting our society, and you've definitely, like, through incompetence and stupidity, killed thousands, if not millions of people. Therefore, if you die, fuck you. And that's
But
kind of the attitude.
it hinges on your perception of Trump as a fascist, which could be incorrect.
I don't think so. I've studied it pretty aggressively. I define it as political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. I think I could bring up a dozen examples where Trump fits the bill on both ends.
But look, if someone's at a Trump rally, okay, and they're not a fascist, and they don't think Trump is a fascist, and they end up getting killed, you're basically saying that's okay because they didn't agree with you that Trump is a fascist. Look, these people could
Intrinsically versus instrumentally. Okay. So sorry, I'm also debating a lot of Christian nationalists. Okay. And I might use these words incorrectly, so forgive me. It's not intrinsically good. Okay. And it's not intrinsically okay. It's not neutral and it's not good. It's actually intrinsically bad. People being murdered is bad.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
However, this was brought up in an argument, and just give me a little bit of rope with which to hang myself. Instrumentally, if it could be demonstrated, let's say that this political rally was happening in 2028 because Donald Trump had declared himself dictator for life, but he still needed to run in elections, I guess, for whatever reason. And
Oh,
that
well,
this
look,
was,
that's a completely different situation.
but hold on. You have to understand the way that I perceive it and the way that a lot of people perceive it is that January 6, 2021 and the fake elector scheme sponsored by John Eastman was an attempt to overthrow the Republic of the United States.
Okay. So you're saying that then that automatically makes Trump a fascist now, today.
That along with another dozen
I mean,
criteria that I could bring up.
that's a pretty low bar to fascism. So
Trying to overthrow a republic?
I don't think he tried to stay in office.
No, I don't
I don't
agree
think
with this.
I don't think he tried to overthrow the republic.
Can you? Okay, so my friend, I'll try to go low and slow. The John Eastman memo
No, look,
says,
we've talked. Look, we've talked this to death. So
okay,
I'm
if you
I'm
want to
talking
skip
about
ahead, I think that when you don't have proof of fraud,
your
and you,
perception of Trump is a fascist because of January 6th. That's what you're saying.
I
So
also
so
have
you're
another
saying
dozen criteria.
right. So you're saying anybody that goes to a Trump rally is supporting a fascist, whether or not they believe that person is a fascist or not. If
Correct.
Trump put together concentration camps and started gassing his political opponents, we'd all agree he's a fascist, right? It's a bit
Well, was
different
Pinochet
ask.
was Pinochet a fascist?
Well, I'm not familiar with Pinochet to the point that I could say yes or no.
Okay. Pinochet was a right-wing authoritarian in South America who violated civil rights, who took communists into helicopters and threw them
Well,
out.
what's wrong with
And
my example?
well,
If
because it's
Trump put
because it's
together
extreme.
right,
Because you don't need that level of extremity to be a fascist.
right, okay. But I think
If you'll
it's very easy for a lot of people to look at Trump and think he's not a fascist. I'm not supporting a fascist. And those people probably would never support a fascist. So if they went to a Trump rally and took a bullet, you're saying, "Oh, well, they no skin off my nose. They were supporting a fascist." But to them, if Trump became a fascist, and the reason I use the extreme example, because a lot of those people, if Trump did that, put together concentration camps and started gassing his political opponents, they would probably be against Trump immediately. So you're
sure,
basically killing somebody who would have been against Trump if he went to these extremes.
this is part of the reason why I'm a representative Democrat, aka Republican,
Mm-hmm.
and not a Democrat, because I think the average person is an ignoramus who doesn't understand anything. And so when it comes to what we're talking about, so just indulge me just a little bit, okay?
Okay, go ahead. Take your time.
Political corporatism is envisioning the nation state as a body, okay? The economy is the heart, the brain is the government, the white blood cells are law enforcement. That's half of fascism. But realistically, most people are political corporatists. They like to envision the nation state as a unitary body that's working in harmony. And when you ask them, do you think that we should be in a harmonious nation state? Their answer is oftentimes yes. The second half of fascism, which I think is more important, is flexible authoritarianism, which is effectively you seize power however you can, you maintain power however you can. And if I look at now, luckily we're in such
Trump didn't do that.
I think he exhausted every possibility. And I
Every
think that not
legal
only has he exhausted
possibility.
every possibility, he's tried to consolidate power within the limits in order to continue to consolidate power.
You can't say he exhausted every possibility when he exhausted every legal possibility. There are other more violent possibilities he didn't even go to.
If you don't want to get into the weeds on January 6th, then we should probably move on as a topic.
Right. Well, I mean, it's more than January 6th.
Well, hold on.
I'm not
So
sure the president is the commander in chief. I mean, he could start a war technically, right?
he can, but ultimately it should be authorized by Congress. And by the way, like in the back of my mind, while we're having this conversation, I think that Donald Trump is misusing the 2001 authorization for use of military force in order to blow up civilian vessels in the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's effectively conducting acts of war without authorization from Congress. I also think that he has detained and deported people effectively to a place that he knows is going to torture them. I think that he's willingly violated due process, and the Fourth Amendment of the United States of America is being violated on camera by ICE routinely. And so you're saying that you don't see it and that they're all within the strictures of the law. I see it every time I turn on my phone.
Yeah, look, I understand. You think Donald Trump is a fascist. If I
Well, hold on,
believed
hold on. Deal
Donald
with what
Trump
I
was a
said though.
fascist, I would have some
Do
humility
you think a
about other
Hispanic
people.
person walking down the street of the United States should be able to be detained by law enforcement and asked for their citizen status even if they've committed no other crime?
They like stop and check them for identification.
Yes. They've committed no other crime. They're walking down the sidewalk. Cop jumps out and says, "Show me your papers, show me you're a citizen." Should that be allowed in the United States of America?
Is it allowed? I'm not sure what the law is.
Okay, well, I
I
would
mean,
check out
I
the
don't
Fourth
necessarily.
Amendment of the United States. The Fourth
Yeah.
Amendment of the United States says that people will be secure in their persons and papers and property unless there is like
I
a
mean,
due cause or a warrant.
you know that there's so many ways around that, though,
There are so many
for
ways,
law
but I'm
enforcement.
seeing, hold on, but I'm seeing because there's exigent circumstances exceptions. There's also like, what is it? There's like general suspicion. There's probable cause. There's
Yeah.
all these thresholds of investigating people. But what I'm telling you is ICE is finding Hispanic people, detaining them because they're Hispanic with no other justification for why they should be detained, asking them for representation paper or for citizenship papers or legal immigrant status. And then if they aren't able to produce them, they're continuing to detain them. These are all like verifiable, like violations of the Fourth Amendment of the United States. And as a Republican, somebody who believes in a republic, that skeeves me the fuck out.
Okay.
You
don't want.
well, and here's another thing too. The Eighth Amendment, the prohibitions against cruel and unusual punishment. Alligator Alcatraz is explicitly
Just look, asking someone for their identification, I don't see as cruel and unusual punishment, though.
it's not. That was the Fourth Amendment. I'm moving to something else.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the Eighth Amendment is the prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. Alligator Alcatraz and Sukkot are bandied by the Trump administration as cruel and unusual punishment. That's the selling feature. The selling feature is that if you're an illegal immigrant to the United States, we will detain you and we will deport you to a jail that is designed for the most hardened terrorists in Central and South America, where you will be held with tattooed, violent rapist gangs, and that will be your punishment for your illegal immigration to the United States. The cruel and unusualness of the punishment is explicit. And then same thing with Alligator Alcatraz. The whole point of it is that it's in the middle of the nowhere. It's infected. It's infested with mosquitoes. And if you escape, the fauna of Florida will eat you. Like that. That's the point. The point is the cruelty. So for me, once again, like somebody who believes in a constitutional republic, why don't Republicans care about the amendments of the Constitution?
Well,
Like you're laughing. I don't know why you're laughing.
Because it's so absurd. The person would have to
Why is it
escape
absurd
from.
to take a human being and throw them into an unair conditioned room
Well,
filled with mosquitoes?
Well, that's obviously not part of the absurdness of it, but the idea that if they escape, they're going to experience cruel and unusual punishment. Well, the idea is to keep them from escaping.
Okay, but you've also ignored 80% of what I've said. Ignore the alligators.
Mm-hmm.
What about
Okay.
everything else I said?
The mosquitoes?
Yeah, and
There's a
unair
lot-
conditioned
There's
rooms
a lot
on
of
purpose. Yeah.
mosquitoes. Hmm.
In the Everglades. Well, like and by the way, like here's the thing. My problem isn't necessarily that people say, "Oh, well, 100 years ago we didn't have air conditioning. They're illegal immigrants. Fuck them." Right? That's not my problem. The problem is that they think it's good. They think that using cruelty as a deterrent against future immigrants is good. They think that violating the Fourth Amendment of the United States, because illegal immigrants have violated the United States through coming here in the first place, they think violating the Fourth Amendment of the United States is good.
Well,
So
they're
that's
trying
what's
to
scary
deter
to me.
future people from coming here.
What's that?
That's the cruelty aspect of it. They're
Yeah, they're trying
trying
to
to
deter
deter
future
future
immigrants from
people.
coming
Yeah,
here. Yes.
yeah, yes.
Right, but what they're doing is they're incentivizing the federal government to act in extra constitutional ways, and they believe that those violations are good.
Hmm.
That's a problem, especially if a party is going to call itself the Republican Party.
So you don't think that a lot of Republicans, their response will be that these illegal immigrants are criminals because they broke immigration law by breaking into the country. So you don't buy into that.
No, I do. I would love a secured border. I don't care about like mass deportation per se. Like I care that we're violating the Constitution in order to do it. And this is where I get called like a procedure cuck, where I'm cucked by the Constitution of the United States.
Hmm. Well,
But
that's
I
not
would rather
nice.
be loyal to that because that's what's lasted 250 years.
Well, yeah, that's good. All right. You want to move on to the clip, Sitch? What were we looking at here?
Yeah, well, it's just one thing I want to say about the conversation you guys were having was just going all the way back in regards to like the moral question of cheering on or supporting people dying at Trump rallies in terms of like conceptualizing it as people for fascism. As someone who I have argued many times on the stream that Trump's actions on January 6th would mean that I would never vote for him ever for under almost any circumstance. And I do think it was a very serious attack on our country. And I don't support Alligator Alcatraz or a lot of what's been going on with the immigration stuff. But for me to personally say, like, okay, I think if you're supporting this, if you're at some rally and you die, then I don't care. To me, I think there'd have to be something a lot more like Donald Trump is scooping up Democrats and putting them in prisons because they're Democrats,
That was
or he's
what I
arresting
said.
political. I'm just saying, I know, I'm just saying this in my opinion as well, is that like to me, there had to be a far more overt, completely undefendable, not complicated.
Unquestionable.
Because I think part of the
Yes.
thing with January 6th is very complicated, but yeah, like a very more, much more like unquestionable. He is doing this for authoritarian reasons. He's doing this to do some sort of authoritarian takeover or some sort of fascist takeover. And if you support this, then you can get fucked. And I don't think that, at least from my position, I don't think we're near there yet in
Yeah,
order to advocate for that.
well, and when you talk about like the individual morality of a Trump voter, I don't think, and this is actually where I differ from Destiny and differ from probably a lot of the liberals in my audience or whatever. I don't, I don't think Trump voters are evil, right? Like
Mhm.
most of them are. We went to a Trump rally in Milwaukee as a part of the PV stuff, and I looked at the line, and the line looked to me like firefighters, EMTs, cops, the people who like make our society function. I don't think they're evil.
Mhm.
I just think that we fundamentally perceive the politics way differently. And not just that, they think that we're in a dire emergency where a man of Trump's vigor, political vigor, I suppose, is necessary to deal with the rot that has infested our country for the past 40 or 50 years. But the reason why I disagree with them is because I think the cure that they're prescribing is worse than the disease.
Yeah, it might be, and I would probably agree with that in a lot of policy prescriptions. I'm just saying, in the context of like I also see it as people just have a difference of opinion, and it's not a difference of opinion that I think is going to end with fascism. So I would not feel comfortable cheering on people
Yeah,
dying.
and to be clear, I don't cheer it on. I think I just understand it.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, I understand why someone would, if they believe that, would think that. I just think that's. I understand why someone might be a white nationalist. I disagree with it and think it's stupid.
Yeah. No, I think that I think where the liberals or the progressives are going wrong is that they're not thinking that, oh, vast swaths of the society have been propagandized or fallen into the cult of Trump, and therefore they're making bad decisions that are disrupting the republic. They actually think that the some MAGA voters are actually like intrinsically evil,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't
Okay.
think that's true.
Right. Okay. So
All right, watch
here's
together.
this watch together. I'm assuming this is you in it, even though your name is in green, but I'm assuming you're there. It's Barry Weiss sits down with Erica Kirk.
All right.
You see this? Okay. Now, so this whole interview is pretty interesting, and there's obviously a part where she really attacks Candace. But this is not that part, and this is kind of I'm curious to get your take and your reaction to this part.
A student named Hunter Kozak.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me back up a second.
Erica, as you know, the last person that Charlie ever spoke to was a Utah Valley student named Hunter Kozak.
She's crying profusely right now, too. She's got tears streaming down her face. So that adds, for those of you who are just listening to the kind of what's going on here.
Yes.
He was asking Charlie a question that day when he was shot, and he's here tonight, and he wants to ask you a question.
Hi there. Erica, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your calls for peace and unity. And I'm likewise horrified by the people in my so-called camp who were cheering about Charlie's murder. I believe that they stoke the flames of violence. But even worse is when powerful, influential people on either side of the aisle stoke the flames. When they do it, the flames can become an inferno. And this leads me to Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth, who has more responsibility than anyone else to put the flames out. Just last month, President Trump called on 6 Democratic lawmakers to be tried for sedition, which he clarified was punishable by death. He then reposted a simple message: hang them. I think that you've been making strides to bring peace to our country, and that Turning Point has been asking Democrats to decry the individuals who cheer for violence. I have and will continue to decry them. But any good faith effort to stop political violence must hold both parties to the same standard and expectation. So in that spirit, will you condemn the violent rhetoric of Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth?
Okay. So I'm curious, Connor, so what your take is on the appropriateness of this question?
You're muted, Connor.
No, sorry. I because I minimized our window, I'm muted and I want to expand it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hold on. You asked me about appropriateness.
Yes.
Wildly inappropriate.
Okay, good.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on though.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Because I'm gonna
Here comes the but.
Yes.
But Erica Kirk needs to decide where she is. Is she a private person mourning the loss of her husband, or is she a public person running one of the largest voting outreach organizations on the planet?
Mm.
So because these things are in conflict.
Mm-hmm.
So if she wants to be a private person and a mourning wife and mother of children to a murdered father, then I agree. This is wildly inappropriate. It's incredibly insensitive. It's incredibly inflammatory. However, Erica Kirk will be called upon probably in the next 2 years in order to run a similar campaign for J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance will be the political successor to Donald Trump. So
well, yeah, but
even in that regard, I think it's a perfectly valid question.
Well, but
well,
even in
2 years from now, it'd be different than asking 3 months after he's been murdered.
Sure, but this is, fellas, I hate to say it, this is the game of politics. Like politics, the most famous and successful people within the game of politics are oftentimes the most inflammatory and shitty people in our sphere.
Well, in terms of the success of this, it's hard for me to imagine that this question is going to help persuade Erica Kirk or really anyone on her side to not think that this person is a despicable, immoral piece of shit.
Well, by the way, do you guys know the context of who this guy is?
Yes. Well, I know that he was the guy that asked Charlie Kirk a question. I believe I saw an interview with him.
He's the guy who asked Charlie Kirk the question right before he got murdered, and I think he works for Unfuck America. So
he is a despicable person, is what you're saying.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you this question. What do you think about the seditious six stuff?
I think that that shit was pretty insane and unhinged and fucking horrible.
See,
That Trump
wait,
said all
hold
that
on.
stuff.
So
Yeah.
you think that six Democratic senators saying that,
Oh no,
hey,
no, no. I'm
we
sorry. I think that Trump's response, where he
okay.
was saying that this deserving death, and then he, tweeted out the hanging thing. I think that was like completely unhinged.
Well,
Yeah.
so Adam, how do you feel about it?
It's tough. I think at the time, obviously, I was with Trump because I thought that what the Democrats did was wildly inappropriate. But it turns out that it was more in the context of the ship getting hit, getting double tapped, which I think in that context it's less bad. But I don't think the public knew widely that the double tap had taken place at the time. So
Well, that's actually where this is going to get weird, even weirder than it already is. I actually don't necessarily care about the double tap because,
yeah,
as an example, I can go back to the War on Terror and I can show you dozens of videos of military combatants being hit after they weren't necessarily within like direct combat. Like
well, look, I'm saying if there is a controversy on whether or not something is within the bounds of war, then the context of them coming out with that makes sense. If there is nothing like that going on, it makes it seem like they're inciting something in the military, which
but
is a
this is
completely different situation.
you asked me and emphasized to the audience earlier whether or not I believe that Democrats are lying pieces of shit.
Yes.
Okay.
And you
And I
said yes.
affirm that
Yeah.
Democrats are lying pieces of shit. Okay. I think that the Trump administration using the 2001 AUMF through the executive branch, redesignating narco organizations as terrorists who are
Is wrong.
planning attacks on United States soil is such an obscene stretching of the AUMF that them not educating the American public on why we're conducting acts of war in the Caribbean is lies, like grievous lies of omission,
Right. Well, look,
like horrific.
if it's a stretch, but it's going to deal with the fentanyl problem, I'm not necessarily against doing the stretch.
See, but Adam, this is where I'm going to say that you just engaged in excusing flexible authoritarianism. You just did it. Like the 2001 AUMF, if you read it, it's very specific, and Congress is supposed to have the authority to authorize war. The president of the United States can act in issues of emergency, but then he's supposed to seek the approval of Congress. The AUMF specifies that you are supposed to take out Al Qaeda, its affiliates, its supporters anywhere in the globe, and that any terrorist organization who is conducting a terrorist operation or plans to conduct a terrorist operation within the United States, you're allowed to take them out. Okay? That's effectively what the AUMF says. We are reclassifying drug trafficking organizations as terrorists,
as military combatants. Yeah, I know. Exactly. I know. Look, this has been
but
the
hold on,
change since
combatant has a word. So
this has been the
do you think these people are
change
shooting
since
Americans with AK-47s? What do you
this
think
has
they're
been the
doing?
change since 9/11. This has been the same change since 9/11.
Wait, hold on. But you just used the word. You're saying that we're reclassifying them as combatants. What's a combatant?
Military combatants. Yes.
Right. What's a combatant?
Someone involved in some sort of military action.
Sure. So is trafficking drugs a military operation?
Well, it's being defined that way so that we can take out the drug traffickers and deal with the narco problem, deal with the fentanyl problem.
Do you think that's a good faith interpretation of the 2001 AUMF?
Perhaps. I mean, it's a stretch. I agreed with you.
I don't. I don't think it's a good faith interpretation. And if we want to do this, by the way, I don't give a fuck. You want to say 3,000 Americans died in 9/11 2001. We launched a multi-trillion-dollar war, and yet fentanyl and hard drugs kill hundreds of thousands of Americans every single year. The drug problem is a big deal. Effectively, Central and South America are failed states. We need to be able to use military force in order to take on narco terror organizations. Sure. get an authorization from Congress. This is their job. And the concentration of power within the presidency of the United States is fucking bad. It's bad to have this much power consolidated.
Look, I think Congress is oftentimes complicit because they don't want to sign off on it. They don't want to deal with the political fallout for signing off on it.
We live in a representative republic. That's the system.
Well, they don't want to play. They want to play a different game. They don't want the responsibility. They want to go to the fancy parties in Washington, D.C., but they don't want the action. They don't want to put their name on any policy that might actually get them in trouble with their voters.
You and I, since birth, have signed off on a social contract that we were going to participate in a representative democracy, aka a republic, with 3 branches of government that checked each other's power. And what you're telling me right now is that you don't care that one of the branches of power is exceeding its authority because you think that we are so stagnant that it's necessary. That's what you just said.
And now I know why your chat is making the claims of you're a little bit heavy on the procedural part. But look, Sitch like, what's your take on this, Sitch? Sitch is a proceduralist too, obviously.
So
yeah, weirdly enough, Sitch was making Burkean conservative arguments that could have come from Edmund Burke himself. It was
nice. Brilliant. In regards to what?
It was about proceduralism. You were effectively saying, like, you know, if you want this thing, you have to go through the process to get this thing.
I'm a big procedure guy because I think the point of procedure is the same reason that you're supposed to have a code of honor is to check the bad impulses of people and to keep everything stable. So there's some sort of procedural fairness that everyone understands and is playing by those rules. So I'm generally in that camp. When it comes to the drug issue, and I've said this in the past, I don't have a problem with the idea of like America saying, oh, we're going to go assassinate the heads of drug cartels, or we're going to go blow up the drug making factories or the drug fields or whatever. Like, I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. My issue with I have 2 issues with the boat thing though. The first is that I don't really trust the Trump administration's ability to correctly identify whether these people are actually doing drug trafficking or not, considering the weird situations that we've already seen with the deportations where they were saying, well, we're going to deport people based on like a tattoo. And, you know, you had people that were sent to El Salvador because they had a tattoo that was not a gang affiliation and faced sexual assault. And just, it seems to me that I don't really trust the Trump administration's ability to sort of do these things intelligently, to pick the correct targets intelligently. That's the first problem. But the second problem I have is that I feel like people don't understand why governments kill people. And the point usually, unless someone's like arrested and they have the death penalty, but the point in terms of like law enforcement or a military action generally is that the government will kill someone because they don't really have the ability to get the person to stop doing the thing they're doing
through legal means.
Through any other means, right?
Yeah.
Like if you could snap your fingers and all the enemy's army could just be teleported into a prison camp, or you could snap your fingers and they all just explode and die. The government, I would hope,
teleport them to heaven. Let God deal with it.
Snap and have them all, go into the prison camp. And that's generally the way it's supposed to be. And so the government is really only supposed to kill people when it has to. And I think this kind of goes back to what you're saying with like the double tapping thing and with like drone striking terrorists in other countries is the reason I think that our government does these things or should do these things, or they drone strike a terrorist or they double tap these people, is because they don't have the capability to arrest these people because they're in some foreign country or they're in some like super dangerous location. The only way to get them to stop doing what they're doing is to just kill them with a drone. And in these cases, with their blowing up the boats, that's not really the case, or at least it doesn't seem to be the case to me, because you have these little tiny boats that don't seem to pose any sort of military threat to the American government. And I don't understand why they can't just drive their boats over and arrest these people. So that's why I have that's my big problem with this.
Even if we did a calculus, let's say that we did a calculus where we said we expect 100,000 drug overdose deaths in the United States every now and then. Therefore, drug trafficking is a clear and present danger to the people of the United States. Therefore, anybody who's caught trafficking drugs in the Caribbean, their lives are forfeit, and we're going to drone strike them. I would be okay with that. Number one, pass it through Congress. And then also what you're saying though too is that what bugs me about this, well, actually, hold on. Here's another detail. I actually trust the intelligence community to be able to accurately track boats. And what I mean by that is they could intercept the radio communications, they could intercept the phone communications, they could track the finances, they could track this, they could track that. They could probably find the drug boats. But as an example, this came and went in the media almost immediately. There was a drug trafficking boat that was carrying 11 people. And the drug trafficking boat, they traced it back to this organization that's responsible for human trafficking as well as drug trafficking. And so my question right there is, I would think that if you were running a fast boat in the Caribbean in order to run drugs north, why you would want a minimum crew, right? You would maybe want 3 people, 4 people, 1 to drive the boat, 2 or 3 people to handle the merchandise when you're dumping it, et cetera, and then you would want to get back. With 11, to me, what that sounds like is that not only are you drug trafficking, you're also human trafficking. So did we just smoke with a Hellfire missile 8 people who were trying to immigrate north? And that's the kind of thing where, that's, to me, that's a moral horror. If you're drone striking legal or illegal immigrants, that's morally horrific.
Yeah, I agree completely. And that's a big that's why that's like my number one issue with these is I don't trust them to build their ability to just be like, yes, these are all bad people.
Yeah, they might just say fuck it. Like we know
Right.
one bad guy's on there, so we're gonna hit it.
Yes. And again, they should have the capability to just arrest these people. And then if that was the case, they could just stop the boat, arrest the people that are trafficking drugs, confiscate the drugs, and then the people that are trying to come into the country who are not drug traffickers, even if they're trying to come in the country illegally, just send them back.
And by the way, this also hits where if Trump was capable of doing what he said he was doing versus what he's actually doing, I would be a fan of Trump. As an example, let's say that we were able to drop, drug trafficking by 99% through South America by blowing up a couple of boats or whatever. Maybe I would say, hey, there's a utilitarian analysis here and Trump's correct. However, what I think is going to happen is that people are going to be so repulsed. This is actually a quote from Bill Barr. They're going to be so repulsed by the way that the Trump administration has carried it out. Congress, as Adam pointed out, is not going to enshrine this into law. They're not going to push this forward. And so what we're doing is we're effectively slapping a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound, pretending that we solved the problem. In like a year, Trump's going to be a lame duck, and in 3 years, he's out of office. And while I think JD Vance is probably going to be Trump's successor, I expect JD Vance to be infinitely more technocratically competent than Trump. And
Bill Barr
he
said
won't
that
do the drone strikes the same way.
Bill Barr said that he thought Americans were going to be repulsed by the drug boat attacks.
A direct quote from Bill Barr immediately after he left the Trump administration is, even if you like Donald Trump's policies, he's the last person that you want executing them, because the way he executes them causes so much blowback that they have contradictory effects to the policies that you originally sought in the first
Yeah,
place.
okay. I thought you meant you said something new.
No, I'm sorry. I have
No,
I'm
yeah,
all
no.
over the place.
Well, Bill Barr's kind of interesting because obviously, yeah, he quit over the electoral scheme shit because he thought it was insane. And he said what and he did. He's very critical of Donald Trump, though. I do believe he did vote for him again.
He did. He did. Him and I did the same thing. We were like, hey, you gotta pick between a douche and a turd, and a douche is at least clean.
You voted for Donald Trump?
No, I voted for Harris, but I'm saying like we did a lesser of two evils calculus, and Bill Barr's lesser of two evils calculus led him to believe that Donald Trump was the lesser of two evils.
So going back to the clip that we watched earlier, to me, it's from a moral level, it's an insane thing to ask Erica Kirk this question. And I understand what you're saying about there's like the duality of she's both a private person who's talking about the private loss of her husband, but also she exists as the head of Turning Points USA. Now, I've only seen clips of this interview. I haven't seen the entire interview, but from the clips I've seen, it's been almost strictly, or most of it has seemed to be almost entirely about her as a person and not really the Turning Point USA stuff. I mean, maybe people would argue the Candace thing, kind of both, but I'd say it's more of like a personal thing in terms of how she's attacking them and
But
the people involved.
But the point is that like that guy, who I don't know by the way, but I would probably talk to him happily, is like
Mhm.
from his perspective, he was staring at Charlie Kirk when Charlie Kirk's neck got exploded, right?
Yeah.
And he's seen people like Destiny and some other Democrats either be ambivalent to Charlie Kirk's assassination or celebrate it. And that has been disgusting to him. And so even though he believes what he believes politically, he's going to willfully attack the people who are being repulsive about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. However, it's difficult for him to do that when he is a social media personality who's small on the scheme of things, and yet the president of the United States is calling for the hanging of 6 sitting members of Congress over this alleged calls for sedition. And so that's where for you have to understand, like, lefties, they love thinking systemically. To them, some dickhead on social media saying something edgy about Charlie Kirk is nothing compared to the leader of the free world and the world's most powerful person calling for the death of sitting representatives.
I understand the argument. I'm looking at it from the
Yeah, it's
perspective
shitty to
of,
do.
yes, I'm looking at the perspective of you need to act, I think, usually as a human. And as I said, I think what Trump said in regards to the sedition shit was unhinged and crazy. And it's in a long list of unhinged and crazy things that Trump has said. And so, unfortunately, we've sort of grown numb to a lot of these things because it's like, well, it's a day that ends in Y. Trump said something that's really incendiary and crazy. So, but to me, just conceptually, you have a person who, Barry Weiss introduces. I'm kind of even shocked that they would even set this up the way that they did, but that Barry Weiss introduces like, this is the last person to communicate with your husband before he died. And the question that he's going to ask you is like, listen, I know that Donald Trump has given you a lot of support and given you like a Medal of Honor and
Yeah, he
honored
pulled a
your dead
Pisco.
husband and done all these things, but like,
No, he pulled a Pisco.
can
He
you
said,
tell
"Do you
him to
disavow?
fuck
Yes or
off?
no?"
But can you tell Donald Trump to fuck off after doing all this stuff? And to me, it's just like, okay, that's like an insane thing to ask of Erica Kirk, especially in this circumstance. If this is like a year later and this is some sort of Turning Points USA event where they're advocating for Trump, I'd say, okay, it's a completely different context, completely different situation. That all makes sense. This context, this situation, this close to his death, it's completely unhinged to ask this question.
Your mistake is being a human being and maintaining your humanity. That's your first mistake.
That's my
Um,
fatal flaw. That's my fatal
right.
flaw.
And by the way, I agree with you. Like as much as I've operated in this space over the past couple of years, I've tried to be like really transparent with what I'm thinking when I'm thinking it. And I'll tell you, I was trying to joke about it, but I was interrupting you, so my apologies. He pulled a Pisco. Okay, he said,
Yes. Yes.
"Do you disavow? Yes or no? No
Yeah.
other answer."
Yeah.
Whereas I think if he had said the exact same thing, and then the last question had been, let's say that he said, "It's very difficult for me to try to turn down the temperature on my side when my side can point to the president of the United States, engaging in what I believe is irresponsible rhetoric. How do you feel about that?" Right? Because if Erica Kirk says, "Listen, I think Trump's a great man. I think the MAGA movement is amazing. I think what we're trying to achieve is great. And Donald Trump has been a great friend of my family. However, sometimes I think that his rhetoric can go a little far." Boom, she has the opening to kind of like split the hairs. Whereas asking, "Do you disavow? Yes or no? No other answer." Yeah, it's obviously a trap. It's a
The
rhetorical trap.
yeah, I agree with the way you're framing this. The tactful way to do this, which even I still would say is not great, but it would be not
Oh, it's gauche.
horrible.
Yeah.
The tactful way would have been for him to just lay out all these people that were cheering on your husband's death, and I said that they were fucking horrible. And then also Donald Trump is doing all this stuff, and that's horrible. How do we turn down the temperature in this country and get united?
Right.
Like that would be like the normal way to ask the question to kind of get that all in there. This way, but here's the thing is like, it's not just me being a human. I would also just say, even if I was inhuman, even if I was the most cynical person on the planet and I did not care and I thought Donald Trump was an evil fascist and must be stopped at all costs, I would still have the intelligence, because we're talking about, intelligence here with Candace. I still have the intelligence and wisdom to perceive this as like asking this question in this way is fucking stupid. it's not going to help you. It's only going to hurt you. He will not benefit from this question in any way whatsoever.
The fight that I'm preparing for, which I'm going to have probably in the next week or so, is that the Indiana state reps, in my opinion, have been doing what Destiny and the hyperbolic Democrats have been begging for probably 6 months. The Republicans de-escalated. Okay. They said that there's this unfair thing that we can do. We can eliminate the vote for broad swaths of Democratic voters. And as a result, the Republicans gain an advantage. And while it's immoral, it's within our legal possibilities of doing so. And so the Indiana state lawmakers, were like, no, this is immoral. We are going to do something different that's a little bit better. And effectively, I don't expect the Democrats to laud them. I expect them to punish them. I expect them to say, well, what took you so long? Why didn't you jump off the Trump train earlier? How come there's not more of you? I don't expect like sanity or sobriety or good dealing or good faith to be rewarded anytime soon.
Right. No, I would also assume that that's the case as well.
Yeah. Or it'll be like a throwaway sentence. It'll be like if I ask Pisco or if I ask Destiny, they'll be like, yeah, that was cool. And then they'll never talk about it again. And they'll go right back to every Republican is a baby eating monster who's trying to like destroy your family.
Right. And further, also with those, then your Indiana Republicans, is that like when they have some policy disagreement in their state with the Democrats over some contentious issue like abortion or something, it's not like the people in that state are then going to be like, oh, well, let's have a reasonable conversation about this because at least they stood up to Trump on this issue. No, they're going to just be like, these people just want to control women's bodies. These people hate women, blah, 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 blah. So that's kind of the problem in all these situations is that, and I've always said this from the beginning, you need to actually reward people when they do the things you want them to do. And the problem is that that's not the situation that we live in politically. When the other side does a thing you want it to do, they very, very rarely ever get rewarded for it. They only get penalized by their own side.
But I'm going to point this out because unfortunately we're all playing this sick game, is that if he had asked a sane question, you would have never heard about it. Nobody in your audience would have been like, hey, did you see this? Do you see this Democrat? He asked a really insightful question of Erica Kirk, and I thought it really spoke to, something deeper going on in our political. Nobody would be talking about that shit.
He gains from it personally. Connor's exactly right.
What's that?
The questioner gains from it personally because it blows up his social media. Everyone's like, yeah, you asked her that tough question. Oh my God.
That's true.
Well, and even if he's not individually like a huge clout shark, he knows what plays in the space. So if he thinks that he's a player on a team,
why is he following Unfuck America if he's not a clout shark?
Because, listen, I like you guys. I like Sitch and Adam. We're mending our relationship. Okay,
I'm glad we're coming together. Right? It's been a nice.
Okay, I'll try to endlessly steel man Adam as much as possible. Yes. But the point is that I
just said you were right. I said you were correct and Sitch is wrong.
But I don't want to go that far.
Wow. You're blowing him up.
Wow.
No, because when you're a social media commentator though, friendship and clout get blended together. Like there are people that I want to have beers with in this space, but there's also people who I just genuinely want to talk to. Or there's also people who it's advantageous to talk to. And then for people who want to interact with me, there's people who genuinely think I'm a cool guy and like to hear what I have to say and think that I'm insightful and want to have a beer with me. And then there's people who want to gain from having a relationship with me. And it's just kind of the blended nature of the space.
The problem is that the individual clout often comes at the expense of the broader movement. Candace Owens is like the perfect example of this. She's blowing up the MAGA movement for her own gain, her own personal gain.
James Lindsay and I DM'd James Lindsay. I never got a response back. But James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson had this conversation about when they were trying to tackle the concept of the woke right. And what they were saying is that there are, within any ideology, within any institution, there are members of the institution or ideology who care about the ideology and the function of the institution, and that's why they're there. Then there are people who don't care about the ideology or the institution at all. All they want to do is climb to the highest position possible within the institution or ideology so they can accumulate the maximum amount of money, power, clout, fame, love, attention, etc. And so for me, when you say that, I hear that you're describing Candace Owens as somebody who doesn't care about the ideology itself or its efficacy in the world. She cares about her individual accolades. But weirdly enough, those are the people who climb to the top the fastest.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think Destiny falls into that camp?
Kind of, but I also think he believes. Like I don't think he made that Texas joke because it was good for his optics, right? I think he wanted attention. And negative attention is better than no attention.
Yeah, but that's a Candace Owens model right there.
No, I agree. But I also think that he principally believes in liberalism because liberalism is the philosophy that allows him to live the life that he wants to live.
That comment obviously got him a lot of attention. It got him on Piers Morgan. I don't think it
And a lot of death threats.
Well, I don't think it made people think, yeah, Democrats are empathetic. I'm voting with the Democrats. That didn't convince moderates to vote Democrat.
I agree with
That
you.
probably convinced a lot of Democrats that they're going to vote Republican.
It's hard to extrapolate like political efficacy versus rhetoric. Obviously, I was a huge critic of what he said, and I don't know. I don't pretend to know the game. So, as an example, the game, as far as I can tell, is accumulate as much social media clout as you possibly can in order to motivate, if you actually care about the ideology, in order to motivate your audience to either vote a certain way or to participate in volunteer operations that canvass, and that's how you do your advocacy, I suppose, within the political realm. So I don't know if you're perfectly moral but never have an impact, that's not good. If you're perfectly immoral and you have all the clout in the world, but then you don't use that tool, then that's not good. And so the balance in the middle, I don't pretend to know.
There's people who will, and I think Destiny definitely falls in this camp, and I'm sure this guy who asked this question definitely falls in this camp, that they understand on some rational, logical level that, yeah, if you ask these questions or you say these things in some way, that it's going to be very off-putting to a lot of people who could potentially be on your side. But I think they're going to hand wave it away, or they're going to convince themselves that actually the thing that's helpful for their career and helpful for their social media presence is actually helpful for their ideological goals as well.
So
like they're just going to
true.
rationalize it away 100%. And I mean,
Well, sure.
I think with Candace, I don't even think, I used to think Candace was grifting. I now think that she's just legitimately schizophrenic, that she's legitimately an insane person. So I think even she's operating under this delusion that she's unraveling some sort of secret truth about Charlie Kirk.
Well, yeah, but I want to go a little bit further, and I know we've only reacted to 1 10-second clip.
No, that's
but
all. This was the only part of it. I was curious about your reaction.
Good. So number one, I think a lot of these people validate it because they want to motivate the most politically active side of their tribe. And a clip in which Erica Kirk hears about the seditious six rhetoric from Donald Trump and refuses to disavow, that's going to motivate the hardcore Democrats. Now, you alienated moderates, but you rallied your hardcore base. And then also what you can do is because let's face it, oftentimes social media is fought through clips. You can get this clip and you can say, Erica Kirk refuses to disavow murderous rampage by Donald Trump. And then boom, you could show her getting a sour face and refusing to disavow and this, that, the other. And so that's where, for me, like, that's part of the lies of omission or lies of commission or rhetorical trickiness. And I think you have to be smarter to understand that some of these people are just straight bullshitting.
No, and I agree, but like all this clip is going to do, I would wager, is that it's going to validate for people, some people on the lefts who have been making in very incendiary rhetoric about saying that Charlie Kirk deserves to die, or they don't care if he died because he was so horrible. All this clip is going to do is that if she doesn't disavow Trump for the seditious comments, they're going to say, see, we were right all along. Like that's all it's going to do. I don't think it's going to get people to I mean, maybe it'll get some of those people to donate to the Unfuck America or whatever cause this guy's involved with. But it's hard for me to imagine this is going to have any sort of, positive energetic effect on the left as a movement overall.
Listen, I keep making arguments that we need to appeal to moderates because that's where like general elections are won. Nobody gives a fuck.
No one cares.
Like
Yeah.
nobody cares.
Fuck off. Yeah, fuck you, moderate. Get out of
No,
here.
that's what they say. They say
Right.
you're a useful idiot for the other side. And what's going to happen is we're going to go into our extremist hug box and become as extreme and psychopathic as we want to be. And then once it's finally the general election, maybe we'll pretend to be moderates so the moderates can come join the team. Like that's kind of the answer that I've gotten so far.
Right.
You're exactly right. It's going to give them an excuse to up their violent rhetoric. So it's going to work in exactly the opposite way that he's pretending was intended.
That's why it's even worse. He's all like, we need to turn down the temperature. It's like, well, congratulations.
Yeah.
Like, good job. Yeah.
You just gave everyone a good excuse to turn it up.
Well, and I'm going to tell you the from my perspective, if I have the opportunity, I'm going to push Pisco and Destiny on this because they've been begging for the moderate Republicans to return and to seize power of the party, and they've been saying, "Oh, it's too late. There's no Republicans left. They'll never stand up to Trump. They'll never do this. They'll never do that." And yet in Indiana, maybe I'm exaggerating the case a little bit. But it's kind of a anti-Trump, anti-MAGA rebellion of what we call Rhino Republicans. And I think the Rhino Republicans, they feel the wind shifting in the political air.
So let's hear her response. What do you think?
We can. I honestly didn't think
I
it
would
was
love
interesting, but
her response is not great.
Yeah, we could
let's hear it anyway.
I appreciate your question.
Dick.
You know my heart. Why would I ever say, yes, go murder people? This is so much deeper than just one. I understand your sentiment. I do. But this is also so much deeper than just one person. This starts at the home, okay? This starts with family. This starts with a seed that grows and grows. You can choose to have evil in your heart, or you can choose to have light. What you consume and what you absorb from the outside world will manifest itself. No, I will never agree with political violence. My husband is a victim of it. I'm a victim of it. But what I'm trying to say here is that we can blame everyone else. We have to look in the mirror. When you become a father, when you become a mother, how are you raising your kids? Are you taking responsibility, or are you giving them a device and saying, go down that rabbit hole? I'm trying to go to Pilates class. You can just sit in the corner and look at your iPad.
Okay, this is getting comical now. I can't wait for the debate with Candace Owens.
Yo, hold up. That was brilliant because it was this perfect non-answer. And then I loved her non-answer. It was great. She did great. She danced away from it perfectly. You don't like that response, Sitch?
No.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I thought it was kind of boring. It was just, I don't know. It was a very blunt answer, which I guess is good in terms of not answering the question, which is a good strategy to do. But
no,
not very compelling answer.
Well, that's all I was going to say. So if she condemns Donald Trump, she's screwed. If she doesn't condemn Donald Trump, then people are clip chimping her in order to say, oh, look, MAGA doesn't care about political violence. So she kind of goes on this like non sequitur about how political violence in general is bad and she would never endorse it.
Screen time as a result,
she ruined the clip. She ruined the clip. There's no good clip here.
Yeah.
So as a result,
yeah.
Unfuck America didn't get what they want, and Donald Trump doesn't hear a disavowal. So weirdly enough, by not answering, it was actually the most like politically effective. Now, whether or not she intended it that way, no idea. But weirdly enough, she diffused this bomb.
Yeah, which is smart, but whatever.
Yeah, and then also
she should have said no. You know what she should have done? She's been like, "Listen here, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. fuck you, eat shit, get the fuck out of my face. That's
How
what she should have
dare
said.
you?
That's what she should have said. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a great clip.
I know. She would have got a massive accolades for that. But
She
you know,
would.
I guess I have to give her credit because she didn't go that route. I don't think
Yeah.
she's that kind of person. So she's really good at it.
The
I
turning
wish
it
he
on the
had
personal.
such. I wish Trump had such fire for attacking Candace Owens. That's what she should have said.
Ooh, you're right.
That
Look,
would've been hot,
Adam
too.
is really
I wish.
good
I
with
wish he
these
had that kind of
responses.
hatred for Candace Owens.
Right.
That would have been fire. But the point is that with the non-answer, she's like kind of appealing to this vague sense of personal responsibility. How are you managing your families? Why are you creating this caustic political environment through recklessness and lack of personal responsibility and blah 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 blah. So she took like a talking point word salad and just threw it at this
I
guy.
know.
And weirdly enough, I think it was wildly effective at not generating the.
Screen
Yeah, which if
time
that
for your
was-
kids.
Right. Which, if that was the
Yeah.
case, if the kid, and maybe we should be conceptualizing a lot of this stuff as how
This is where they
do
should have
you-
had Pisco ask it. He would have been like, yes or no.
Right. Right.
Yes or no, Erica.
Right. Is how in these interactions, how do you make it so that the clip is not generated?
Yeah.
And I think that's really the strategy a lot of times. But in a somewhat going to the Candace Owens thing, here's a prediction I have. Okay. I predict that in the next few months, there will be a part in this conversation where Candace Owens will call Erica Kirk a hypocrite because or a bad person because she'll say, why is it that Erica Kirk could accept or not blame or not hate the person that murdered her own husband, but she won't do that for me?
I feel like I've already heard that. Maybe I just saw that as a tweet, but I feel like
Has she already said that? She's already said why she forgive the killer, but not me?
Or a tweet from one of her sycophants said, I can't believe that Erica forgave the murderer, but hates Candace for simply asking questions.
Okay, well, Candace, my prediction is Candace will say that in some capacity in the next month or two. All right.
Listen, I'm not taking that as a bet because I think you're probably right.
All right.
So-
Lord Stug for $20 and the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Lord Stug. It's very generous.
Yeah, we got
Who was
those
that?
before the stream even began. So
Yes. Said you guys confused the hell out of me. Today was supposed to be 400, so screw you. You're getting these now instead of next week or whenever you decided to do your 400 is supposed to be. Well, thank you. Lord
we
Stug.
got to do a
appreciate
shout
it.
out when we actually do 400. So
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And
Sorry,
also,
who was that? Was that Daddy J-Mac or was that a
That
Lord
different
was
Daddy?
Stug.
Lord Stug.
Dang.
Another long fan. And
Nice.
also for $2, Lord Stug says, Merry Christmas, you derps. Thank you. Even though I think today or yesterday is like the first night of Hanukkah.
wow.
Yeah, Monday. Yeah.
What is
Today is
that?
the first night of Hanukkah, I guess yesterday. I don't know. I'm a bad Jew. I don't know how it works. I guess it's tonight. Yeah.
Ooh, I want to ask you, Adam. This would be great. We got a Jewish
Mm-hmm.
co-host. Are you a Zionist conservative? Do you support the state of Israel,
Well, I am in fact.
or are
as-
you joining the Christian nationalist in that we should disassociate from the nation state of Israel completely?
no, I'm a Zionist, but I'm not a conservative. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
I have no problem
Damn.
with the Zionist label. So, but I like Israel because it's a democracy.
Wow. Well, what if they were facing an emergency and then they needed to consolidate power in the executive branch and ignore the democratic representative government? Would that be based or cringe?
If Israel did,
Yeah.
then I'm withdrawing my Zionism.
Oh. Okay.
They can fight it out themselves.
Well, no, I mean, you'd be in favor of the concept. You just wouldn't be in favor of the current government.
No, I'm just talking shit because I
I just say fuck it.
Okay.
well, Adam, the point that I'm trying to make though is that
I'm
like
a Zionist because I'm a Matrix fan. Okay.
well what you said when I asked you about Donald Trump stretching this AUMF in order to drone strike Caribbean vessels was you were saying, well, it's such a state of emergency and Congress isn't going to do anything, so we have to. And so that's where for
There's-
me, I view that as
Congress is complicit. Congress doesn't want the responsibility. So Congress lets Donald Trump do what they want done and they don't have to put their names on it. But look, I think if Trump started doing stuff that Congress wouldn't approve of, they would step in. I think he's giving them political cover by not letting them, not having them get involved. Sitch, is that your read of the situation as well, or do you think he's?
Yeah, I think the Republican. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. Part of it is I think the Republicans are just so whipped that they just are too afraid to go against Trump. So I don't know what I don't know what each individual congressperson wants for the most part in regards to the blowing up the boats. I think they're just too afraid to go against Trump openly.
Sure.
Yeah. They don't want to
So,
come out
it's-
and seem pro criminal or pro drug trafficker. That doesn't look
But
good.
that's where the political winds are shifting, in my opinion, though, with the Indiana thing being a bellwether, is that I think people are counting down the days to the midterms. And actually that's something that the Kreupers, the Christian nationalists, Cernovich, Jack Posobiec, this is something that they're all echoing, is that there's effectively like a rhino rebellion in Congress where they're not willing to codify his executive orders via congressional legislation, even though they technically have the power to do so. And as a result of that, they think that 30 to 40% of the Republican Party is just counting down the days for Trump to be a lame duck.
We'll see. C.S. Paffy has a very important question for you, Connor. For $5, he says, ask Connor if he has any cute girls in his politically moderate audience. We might need to expand our search pool. C.S. Paffy is looking for a date. Okay. Can you help him out?
Yeah, I don't know if they're single or not, but weirdly enough, I got a girl named West Coast Girl. I got Jen Winkler. I got Kay. I got a few
Look at
girls in there.
this.
So I don't know if
Look
they're
at
single.
this. Connor knows all the girls' names.
Well, there's only 4 of them.
Oh, it's only the 4. Okay. Okay. There you go. Well, C.S. Paffy, you'll have to jump into Connor's streams and, chat him up, right?
Yeah.
Expand your search pool.
Candace
J-Mac-
Owens' podcast is down to number 10.
Good. Maybe
She's
people
looking at
realize she's
Crime
schizophrenic.
Junkies, though. Crime Junkies is number 4. I bet that's a true crime podcast, right?
Yes. Yeah.
That's what she's like, I need to bring in more true crime.
Mm-hmm. J-Mac, thanks so much to our surrogate father for the 50 gifted memberships.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's awesome.
What is just out of curiosity, what is your guys' entry level gifted level? Is it 2? Is it 5?
$30.
30 gifted 500.
No, you can give one gifted sub, I believe.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
I was
that'd be
kidding
awesome.
about that.
Yeah, AKA Batosa, I just gave one gifted membership. I didn't. You
It's
can make minimums.
$5 is what it is.
You can make minimums
Yeah.
for the. I didn't even know.
So AKA Batusai, he sometimes he comes and hangs out in my chat. I would consider him a regular. I don't know if
I
he
seen
considers
him
himself-
arguing with you over us.
He does. He likes to
Yeah.
argue.
Yes.
But for the first like 60 days of our relationship, I called him Batasui, and he hated it.
You are not a fan of Rurouni Kenshin? Jeez, come on, go with the
Yeah,
times.
yeah. Well, anime is the path to many dark powers
Oh,
that the
okay.
Jedi would find unnatural.
There you go. That's a good answer. Harrison Dill, thanks so much for $5. Says it's my favorite trans YouTuber, ContraPoints. Oh wait, it's Counterpoints.
Yeah.
Sorry to disappoint.
I mean, listen, does ContraPoints even do videos anymore? Do they even do content? I don't even
I think
remember.
she
the
just
last
does
video.
community hangouts on Patreon with like the people who are still giving her like 12 grand a month, and
To do
then
nothing?
she just releases one video a year.
That's the way to
insane,
go right there.
I guess.
Just hang out
That's
with your fans.
That's so cucked. That's massively cucked.
Says the guy who hasn't made a video all year long.
I'm doing these streams at least. Okay. If I said, listen, guys, me and Adam, we're not gonna do streams anymore. All we're gonna do is do hangouts with people, like the top like 50 people that donate to us. Like then you could call us names.
Okay.
all right?
Okay. Good point.
We're not there yet.
Good
We're not
point.
there yet. Zero Fucks, thank you so much, Zero Fucks, for ringing a member for 39 months. Says idea, a 1v2 debate. Is Connor a Democrat? On one side, Connor arguing no. On the other side is Pisco and Rob Noir in agreement, arguing yes.
Ooh, Pisco and I, we got into it last week, where we were talking about like viable Republican representatives and how we would score them on a series of political criteria and how people scored. I actually have a spreadsheet I could send you, and he was furious that I rated, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley and all these characters like so highly. He was like angry. It was great.
That's pretty fun. Well, speaking of that, someone asked this question. I thought it was kind of interesting because I haven't really been listening to Destiny or Pisco or any of these people's content like in months. So I have no clue where they're at now. Do any of them give any credit to anyone on the right for pushing back against Candace Owens?
No, as far as
Okay, I assume not.
as far as I know, it's actually just the leopards eating faces party meme,
Right,
where it's
right.
like, oh, look at the people who voted for the leopard eating faces party getting their faces eaten by leopards. Good fucking riddance. That's the main
Hmm.
energy. I can't say that I've watched every single one of their streams, but that's the
Sure,
main
sure.
energy that I get.
And to be fair, I think I agree with that point because like if if the same people who were pushing back against Candace Owens were also with the same energy and fervor pushing back against Fuentes, then I would have a completely different take. I'd be like, these people are great, they're wonderful, they're really doing this because they're doing it for like what they think is the best for America and even the best for the Republican Party and all this other stuff, but they're not. The same people that are, doing this very strong pushback on Candace Owens seem to be either sweeping for Fuentes or just like being quiet about the whole situation.
Brett Cooper swept for Fuentes.
I saw that. Yeah.
Dude, like
Yeah.
I'm trying to think to myself, like what if I'm being charitable, I have to blame ignorance. If I'm being charitable, I have to say like, oh, there's this crazy guy. He says crazy stuff. Most of them are jokes. People are trying to cancel him, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm assuming that's what the perception is. If I'm being uncharitable, though, she's just trying to ride the wave of popularity and not throw
I think that's
an
what's going on.
elbow at a fellow right
Because
winger.
whenever they talk about it, whenever like Brett Cooper, these people talk about it, like one of the first things they always say is, well, he's so popular. And it's like, okay, well, kind
Yeah.
of like telling on yourself at that moment.
That feels a little transparent. Well,
Yeah.
listen, guys. I mean, I had a conversation with Nick 2 years ago. We actually we reviewed it the other day on stream. Um,
How dare
he's
you?
a charismatic, funny, weird, decent rhetorician. It's just that
Hmm.
his politics are abhorrent.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, sure, I guess. I don't know what
Well,
the other words.
all I'm trying to say is there's a
Right.
reason why he's successful.
Well, obviously, yeah. Everyone understands part of why he's successful, even though, it's so funny because um and I saw this the other day because there's so many people that when you say like, oh, he is racist or anti-Semitic or whatever, they still do this meme where they tell you that's all jokes or whatever. Um, and Fuentes put this out himself on X. He said this was a couple days ago. He said, "I'm popular because I'm right about the Jews, not because of the economy or whatever." And then that gets 87,000 likes. So it's very clear what is going on here. I don't believe that Brett Cooper or Steven Crowder are ignorant about it. Steven Crowder is like was his sweeping of it is the most disappointing thing to me ever because I was very and I said this on stream, I was very pleasantly surprised to see him go hard against Candace, especially with him having all of his, back and forth in history with the Daily Wire. I was like, oh, that's great. Because I think Candace is insane. I think what she's doing is horribly immoral. And then for him to turn around and just like do this reputational repair for Fuentes is bizarre. And then on top of that, to directly attack Pierce Morgan on X about Pierce Morgan's interview, and then also to continually defend and sweep for Nick in Pierce Morgan's show when Crowder showed up on Pierce Morgan's show and they had a conversation about it. It's such a bizarre thing. I don't really understand what's going on other than the fact that Crowder wants part of Fuentes' audience. He's afraid of his audience, or he just agrees with the white nationalism shit and the Jew shit. He just doesn't want to be
I
as
would
open with it.
I would actually check out Steven Crowder's interview of Nick Fuentes when you guys have time on
I've
stream,
seen the
off
whole
stream,
thing.
whatever. Sorry, what's that?
I've seen it.
Oh, well, weirdly enough, I'll give you guys my assessment. I'd be curious about yours. Um, I thought that Steven Crowder's interview in the first 20 minutes, 30 minutes was like total sweep job. Like,
Yes.
do you love Hitler? Do you hate Jews? Do you do this? Do you do that? And then accepting yes, no answers. I thought that was total sweep. However, weirdly enough, when they got into the details and they started the interview process, I felt like he actually had really good follow-up questions for expand. Like, why are you sweeping for authoritarianism? Why are you interested in Joseph Stalin? Why are you interested in Trump? Why are you? And so effectively, he did give him a platform on which to extrapolate his ideas. But I felt like it wasn't the jump down your throat thing where you can't understand what Fuentes believes because he's given enough room to articulate it. And then with Pierce Morgan, real quick, The first 30%, I actually thought that Nick was like nervous and off balance, and Pierce was kind of beating the shit out of him with clips. But then I think when Pierce Morgan didn't understand per capita, Nick Fuentes was like regained his confidence and then kind of beat the shit out of Pierce Morgan for the remaining 2/3 of the interview debate.
So regarding the Crowder thing, I had like whiplash on the Crowder conversation because the first time I saw it, I only saw like the first 10 minutes of it. And I was like, holy shit, like this is disgusting. Crowder sucks shit. And then people were like, no, 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 you should go watch the whole thing, Sitch, which I was going to do anyway. But they're like, you should go watch the whole thing before you comment on it because he does give a lot of pushback later. I was like, okay. So I go back and I watch the whole thing. And they were right that in after that first like 30-minute mark and what you're saying, like there's a lot of pushback. The Stalin part really didn't, I didn't think that was that great, even though he did press him a little bit on it. It was mostly, most of the pushback was just around why you're not supporting Donald Trump. And when I heard the full conversation, I thought, well, yeah. And when I heard the full conversation, I thought, well, I can be somewhat charitable to Crowder and think maybe what his motivation is that he doesn't like the Groyper movement. I mean, he even said that the Groyper movement was harassing him in person in the past. So it would make sense that he didn't like him. He doesn't like this movement, but he thinks that it's just like not effective to criticize Nick for being racist or anti-Semitic and that they won't care. So instead, he's going to try to do like the Candace Owens maneuver where he just says, well, you're just going to make it harder for Republicans to win. You're going against Trump, blah, 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 blah. And that was kind of like, I thought, well, I think that's kind of misguided. I don't think it's going to work, but I'll be charitable and I'll assume that that's what Crowder was doing. But then I saw, and this is where the whiplash comes in a second time, I then see Crowder attacking Pierce Morgan for like, oh, look at you doing a bunch of gotchas and trying to, say that Nick is racist and all this other stuff. And I'm like, wait a minute.
I was like,
why
wait,
is he...
Nick's racist.
I know. I'm like, why is he doing it there? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, if this is me, if the good charity interpretation is like, well, he doesn't agree with Nick, but he thinks that that's not a politically effective way to attack him, then why would he go out of his way to attack Pierce and defend Fuentes in that regard, both on X and then when he goes on Pierce's show? So that's when I go back and say, no, Crowder just sucks shit.
I think he wants a slice of the young audience.
That would be my guess as well. So
yeah,
it's sad, but this is the political environment that we live in.
Well, Adam, did you see the Pierce Morgan interview?
I saw them all. Yeah, I thought Pierce did a terrible job. So
what about, hold on, but how do you feel about like the first 30 minutes where he's kind of getting pressed on like his dad and stuff? Because that was the thing where like Nick, to me at least, looked legitimately uncomfortable and off balance.
Yeah, and I think Pierce had a good argument for why it was acceptable for him to bring it up, and that if Nick didn't want his father to be talked about, he should keep it out of the public sphere. But then the clip he had of Nick telling that story, I mean, Nick looked like he was 15 years old, so it looked like he told the story really before he was too old to really understand the lay of the land internet wise. So
yeah, some of his Nazi clips that I was laughing at because the Holocaust denial. I still think Nick is obviously like he's a Holocaust mathematician. He doesn't trust the math. He's got to double check the math. But one of the things that I think that Pierce didn't catch was, and I'm not sure if you guys caught it, but
yeah, the 100 times thing. Yeah,
the 100 times thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 100 times thing where he's like, oh, I don't even know if 6 million's accurate. It could be 100 times that. And like Nick was obviously being sarcastic. And then Sitch, tell me if you've heard this joke. It's like, sees cute Jewish girl loudly. I think it was 12 million.
I had not heard that joke, but that's a good joke. That's a good joke.
So that's kind of what Nick did, and Pierce
Right.
didn't catch it or press him on it. And I feel like that was kind of a Pierce boomer moment where the generational gap in language was missed.
Yeah, like
We
I don't
caught
know,
it. We definitely caught it.
well, I caught it and didn't catch it at the same time because I heard him say it and I did sort of interpret it as him being dismissive, but I also thought that he was just trying to flip flop by saying that he agreed on the 6 million. Opening.
Yeah, I think that's where Zhreg. I'm a huge fan of Zhreg, Jreg. He has a video where he explains like post irony and meta
Yeah.
irony, and I forget which one's which. But like there's I think meta irony is where you're sarcastic, so you're saying the opposite. Then there's like meta irony where you return to sincerity. And then I think post irony is where nobody knows what the fuck you believe because you're using like sarcastic and earnest like patterns of speech just to
Yes.
comedically throw everybody off of what's real.
Right.
And I think Nick engaged in some meta ironic and post ironic speech to just throw everybody off of his scent for a second.
Of course. Kerm for $20 says the economy is mixed. Inflation is not great, not terrible. GDP and markets are strong, but the job market is weak and good prices are uneven. Trump has brought uncertainty, but not enough to suddenly say the economy is terrible.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it feels as anemic as the Biden economy. I think the issues though are the lack of certainty.
Uh, Dun for 30 months says Connor, at some point you have to wonder if spending millions to help people live with AIDS in another country was even a good idea to begin with.
It depends on what material benefit we get. So if we build good relations with West African or South African nations, and then we get trade concessions that end up benefiting the United States of America, I'm all for soft power projection, including humanitarian aid. I do agree, though, that for instance, like trans plays in Colombia to destigmify LGBTQIA plus people in Central and South America, maybe we don't need to be spending 300 grand on that.
Old School for $10 says the problem of the U.S. aid study Connor cites is the outcome for the dates. Their years weren't real dates. The outcomes for the data. And then I think it says the THY, THRY, so assuming these years weren't real dates. They were estimated from another model, which makes the studies model garbage with no value.
Yeah, we'll see in the next 3 years because I think a majority of the projections were by the end of Trump's term, presuming that the United States or other entities would step into the void. But the worst projection, which was done by the Lancet, was 14 million. The PEPFAR projection was 3 million. But we kind of just have to wait and see because it's done. It doesn't matter if I'm moral frog about it. It's done. So we should just wait and see how bad it is.
Tyler sternly ignores for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. Says, hey guys, please send some prayers Australia's way. Terrorist attack killed 15 people at a Hanukkah celebration last night. Yes. I'm sure most people saw that.
That
It
was on the
really,
beach.
yes, it was the one that was on Bondi
Was that the
Beach.
guy
It
with the
was
bolt action rifle I saw on Twitter 30 seconds ago?
I don't know what
Horrific.
gun he had, but maybe that was it. Yeah, there were two guys actually that were on some kind of looked like a little bridge or overlook, and they were shooting and killing random people at a Hanukkah celebration, which
Wow.
is obviously horrific and insane. And then there was also a video making the rounds of a guy. At some point, the two shooters were like apart from each other, and some random citizen like jumped on his back and managed to get the gun away from him. I don't know if he shot him though. I think he 100% should have shot him. I don't think he did. And then that guy also got shot, I think in the leg by the other shooter, but it wasn't fatal or anything. So obviously that
Wow.
guy is definitely a hero, and you should 100% shoot shooters when you wrestle shit away from them. There was
Brutal.
also these insane videos I saw where there were people that were like really fucking close to the shooter that were just standing there filming it, which I mean, I guess I'm not gonna criticize them for like going not running in there, but it just seemed kind of crazy that they were just standing by filming the whole thing. So it was a horrible fucking situation. I believe both shooters were of Middle Eastern descent, and so or
Oh,
Pakistani or
they're
something. So
anti-Semitic.
yeah,
They're
well, yeah,
jihadists.
yeah. So that's obviously going to play into the big part of the conversation. I also believe the citizen that jumped on one of their back was also of Middle Eastern descent. So there's going to be a whole
Ooh, which way are we
conversation about
going
this
with the
whole thing.
racism?
Right.
The
And then
Sorry, go ahead.
obviously the gun control issue, because in Australia it's very difficult to even acquire a gun in the first place.
Yeah. The I might have to go in a second just because I think the family's prepping dinner, but I was gonna say it is tough with jihadism because I'm like I'm chill with Muslims, I think, or like at least like the decent chunk of chill Muslims that I've met who are nice, funny, interesting, intelligent immigrants, all that kind of stuff. But I think where I get frustrated with liberals and progressives is they just kind of deny that jihadist terrorism is a thing. And I think that's what drives me fucking crazy about the left on top of a lot of other things is I think they have naivete when it comes to jihadism and Islamism.
Very true. Well, if you gotta go, thanks for coming on, Connor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I just I hear the family sitting at dinner and the
That's
white
cool.
flag
Yeah.
went down a few
Thanks
minutes
for
ago.
coming on, man. Take
I'm
care.
glad. Listen, we've mended the relationship.
We're gonna
Okay?
work on it, okay? So you know, Adam and I whenever I review a Sitch and Adam clip, I will
Uh-huh.
try to maximally extend the
Well,
steel
look,
man
you
to
don't have to go crazy, okay?
I won't go crazy. I won't sweep, but I'll just try to minimize the amount of ableist slurs I use.
There you go.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's
All
good.
That
right.
works.
Well, it was fun, fellas. I hope you
Take
have a
care,
beautiful
man.
night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Later. Okay. We can watch. There's some parts that Candace Owens part of this conversation, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, let's watch that.
That we should jump to.
Look, we got a $50 super chat.
But yeah, before we do that, I was gonna read the $20 and up super chats.
Oh,
Yeah, and sorry we
gosh.
didn't get to a lot of the questions for Connor. Okay. Grassroots Hegemon, thanks so much for the $20. Says, to be fair, I signed that contract while I was still drinking. What's the only way to sign a contract, right?
Yeah, you gotta have a few belts, right?
And Grassroots Hegemon for another $20. Thank you so much. Says, oh, you three just want to kiss shit up and do it already.
Okay.
JMac, our Circuit Far for $50. Thanks so much. JMac says, people forget that the Republican Libertarian platform extends far past just Trump fans. Abortion, taxes, businesses, gun control, border, etc. are all contentious policy issues the Democrats like to ignore when it comes to denounce the orange man.
Very
Yeah,
much so. Yeah.
That is true. Sammy G for 44 months of Order of the Enlightened says, chat, I'm attempting to make a new empanada recipe. Test out the new air fryer for dinner. If you hear a fire alarm in the background of the stream, please ignore it. I'm trying my best, and the alarm is just cheering me on.
Oh my goodness.
There you
Sitch,
go.
if you have to go because the house is on fire, we don't want to lose you.
Listen, I will stream through the danger. Okay. Obviously, everyone knows fire can't hurt you while you're streaming, right?
Yeah.
It protects you from those things, from the elements.
I don't know. Kitchen fires can be pretty savage.
Okay.
I think they kill millions of people a year.
Well, I might have to tie a bunch of bed sheets together and throw them out the balcony and, escape that way. But thank you so much. Look at this. Grassroots Hegemon for $100. Thank you so much. Says the boys are back in town. Thank you.
That was nice.
Sammy says, update. I don't think I fully understood how to cook turkey meat. Okay. Well, interesting. Well, I'll see what the finished product is. I'll let everyone know.
Is she doing something special for the first day of Hanukkah?
No.
Oh, okay.
We got an air fryer and she was curious to test it out because
we have an air fryer.
Yet, so.
Those are fun.
Yeah. I
didn't know you could fry air, but it's not very tasty.
Right. JMac it's not very tasty.
Yeah, it's air.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't taste like anything.
Turkey meat is supposed to be white when you cook it, or becomes white. Yes.
Mm-hmm. But the blacker
suspicious how?
The blacker it becomes, the tastier it is, Sammy.
No. When you cook, is it ground turkey? When you cook ground turkey, it's light colored. It's not dark colored. Okay. I guess Sam has never cooked ground turkey before. Yeah, and ground turkey it's like pink and it's like white when you cook it. Yeah, it does not.
Just ask ChatGPT.
That's a good. Yeah, there you go. Just ask Grok. Grok.
It's
JMac
actually
for 20...
dangerous with recipes. Evidently, it's giving out some bad recipes. Like put hydrogen peroxide in there.
Yeah, there you go. That's like there was a video I saw where this person was like, "Oh, you know all those scratches you see on your ceramic bowls and stuff? They're not actually scratches; they're stains. Just use this cleaning product called the pink stuff, and it shows them like putting on a sponge and they like wipe it all away, and like the scratches disappear."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like watching this video, and I'm like,
"This is bullshit."
Well, I'm like, this isn't true. Those are actually scratches. I'm like, what is it? So at first I think it's a fake video, but so then I look up what the pink stuff is, and it's actually worse. It turns out the video is real. It's just that cleaning product is an abrasive material, so it's just rubbing away like the glaze on the bowls
Oh
and the
my
cups.
God,
It's just
no.
like, yeah, it's like sanding it down. I'm like, oh God, like this is so bad.
Ugh.
JMac for $20. Thanks so much. Our second father, Dad JMac says, I hope everyone's having a wonderful Christmas month. Remember to unplug and spend time with your family. Life's too short. Very, very true.
Yeah, definitely. Don't let politics get under your skin during the holidays.
Of course. And JMac for another $20. Thank you so much. Says, what's everyone's favorite Christmas movie? Our top three are Claus, Jingle All the Way, and Muppets Christmas Carol. Also on Christmas Eve, my wife and I watch all the South Park Christmas specials while we stuff the stockings. Wow. That's a good
Hmm.
tradition. I like that.
Christmas movies, huh?
As a Jew,
Nightmare Before Christmas, right?
I would say Nightmare Before Christmas. Yes. I like Muppet
Die
Christmas Carol a
Hard.
lot as well. That's definitely up there. If we're allowed to include Die Hard,
Elf.
I know I would not. I do not like Elf.
You don't like Elf?
I do not like Elf. No,
Hmm.
I haven't seen it in years, but I remember liking it as a kid, and I know some people kind of hate it because it's so saturated now. I do remember liking A Christmas Story, even though I
Red
know they play it
One.
like 24/7. Red One was
I think we
disappointing. That
I
should have
think we
been really
reviewed
good.
Red One last year.
So we did review Red One.
What
Yeah.
about The Grinch? That's the big one. That's the one everyone likes,
The
right?
Jim
The
Carrey one?
Grinch?
That's a
Yeah.
terrible movie.
Love Actually. That's not really.
That's not a Christmas movie.
Doesn't it have to have Santa Claus in it for it to be a Christmas
It just
movie?
has to be about. I would say it has to be about Christmas because if it's just during Christmas, you could say like Gremlins is a Christmas movie, which
Well,
I would say
Die
is
Hard.
not.
So then you don't think Die Hard is a Christmas movie then?
No, I don't think
Okay.
Die Hard's a Christmas movie.
Oof. Wow.
So I know that's a contentious topic.
Yeah. People are not happy about that.
I know. Adam Refriended, thanks so much
What about
for $50.
Oh yeah.
I
Adam
haven't seen
Refriended.
Scrooged.
I've been
I've
wanting
never
to,
seen it.
been wanting to get to this one. I'll shut up.
Adam Refriended for $50 says, I have heard you. I have you three heard. Have. Okay, it says that, guys. I'm not.
Have you
I'm
three
not having a
seen
seizure.
that
That's what it
tweet?
says. Have you three heard? Have you three seen that tweet about repealing Section 230 and adding age verification requirements? Framed once again as protecting kids, even though it would likely push platforms towards excessive censorship and surveillance. I haven't seen that tweet. I have very mixed feelings about this. I'm in favor conceptual. JMac does not like that I said that Die Hard is not a Christmas movie.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I know. Going back to the Section 230 thing, I have a conflict on this or conflicting opinions on this because I do conceptually agree with the idea that I think that pornographic sites should have a way to verify people's age. But I understand that because like there's not really an implementation in a lot of this legislation, all it's going to do is either A, it's going to censor a bunch of stuff, or B, it's going to just make it so that no one really, because no one really wants to go to sites because no one obviously wants to put their like information into a pornographic website. I think you'd have to have some kind of system that's like either government run or it's like one system that everyone knows is secure that doesn't actually log like who's going where. It just is some sort of age verification checker for this to be useful. But also on, but that's also, I guess that's kind of secondary because the question was really about the Section 230 thing. Section 230 thing, which was the platform publisher conversation. I hadn't seen that. I think that's stupid. You do need to have a Section 230 protections for YouTube, for social media, and all these other things in order to make it so that you're right. Because if you got rid of 230 and all these platforms are now publishers, they all would be massively censorious on everything because they'd have to be because they wouldn't want to be sued. That being said, I am in favor of, I don't know if this is really necessary now, but I am in favor of some kind of criteria that the government puts out where they say you have to be fair in terms of your censorship in order to maintain Section 230 protections. I mean, obviously, a few years ago, things were really fucked with that. Now it seems like we've kind of drifted back in the direction where almost everything is allowed on all these platforms. So maybe that's not really an issue anymore.
Can't they just make some exception for pornographic websites so they don't have 230 protection? I mean, the thing that they're worried about is underage pornography, right?
Well, I guess I shouldn't really conflate the 230 thing with the porn thing because they're kind of different issues. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if pornographic websites do have section 230. I guess they do
They
if it's like one of
do.
those,
Yeah, I think that's
yeah,
the
one of those
problem.
sites where you just upload whatever you want onto it. Like
Yeah.
they're not producing the porn, people are just uploading it.
Yeah.
I
So
think
then
they
you
do
get a
have
bunch
certain
of
protection,
stuff
yeah.
that's highly illegal on the site.
Well, actually, I don't. It depends because I like if someone's uploading like CP or something onto those sites, I'm pretty sure those sites are still liable for that.
Okay.
I don't spend a lot of time going to the dark web, but I think
Well, I
it's
thought
pretty
the whole
hard to like.
idea from 230 was that you're not liable for what your users upload.
I don't think that
You're not
applies
legally liable.
I don't think that applies to CP though. At least listen, I'm not
Well,
some
that
sort
would
of
be
porn.
good.
I'm not a porn expert or something.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have looked at porn. I will admit, I have looked at my fair share of
Mhm.
porn. I've never in my life been on a porn
What is
site
your
and just
fair
like
share, though?
randomly found CP. So I'm assuming that means they're doing a good job, like not having it be widely available to people. I'm guessing. Okay. Just from my own experiences. I don't know what the actual data is on that.
Well, I listened to
So-
some podcasts with some people who were saying that they don't really do fucking shit. And that there are underage girls that are like, they have their pics leak out because someone hacks them at their school and they're all over the internet and they can't get rid of them.
Yeah, but I'm assuming, okay, that could be the case. And if those sites are doing that, those sites should be gone after. I'm like 100% sure that if a site is putting up CP, that you can go after that site. And if they don't take them down in some sort of quick manner, and that's a site that's not in like Pakistan or something, because obviously good luck there.
Mhm.
But if it's a site that's in America or some country they can actually go after, that you can go after that site for not bringing down CP. I'm like 99.999% sure that's the
Okay.
case.
That's what they
So-
should do.
I think it's really just about that they don't want kids accessing the porn, which I'm in favor of. I think they need a better way of implementing that. Okay. So let's hear
Okay.
What?
I think we're just thinking about it different. Well, let's move on anyway. I'm tired of talking about this.
Okay.
We're gonna watch Candace Owens, right? Or them talking
this
about
is-
Candace Owens?
Yeah, so this is Erica Kirk Barry Weiss asking Erica Kirk about Candace Owens. Now she does name Candace Owens at one point, but at first it's just sort of like general conspiracy theories.
Separate truth from lies, reality from unreality. A 22-year-old man named Tyler Robinson has been arrested and charged with the murder of your husband. And yet there are a huge number of conspiracy theories, you might call them brain rot, that are spreading right now online about the actual story behind the reality. One, people say that Tyler Robinson was actually a MAGA Republican. Or two, some people say you were actually a Mossad agent sitting in front of me and you were Charlie's handler and Israel killed Charlie.
Right.
Other people say that a number of men in the crowd were wearing maroon t-shirts, and this signifies—
Oh my God. They went to the maroon t-shirts.
Shout out to the Maroon Bros. Woo! Maroon t-shirts.
I'm not sure I've ever even owned a maroon t-shirt.
Oh, look at this fucking
Yeah.
guy. I'm actually, you want to know the truth?
Yeah.
I'm literally wearing a maroon.
You're wearing one right now?
I'm wearing a maroon sweater as we
Hmm.
speak. Okay.
Wow.
that his killing was an elite airborne operation, whatever that means. They say that the rings on your fingers, which are
My kids'
your kids' initials,
my wedding band, the Medal of Freedom, my engagement ring.
but apparently they symbolize some kind of secret plot. There's also a new theory that it
Is that the Medal of Freedom that Trump gave her? Look at that. She had a
Yes.
ring made out of it.
Yes.
That's badass. Not only that,
I-
those rings could take out a mugger pretty easily.
Yeah,
Don't come
I
after
mean,
this
those are
girl.
some-
She's wearing
big
brass
rings.
knuckles.
right. No, so I did see that there were, because her rings, it says like M and then G, which are her children's initials. And people were like, this is some sort of Masonic symbol
Mhm.
going on right here.
Oh,
I guess because it
yeah.
has the letter M in it. So
She's a Mason, a
people are
Freemason.
just insane.
Egyptian aircraft have been tracking you. What is going on? Why are there so many conspiracies spreading about what seems to be a pretty open and shut case?
This is the first time that we have seen evil on display where we have social media at our fingertips. Something so evil that happened, people are wanting answers immediately. They are wanting to figure out how to wrap their mind around this. Egyptian planes.
Egyptian
Egyptian
Do
planes.
you believe that Tyler Robinson murdered your husband?
Yes, I do.
Why do you think?
Okay, she's not good at this. I've not really seen a lot of Erica Kirk material.
Yeah. Well, there's two elements. Whether it's a good answer and whether I agree with it, right? Because you're right. It's not the best answer. I haven't seen her speak a lot. I mean, we saw her speech at Charlie Kirk's memorial, which was very good. But obviously, that's like a prepared speech and everything.
I just saw clips. I didn't even really listen to her whole speech or anything.
No, I listened to the whole thing. It was good. I don't think the answer is not true to me, because to me, now I don't think she would ever say this, but it's not true because the reason that there is this conspiracy brain rot on the internet, especially on the internet right, is because the internet right has been cultivating an attitude of you can never trust the mainstream media or any mainstream source of information. Now, some of that is completely warranted because obviously the media took a massive shit in the last, few years or so, especially about wokeness, especially about a lot of the COVID information was really bad. So it kind of put people in that headspace already, but then also the problem was that there was no mechanism, I think, that the right created where they said, okay, we can judge when the mainstream source of information or mainstream narrative is correct about something, unless Donald Trump says it or we, as whoever pundit you're listening to, says it. Like, that was the only way to judge whether something was true or not. Other than that, everything was very easy to break down into a conspiracy, whether it was true or not. And so obviously, if that's the environment, then that's the exact scenario you're going to get in the Charlie Kirk situation, where if someone like Candace, who is popular, turns into a conspiracy, and it's going to be a popular conspiracy to blame Israel or whatever, because that's very popular at the moment, then that's going to be hyper appealing to a huge section of the right.
Yeah. Yeah. They're building an audience of contrarians.
Yep.
It is so hard for so many people to believe that reality.
Because it's too simple. Again, everyone always has to think there's more to the story. Well, sometimes there's not. I've seen the autopsy report. I've seen our case pulled together. I've been in constant contact with our lawyers, the prosecuting team. I've seen it all. And let me tell you this. Why in the world, why should we, prior to the trial, lay all of our hands and cards on the table for the defense team to see, to somehow then, I don't even know what they would do with it. But
They keep talking about twigs disappearing, and I keep thinking, are you guys a bunch of retards? Like, they have got to have surveillance on twigs. And I'm sure he's gone because he's probably leading them to all kinds of shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just let him run wild. Let him implicate as many people as possible.
Right.
The fact that the idea that someone can just disappear it just baffles me.
Well,
that people could believe that.
Well, Twigs is the
Twigs is the
of
boyfriend.
the
Yeah,
shooter.
exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
right.
If you're investigating, you want to follow that guy and monitor his communications with everyone.
So normally I would agree with you that I would be confident that the surveillance has
But
tracked
it's
him.
Cash Patel.
I don't have a lot of faith
But
in
it's
Cash.
Cash Patel.
Look,
Come on, they're not all idiots. They just because it's Cash Patel, he's not running the investigation.
well,
They're reporting to him. He's the face of the FBI. Come on, they
Well,
still have
you know
ringers
what?
at
You're
the
right.
FBI.
You're right. I should have more faith in Kash Patel's ability to find people because he has such a wide area of view. Okay.
There's a bunch of people
Yes,
who
it's a
seem
very
to have known that this was going to happen.
Kash
They
Patel's
want
a
to get
very
all of those people.
Kash Patel's a very big field of vision. So I guess I should be more confident in his ability to keep someone's location in check.
I think we're going to hear a lot more about Twigs. I don't think Twigs has vanished
Well,
off the face of the planet.
I do think this argument is interesting. I don't know if it will matter. And I guess we really won't know until we see the trial. Now, the trial is going to be completely televised, I believe, which is good and will be very fascinating. And obviously will make insane courtroom drama, which everyone will watch. And I'm sure it'll get way more hits than, Kyle Rittenhouse or anything like that. Is because she's making this argument that, like, okay, it's really bad to put all this information out there because we don't want to give the killer some sort of leg up in court. Now, I mean, my understanding is that, like, all the physical evidence, they have to, like, the defense has to know what all the physical evidence is before the trial starts. Like, you can't surprise them with shit, I thought. But what would be damning to me, what would be insane to me, and I think if this happens, it would be completely destructive to Candace Owens' career and in her personhood, would be if the defense for the shooter actually comes out and they use the Candace Owens defense of, my client is not actually the shooter, it's part of this conspiracy, and they use all the Candace Owens, like, insanity shit, like, as some sort of claims that the guy's not actually the shooter. If that happens, that would be, like, fucking unhinged.
They're going to ask the jury if they listen to Candace Owens or know who Candace Owens is, and they're going to rule all those people out.
Of course.
Anyone who says, oh yeah, I know who Candace Owens is, it's gone. You're not on the jury. You're out.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Well, see, and it's
actually a good thing to look for, right? Because then they're fucking crazy.
Right. But actually, and she's about to say that. She's about to say that, which is a good point, which I never even thought about, which is that this is potentially tainting large swaths of the jury pool in the country. And I guess part of the problem is I could 1,000% believe that there could be a whole army of Candace Owens fans out there who would want to be on this jury and would lie and say that they're not Candace Owens fans when they actually are, just so they could get on there.
Oh,
now,
you're right.
People brought up a good point too, which is, why is if Candace Owens and all these people really believe that this shooter isn't the shooter and it was this conspiracy, how come none of them are really pushing or advocating for the shooter to be released? Isn't that interesting? They're not really raising money for this guy's defense. Shouldn't they? If this is all some sort of conspiracy to frame an innocent man, why are they not defending this guy?
They don't care. If you lie, I mean, they place you under oath when they interview you to go into the jury box. So if you lie and say you're not a Candace Owens fan, they can sue you they can incarcerate you for perjury, right?
Yeah, they could, but I don't know. I mean, do the lawyers have the resources to, like, pull people's internet records and shit to find out whether they're telling the truth? Like, I have no clue. I wouldn't think so.
If stuff starts getting leaked to Candace from inside the jury room,
well, then yes,
people are going to start going to jail. They're going to.
The
judge is not going to stand for that.
It could totally have a mistrial, because you're right. I didn't even think about that. People could just start leaking information to Candace and stuff.
Or people pretending to be on the jury could leak information to Candace, and Candace will say that this person is on the jury because she's too dumb to realize people are.
There's 100%.
Could that result in a mistrial?
There's 100%.
Because how would they know? How would the people know?
There's 100% chance that that there will be people that pretend to be on the jury who will leak information, like fake information to Candace.
Candace is a menace to society.
It's true. Potentially criminal. Hey, Sean for $5 says, if I'm the defense attorney, I'm hoping one of these nuts sneaks onto the jury. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be shooting for it. So
I'll say, and I want to get on the Egyptian plane thing. We'll take a flight on that for a second. What I will say is what I'm worried about, and I'm fascinated, just from a legal standpoint, to see how the United Healthcare trials pans out. And I say that because this is the first time where we are seeing the implications.
You're talking about Luigi Mangione.
Correct. I prefer never to say any of their names. They do not even deserve the ounce of oxygen and breath out of my body. But what I mean is it's fascinating to see how social media will impact that court case, just how it might impact mine.
Are you nervous he's not going to get a fair trial?
I'm nervous that there could be, they'll say we can't find a fair jury. Like they're going to taint the jury pool. And in that case,
that's how widespread you think these conspiracies have gone.
Yes.
That's how mainstream they become. Okay.
Egyptian planes.
You want to talk about Egyptian planes?
Okay. I was pregnant for 90% of those trips. Mind you, I've never, all those places they said I've traveled, I've never been. I mean, I've been, but I'm not within those dates that they've.
But you even said you need to address
No, but this is, yeah, but I do on that one, only because from a humor standpoint, I intentionally, when I was pregnant, hid. Not because I was embarrassed, not because I didn't want anyone. Yes, we did keep it very private, but it's because it was a moment very sacred. I was growing a human inside of me, my baby. The world that Charlie and I live in is very toxic at times.
Yeah.
And when you are growing a beautiful child in you, I don't want to be around it. I want to enjoy eating my In-N-Out burger and my hot fudge sundae. That's what I want to do. I'm pregnant and I have 9 months to own it. You really think I'm going to be on an Egyptian plane while I am wanting to be with my In-N-Out burger and my chocolate milkshake? No, I'm not. So if you want to go through my flight log, go right ahead. It's very boring. You say I was here on this date. I have a photo in my phone to prove that I actually was in the hospital because I was having contractions. So game on.
So did you see Candace Owens' response to this clip?
Yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah. So
she's
Candace
like, oh, it
Owens
seems super sus.
Yes.
I don't believe it.
Well, because Candace Owens is insanely dishonest. If you caught it, Erica Kirk said, I was not on an Egyptian plane, right? So, which wasn't actually the claim. The claim was that Egyptian planes were tailing her, right?
Yes.
But but if you listen to the whole thing we just listened to, she didn't just say, I was never on an Egyptian plane. She said, I wasn't in those places at those time periods. And I was also pregnant for huge swaths of these times. And I was not on an airplane when I was pregnant. Okay.
Yeah.
Which would be a very
not on any plane.
Right. Which is be a very definitive statement. It's a very black and white statement. She's saying I was not on planes at any of these times. And I was pregnant and not flying when I was pregnant. Okay. Candace Owens, because she's a dishonest piece of shit, ignores all of that. And all she does is hyper focus on when she slipped up and said, oh, all she said was that she was on an Egyptian plane. I never said she was on an Egyptian plane. Therefore, Erica Kirk is intentionally strawmanning. Therefore, she's intentionally lying. Isn't that suspicious, guys? Chat, isn't that suspicious? Erica Kirk said she was on an Egyptian plane. I think she was. I think she was being tailed. I think she knows it, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. She's a dishonest piece of shit. She knows people won't watch. She knows her whole audience hates Erica Kirk, so she can say anything.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
Okay. The next question.
Okay. And then obviously we talked about this the other day. Candace Owens immediately did not stop, despite saying that she would stop if Erica
No,
Kirk
she
asked her to
kept
stop.
going. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Hopefully this dies down. I think this may have another week left in it. People are already growing tired of it. Candace Owens' podcast is down to from the number one podcast, and I think it was there for maybe a week, is now down to number 10. So it's below PBS.
I don't
in
think,
podcasts.
I don't think Candace Owens is going to stop anytime soon.
Oh, she's not going to
guess,
stop. But look, people are going to stop paying attention. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I guess because it's like that's true. Well, unless there's something new. Well, I guess there's going to be one more big thing because tomorrow, right? Isn't tomorrow supposed to be
Yeah, they're
Turning
responding
Point
tomorrow. Yeah.
USA's response to it, which will obviously be presumably really big. So there'll be a week cycle of that, and then after that, if there's nothing really new, then yeah, maybe it will kind of die down finally. So
Yeah. We'll see how the response is. No. Let's do this one
Oh.
first. Come on.
oh,
Let's
It's been
have
a
some
while
fun.
since we've talked.
okay.
Who is this lady?
It's Frogan.
What's she crying about?
It's Frogan.
You know Frogan? Frogan is who? Who's Frogan?
Frogan-
What's a Frogan?
a Frogan, not to be confused with Jabba the Hutt.
Mhm.
Though they look very similar.
Device is pretty sound. If you can't crack,
Okay,
Frogan
here she is.
is one of Hassan's mods who was pro October 7th. And they got into all this trouble because once they were pro October 7th, openly on social media, Ethan Klein, who is Jewish and is married to an Israeli person,
Mhm.
unfollowed her. So all he did, he unfollowed her on social media, and she threw a shit fit about that. Like, oh, the Jewish person unfollowed me because I was pro October 7th.
Why would they want a Jewish person following them anyway, since they're
good
so
question.
anti-Semitic?
a good question.
What's going on?
And that just caused obviously a whole firestorm of continual controversy with people making fun of Frogan, who has been the up and coming star. They got some up and coming star award, I believe, for Twitch twice, which doesn't really make sense.
Mhm.
And even though Frogan's never really been popular at all whatsoever.
Maybe
And
they meant
also-
the weight was up and coming.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, there's yeah, there you go. There you go. They meant the weight. So
A big celebrity,
a big person is up and coming.
a growing personality.
You thought we were talking about the audience size, but we weren't. Rogan is blowing up, everybody, but not the way you think.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but she's
exactly.
also being sued by Ethan Klein, the same guy that unfollowed her. You
Yes.
started like way back at the beginning.
Yes. Well, also she made fun of 9/11 and saying that she had some subscriber goal, and if it was met, she said she was gonna like have a plane fly into 2 cakes of the Twin Towers that she was gonna bake or something.
Wow.
She also
really
said
catering
that-
to the right type of audience. You really
Yes.
think these 9/11 people have jobs?
She also says she hopes that American soldiers get PTSD.
Right.
And
Which military guys probably make enough money to actually support her live stream,
Right.
but they're like, nah, I don't think so.
And yes, she's also being sued
Was she-
by Ethan because she played the Hassan nuke with no commentary, essentially, just played the whole thing. And so he's suing her for copyright infringement.
On her
And-
channel, yeah, and claimed she was doing it so people didn't have to watch it on Ethan's channel, which was
Yes.
a big no-no. Yeah.
Will she give some sort of pathetic, cringe apology the same way I forget her name, the other girl did as part of her settlement?
Casey Tron.
Casey Tron did, yeah. As part
So
of her
Casey
settlement
Tron's
agreement.
down. Denims is still in the running. Frogan is still in the running. Who else is in this?
I thought it was just 3 of them. Wasn't it?
Okay. I think Sean the Black was on, but they got rid of him early
Okay.
on.
Right.
Yes. So Frogan, I believe this is Frogan crying about how she can't pay her rent.
Okay.
it as a streamer for income, then do it for fun and get an actual job. And he seems like a stand-up fella.
Oh my God, I thought this was a clip.
This was not the clip.
So if you just have fun, like you're gonna make money. Like do your fun stuff. I love when I see you. I was just fucking with you, but I really do like when you do like silly stuff. You're really funny at that stuff.
Oh,
Back when I was waiting tables, I used to always try to tell people this. When you're having fun, you get better tips. And when you're not having fun, you get terrible tips. And it's
Well, when you're happier, it's contagious, right?
It is, yeah. It's a virtuous cycle. I'm like, you want to get into the virtuous cycle, not the vicious cycle. If you get in the vicious cycle, your tips just kind of
Well, yeah, everyone could. I mean, when you're angry, when you're
Oh,
happy,
yeah.
people sense it. People feel it.
they
You
do. They're like, get away from my table.
Yeah.
I need
Why are
a
you
refill
bringing
on my
me
Coke,
down?
but you know,
Okay.
I don't want it from you.
You look. Listen, Adam. I don't know if everyone's ever told you this. But you look so much prettier when you smile.
Oh, really? People have
Yeah.
told me that all the time.
Okay. So
none of
put a
them
fucking smile.
None of them are alive now, but they have told me this.
Because you killed them for being so sexist.
No, I just killed them
Oh.
for fun.
Oh, okay.
It made me smile. I figured that's what they wanted.
There you go. That's what they were talking about. Yeah.
Never mind. I take that back. He was so close,
Oh my God.
but you can control
I couldn't find this clip anywhere.
Oh,
And super-
look at
Oh,
this.
damn it.
jobs. Give
Look at.
Damn
He had
it.
one job, Adam.
continue the streaming.
He had one job.
All I wanted to do was see the clip.
Those are just the
I saw it.
I will
Is it
find
on
the clip.
Twitter?
It's on Twitter. Okay, I'll find the clip for
This
you.
guy's teasing me the shit out of me.
I know.
I was going to tell you to subscribe to his channel, but now,
I mean,
if you're subscribed, unsubscribe.
No, I listen. I like
only
I like diesel
appropriate
patches,
reaction.
So
Oh, okay.
okay, here I found the clip. Let me send it to you.
Just put it. Oh, it's on Twitter.
It's on Twitter. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's always the thing. Watch Together's got to add some Twitter capability.
Hey, folks, welcome to the Dark Horse Pod.
Oh. Okay.
I'll put that in just while I. Here. Oh.
Now,
Liberates individuals. Western civilization does so. It is the strongest argument in favor of it. But it cannot liberate individuals in a way that destroys the system that protects them to be free. And to the extent that we have run a radical experiment by taking all of the logic out of the male-female dynamic, what we've done is we've created a self-defeating civilization. And that is not an argument against I'm speaking purely for myself here. That is not an argument against women being welcomed at all layers of civilization. However, I want to make a point that I first arrived at in the realm of science.
You didn't watch any of this, have you?
I watched the first hour of this
Oh,
conversation.
you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Brett Weinstein talking to Carl Benjamin about Nick
Yeah.
Fuentes.
Yes. There was one part of this later that I thought was interesting that we can look at.
Okay, cool.
But
I
you
got
have
the clip up here.
Okay.
I'm Frogan now.
Yeah.
1 minute, 39 seconds. Pure ecstasy. Are you ready to go?
Oh, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
And Twitch streaming sucks. I fucking hate it. It's been bad for a few months.
Yeah, but just have fun with it. Like if you have fun with it, it doesn't matter. Forget about the money. Just have fun.
It's my job, though. I have to focus on the fucking money.
I know you do, but that's unfortunately like you can't control the money. You can only control the content. You know, like you can't control how much money people give you. That's not going to be something you can control. You can just control on how much fun you have, and then hopefully the money will come. You know.
I guess.
No. It's like when honestly, like you can't control it. People are hurting right now. It's not a great time for anyone to like be giving, discretionary funds. So if you just have fun, like you're gonna make money. Like do your fun stuff. I love when I see you. I was just fucking with you, but I really do like when you do like silly stuff. You're really funny at that stuff. Like the Joker thing that we did together, that was hilarious. I'll come back to streaming if you do Joker.
Nobody wants you back.
Everybody
Finish your fucking YouTube video first before you come back to stream.
I got yelled at today by my editor. He was gonna text you. He was so mad at me. I was like, I'm sorry.
Why?
I got really yelled at. Like I got fucking. He threatened to quit
Why?
because I kept changing it. He was like, if I have to edit this one more time, I'm fucking stopping. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I was like, I'm just so.
All right. Is that good advice, Sitch? Just be yourself.
Well, it depends. If your self is something good that people like, then yes. If you're a horrible, fat, evil piece of shit, then no.
I was going to say.
That's terrible advice, yeah.
I was going to say, yeah.
I think, Frogan, you need to completely redo your entire self. Okay? I think you need to redo a lot. All right? You need to stop being a horrible person. You need to stop being a piece of shit. You should probably go to the gym.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things you can do. Is it... Now, listen, I'm not Muslim. So I don't know here. Is it sacrilegious to take your religious garb and like blow your nose and wipe your eyes in it? Because I know, like in Judaism, if you like took your yarmulke off or your talit off and you started like sneezing into it or shit, I don't know. Like I think most people be mad
Yes.
about that. They're like, that's a holy garment. You're not supposed to be doing that.
I wonder if she'll try to do a settlement with Ethan. I wonder if she's next in line.
Well, or how about this? Maybe this is all a ploy because she's going to show how poor she is, so that therefore you can't really get damages. Like, I have no money. Look, I have no money whatsoever.
Does this work? Does this make the subscribers roll in? I have no idea how Twitch works. So she's got 189 out of 2,000 subscribers.
I don't know. It works for some people. She might be so unlikable. I don't think we've ever seen her content. I've literally never seen Frogran's content outside of the clips of her saying horrible fucking things.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what her content even fucking is.
She has
But
a PhD in astronomy, Sitch.
It worked for the alt-right playbook guy. Now he had a much larger audience already, but he went on stream and cried about how he had no money because he's a fucking retard, and a bunch of simps and cucks gave him a bunch of money.
Right.
So
maybe it will work. Maybe she'll rake in some cash this way.
also, I did see a lot of people were pointing out that she had these big nails on and how expensive those would be.
Oh, really?
Yes.
These nails
So they're
are
$120 for these nails. So.
Oh, okay. But it's a write-off, right? Because it's for the stream.
There you go. There you go. It's a business expense to get those horrible.
That's so terrible.
Okay. Let me ask the ladies and the guys in chat this question. All right. I do not understand why people think those big fucking ugly nails look like good or attractive. They look fucking horrible. I've never in my life seen someone with those giant fucking nails that are so long you like can't touch anything. You have to reposition your finger to even touch anything. I've never seen anyone with those nails ever look good or appealing in any way.
Aren't they stripper nails? Isn't that the stripper nails?
Is that why? Is it for strippers to like claw out guys when they get too handsy or something?
Maybe.
Okay.
They're like weapons against the handsy guys.
It's the only way I would say that they're acceptable. That's the only way, because obviously visually they're just so horribly unappealing.
All right,
Okay.
You want to say anything about this?
Everybody, 15 minutes ago.
So, slide was really quiet on this. Let me turn it up. So, this is kind of interesting. Crowder somehow got this footage. Now, this is leaked footage from last year. The date's up there, 3/19/2024, of the Daily Wire. They had some sort of like all hands on deck meeting where they explained, I guess, to everyone that works there why they were firing Candace Owens. And somebody filmed this, and I don't know why it took almost 2 years for it to get leaked to Crowder, but okay, here we are. And Crowder put it up, and he put it up with this kind of weird post where he said, I believe he said, "This is why I don't play the game, or this game. This is why I don't play this game." And a lot of people were like, well, what does that mean? What is this game? And I watched this, and I'm like, this doesn't make Jeremy Boring or the Daily Wire look bad at all. And
makes them look great. What are you talking about?
It seems like that's been sort of the main consensus that I've seen people react to this. They're like, why are you posting this like it's a bad thing, Crowder? This makes them look great. I think there's only a couple things in here I disagree with, but most of it is like just makes them look pretty on point.
All right, let's listen.
Everybody, 15 minutes ago, the Daily Wire terminated its relationship with Candace Owens. Candace has been an incredibly powerful voice for conservatives for years. Unfortunately, it's become more and more clear. And it's now.
Okay, I think whoever transferred this to YouTube did the worst job on the planet, because the audio is actually worse than it was on X, which I don't even know how is fucking possible.
You want to go to the X? We can go to the X. You just got to tell me when you want me to pause it.
Yeah. So
I got
maybe
the
we
X
should
one up.
just
Mostly-
watch it up because it sounds like somebody literally
Damage to
screen
our brand,
recorded
damage
it
that
like
we've decided we just can't allow to
off their
continue.
own audio as opposed to just downloading the video, which is
It's-
retarded. So
They recorded it
you.
off their phone. They did
and
the
then
two phone
recorded it
thing.
off their phone and then uploaded that to the thing. So yeah, unless I can find another version of this on YouTube that's not so horrible, but because there are several.
Okay.
I did send you the X link so we can just do it
I
like
have
that.
it up.
Okay.
Where are we at? We were at 15 seconds.
Yeah.
The thing is, just start talking and I'll pause it. Okay.
Okay.
Because it's like 18 minutes, and I
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
imagine you
we'll-
being able to go 18 minutes.
We'll pause it.
Ready?
Yep.
I'm at 9 seconds. Go.
For conservatives for years, unfortunately, it's become more and more clear, and it's now unavoidably so, that Candace has moved in a direction that the Daily Wire simply cannot and will not support. Candace's shift has done enormous damage to our brand, damage that we've decided we just can't allow to continue. Mostly, but by no means all of this tarnishment to our brand stems from Candace's flirting with, winking at, and even directly engaging in content widely viewed as anti-Semitic, and from associating herself with well-known anti-Semites. The Daily Wire, contrary to public opinion, is not owned by Jews. In fact, the majority of it is owned by Christians, myself included. And we know that anti-Semitism as a charge is, like the charge of racism, often made far too lightly by those who profiteer from such accusations, groups like the ADL or BLM. But that doesn't mean that racism and anti-Semitism don't exist. They obviously do, and they just as obviously have no place in our national discourse. Candace refusing to condemn Kanye West, for example, is not anti-Semitism. I said as much at the time, and I even encouraged Candace not to disinvite Ye from her Greatest Lie Ever Sold premiere after his "I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people" tweet a year and a half ago. I thought at that time that one remark, even a remark as plainly anti-Semitic and asinine as that, wasn't proof that Kanye himself was necessarily an anti-Semite. People say and do all kinds of dumb things all the time, and I didn't think that Candace should necessarily distance herself from her friend at that moment. Did I find it troubling that Candace continued to stand by Ye as the weeks went on and he continued what became maybe the biggest anti-Semitic meltdown in American public life? A meltdown by the end of which he had praised Hitler, announced a run for the presidency, and hired the most prominent apologist for anti-Semitism in the country, Nick Fuentes? Yes, I did. And I argued pretty passionately with Candace about that point at the time. But I still didn't think that her behavior rose to the point of parting ways. Fast forward a little more than a year later, however, and there's a lot more cause for concern. Here are just a few examples from just the last few weeks. Candace appeared on the Fresh and Fit podcast, which itself spews anti-Semitism and talks about the JQ, which means the Jewish question, routinely. And Candace said nothing while the host played a cha-ching cash register sound at the mention of any Jew or Israel, including
I got to
Ben
get that
Shapiro's
sound
wife.
effect
We have
when
a
you
clip here of
talk,
that for
Sitch.
you.
Wow.
He is very passionate about Israel. He's married to an Israeli. I mean, that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
You know?
Imagine Ben Shapiro sitting on a podcast that was known for spewing hate toward Black people, and then sitting idly by while the host made jokes, racist jokes about Candace's family. You can't imagine it because it's unimaginable. It would just never happen. Only a few weeks before that, Candace lamented, quote, DC Jews, who she says are Marxists and monsters, and who, quote, want nothing more than political power and need to be weeded out. Then just last week, Candace liked a post on X from an account called Christ Gnosis, asking if a well-known rabbi is, quote, drunk on Christian blood again. Now, if you aren't aware, the idea that rabbis and Jews more broadly drink the blood of Christians is one of the oldest expressions of anti-Semitism. It even has its own name. It's called the blood libel, and it's been used to pit Christians against Jews since the Middle Ages. The blood libel has been used all throughout history to incite the hatred and murder of Jews. I don't claim to know what's in Candace's heart. What I know, as I've said, is that she has been flirting with, winking at, and even directly engaging in content that's widely viewed to be anti-Semitic, and even worse, known and unabashed anti-Semites seem to have taken a real liking to her. They routinely celebrate her, invite her on their podcasts, like her X posts, and retweet them, and she frequently reciprocates.
Candace has made something of a sport in these last months out of strongly implying negative things about Jews, only to then deny that she was ever actually talking about the Jews in the first place. Candace made no statement at all in the days after Hamas terrorists raped, murdered, and tortured over 1,000 Israeli civilians, mostly Jews, some Americans. And then they took hundreds more hostage. But then on October 28th of 2023, while anti-Israel protests were raging in London, where Candace, I believe, was at the time, she reposted a video of the protests on X, commenting, quote, "Interesting thing happening here. People are not accepting the media narrative about what's happening in the Middle East, despite the insistent rhetoric from government officials." On November 3rd, she posted, quote, "No government anywhere has a right to commit a genocide ever. There is no justification for a genocide. I can't believe this even needs to be said or is even considered the least bit controversial to state." There was only one country on earth being accused of genocide at the time. Anti-Semites on X took to it immediately. They cheered at what they rightly or wrongly interpreted as Candace smearing Israel. And Candace didn't rebuff their interpretation. But when Dave Rubin came to the exact same conclusion as the anti-Semites, only instead of cheering for Candace, found it vile and rebuked her, Candace quickly attacked, saying, quote, "What's amazing about this is that I didn't name any country in this tweet. I simply stated that genocide is wrong always. This is not a controversial stance. Interesting how you interpreted it." And then followed up with, quote, "In short, if the blanket statement that genocide is wrong upsets you in any way, then you need to check yourself. I said exactly what I meant, and I won't be backing down or apologizing or further clarifying this statement." Within 24 hours, Candace liked a post calling Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal.
So this is where I would instantly fire Candace Owens. Not for anything ideological, but the fact that she's such a dishonest piece of shit coward. Because, and I'm glad that he points this out, and he points out some other instances of this. This is what Candace Owens always does. This is how despicably dishonest she is. She says something, and everyone knows what she's talking about, but she says it slightly vague. So that when you call her out for it, she's like, "Oh, no, I didn't actually say that. The fact that you think I said that means that I was actually right, though." It's like, obviously, when she makes the comments about the genocide, which, by the way, I disagree with Jeremy Boring here. I think you could, I mean, this is pretty early in the war, but you could make the comments that you think that Israel is going to do a genocide or was doing a genocide without being anti-Semitic. So I disagree with that aspect of it. But for her to make that comment and then pretend like she wasn't obviously talking about Israel is absurd. It's so pathetic. And people that have that pathetic dishonesty and that low moral character, you shouldn't hire them. You should fire them. You should get rid of them.
Yeah, this is just trying to say what people want to hear. And as soon as you realize what you've said is slightly off, you're trying to readjust. You're not really trying to you're not really trying to take a position. It's very mealy mouthed.
Yes, that's exactly. It's very mealy mouthed. And I'm glad he brings up how, because this is another part of this tactic that she does. Lots of people, by the way, do this, not just Candace, but a lot of people do it, where, yeah, they'll say something that's kind of vague in order to appeal to a very extreme audience or very extreme people.
They're
and all those
testing
people,
the waters. They're
right.
definitely testing the waters.
And all those people cheer it on. They'll cheer Candace Owens on. They'll cheer on the comment that, that if all the extremists, they'll say, yes, base. And at no point does the person say, "Oh, I don't mean it the way that these people are interpreting it. Let me clarify." They never say that. They just silent. But then as soon as you attack them and you don't agree with them, then they say, whoa. I never said that. What? How can you attack me? It's like, well, wait a minute. Why the fuck didn't you clarify yourself to all these people that also interpreted it this way, but agree with you, but they interpreted it in the negative way as well? Why didn't you say that that's not what you meant at any point?
This is why I don't think she really cares about her position. She's just trying to take a position that is going to be the popular position, even if it's Hitler was based.
Well,
she's
there's
like,
a part
is
in
that
this,
the popular position? Okay, let me take that position.
There's a part in this which I think should be the main takeaway from this, and it's kind of disturbing that it's taken so long to be leaked out. And I guess I'm glad Crowder leaked this out. And we'll play it. I think it's more towards the end though, where Jeremy Boring says that when he confronted Candace about some of her positions, he claims that she said, "My positions are what the people's positions are."
Oh, I know. We're gonna hear that part. It's in here.
Right. Which makes it sound like she's just saying she'll just take whatever position is popular at the moment, which is insane. And I would like to see Candace I'd like to see her actually say that she didn't say that. Now, I could believe fully that she would lie about that and that she did say something to that effect, but I would like to see people just throw that back in her face.
Steven Crowder tweets this out and he says, "This is why I don't play this game," and game is in quotes. What is the meaning of this tweet, Sitch? I've mused about it for many moments trying to figure out what the fuck is he talking about.
I have no clue what he's talking about. I have absolutely no fucking clue. Because you can interpret it a lot of ways. You can interpret it as like he doesn't play the game of calling people racist or something, or anti-Semitic. Which is sort of how I interpret it. And I saw this right after the Piers Morgan conversation, so it colored my interpretation of that's what it meant.
Could be office politics.
It could be office politics. He means the games of office politics or something. He had some other quote about this, because Candace Owens reacted to this, and she had a dumb fuck reaction to it, which we'll read at the end of it. And then I'll just read it right now. She says, "This is genuinely shocking. I've obviously heard about this town hall, but seeing it is an entirely different thing. I want to point this out. Jeremy Boring is clear here that Ben felt that my tweeting Christ is King," that comes up, "alongside biblical scripture was aimed at him. The fact that I tweeted scripture from the Gospel of Matthew entirely by itself had nothing to do with Ben or any other Jewish person for that matter." It's interesting. So you'll see Candace Owens is literally doing the same thing that Jeremy Boring said. Again doing it. And she knows she's doing it. And I think she knows that by doing it, she's pissing people off, but doesn't care because her fans are so fucking stupid that they'll give her all the charity in the world for it. Is that because Ben Shapiro made some comment. I believe it was in some sort of like at a Q&A thing, but it wasn't like publicly streamed, but someone was just like recording it on their camera phone and they like uploaded it, where he basically said that Candace Owens is like a fucking retard or something about Israel and she's stupid. And then Candace Owens, in response to that, said on her X, she said very obviously in response to that, but she didn't like quote tweet the clip. She just said it on her timeline when everyone was talking about it. She just says like, "Oh, well, you can't, if I have to choose between God and money, I'm going to choose God. I'm never going to choose money. Christ is king." So everyone assumes, okay, well, obviously she's, referring to the Ben Shapiro clip. So Ben Shapiro responds by saying, "Hey, if you think that, working for the Daily Wire gets in the way of your practicing your religion, you're free to quit." And then Candace Owens goes, "Oh, well, dearie me, oh my, I never said that. How could you possibly interpret that? What is wrong with you, Ben? Oh my God, obviously you're just so narcissistically egotistical for thinking my tweet was about you." And here she's doing the same thing here.
She's such a bitch.
I know. It's like, it's so it's the height of, it's so funny too, because it's the height of like toxic femininity to say the thing that's obviously like everyone knows what you mean, but then to pretend like it didn't mean that when you're actually confronted about it, because you don't want to be open in your confrontation.
Well, and duping delight, right? Obviously,
yes.
She's lying the whole time she's doing this. What? Oh my God. Right. And how could you believe? That's what I meant.
It's so funny too, because it's like, here's like a clear example. Like, here'd be like the clearest example of this. It'd be like if I said Candace Owens is a raping pedophile who rapes children, and here's a Bible quote about why that's bad. Kings, 3:12, thou shalt not rape children, right? God is great. And then Candace Owens attacks me, and she's like, "I cannot believe that PSA Sitch, threw this disgusting accusation that I rape children." And I'd be like, whoa, Candace Owens attacking me for quoting the Bible. I can't believe she's attacking me for quoting the Bible. How dare she? What a fucking piece of shit bigot. I will always quote the Bible, and I will always believe God is great. Fuck you, Candace Owens. And then that's exactly what she's doing. That's 100% what she's doing.
Yeah. She loves that people fall for her gaslighting.
She does.
She's so jazzed by it. She's like, everyone's falling for my lies.
Okay,
so beautiful. Beautiful.
Let's get back to the clip here.
Okay. Go.
Now, let's be clear. You're
Let's
free
be
to
clear.
disagree with
You're free to
Israel's
disagree.
conduct, and you're free to oppose the Netanyahu government. But the idea that Israel is committing genocide or that Netanyahu is a war criminal is just factually baseless. Unfortunately, Candace routinely makes insinuations about Jews that both lovers of anti-Semitism and haters of anti-Semitism both agree is anti-Semitic. And in almost every one of these instances, Candace says nothing to the anti-Semites who cheer her and only pushes back against those who disapprove of her comments. On February 28th of this year, Candace, just asking questions, posted, quote, "Time to look into the history and profiteering of pornography." Her replies were immediately flooded with anti-Semites cheering her for the question and providing the answer that they interpreted her to mean, the Jews. Once again, Candace did nothing to disabuse the anti-Semites of their assumption. But when Anthony Koch came to the exact same conclusion, Candace pushed back saying, quote, "This is utterly insane. I tweeted that porn is harming men in our society, and this person has interpreted that as an attack on Jews. This is an example of clinical insanity. There is no other explanation." But of course, there are other possible explanations. There are other numerous examples just like this, when the anti-Semites and anti-anti-Semites all agree that what you're saying is anti-Semitic, perhaps as a very well-paid professional and
pause
expert
again. See, that's
communicator,
exactly.
you might consider.
That's exactly.
Yeah, I love this.
It's just
argument.
Yeah, she's so.
It's like the bigots and the people against bigotry. They agree. They both say that's anti-Semitism.
I know. And I mean, Candace is she's such a fucking, even if you agree with her, you have to accept, or you're actually a dishonest person or a retard, that she is engaged in lying when she does shit like this. You have to at least acknowledge this. If you want to have an ounce of morality in your soul, that Candace Owens is lying when she does this bullshit. Because if I tweet out something and people misinterpret, like if I'm just honestly like, oh, blah, 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 and people misinterpret and they're like, oh, so based. PSA Sitch is saying that black people are inferior or something, right? And that's like all the replies. I'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. That's not what I meant. Hold on. Everyone's misinterpreting what I meant. I didn't mean this, right? I would like immediately clarify.
Correct the record, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, because I don't want to be associated with that shit. But Candace and all these other fucking people, they throw out the comment, like to blame the Jews. All the comments and replies are like, oh, so base, she's naming the Jews. So base, she's going after Jews. Candace says fucking nothing. And then
until someone calls her on.
Right. Like an hour after the post has been up and it's generated, like 10,000 fucking likes and 20, 30,000 views. Someone is like, what the fuck? Candace Owens is attacking Jews. What a piece of shit. And she's like, I never said that. You're insane for thinking I said that. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. She knows what she's doing.
If her husband wasn't gay and part of marrying her for some sort of beard relationship, I would pity this man, because obviously this level of gaslighting is something that has to be, that's something that she has to do in the relationship all the fucking time. This is top tier, insane levels of gaslighting.
Look, if you're marrying a woman because you're secretly gay, gaslighting is what you look for.
That's
a plus.
Oh my God, you're right.
That's part of the application process.
Yes.
She's got to be a good liar.
Yes, right. It all is making sense now. I'm more and more convinced about this gay marriage.
Come on now. All right, let's go.
Clearly, Candace hasn't. She's only doubled down. In the last few weeks, she stated or implied that DC Jews control American politics, that Hollywood Jews force certain black artists to create violent and filthy music, that a Jewish gang robbed and killed Michael Jackson, that a Jew killed Lee Harvey Oswald to keep us from finding out that the CIA killed JFK. All this while elevating Osama bin Laden and Muammar Gaddafi and defending Hitler's book burning and apologizing to Muslims on behalf of America for what she calls the brainwashing of Americans after 9/11 and alleged American war crimes overseas. None of which proves that Candace is an anti-Semite. I don't claim to know what Candace actually believes. When I've asked her directly what she believes, she's told me, quote, I believe what the people believe. I am the voice of the people. Oh my God. Never mind that subordinating your beliefs to the people is both pandering and immoral. It's also vague. Who are the people? And what is it that they believe? Based on her content of late, I can't think that she means Americans broadly or even conservatives broadly. it seems far more likely to me that the people Candace is the voice of are the very people celebrating what she's saying. Here's one of the most prominent anti-Semites in the country giving his perspective on the answer to that question.
I have to stand. I have to stand because she's cooking.
Pause it for a second.
She cooked.
I think I'm a little bit behind you. Where are you at?
Fuentes just came up talking about Candace Owens cooking. She's cooking.
Right.
How much
I mean,
he
like,
loves
what time
Candace
code
Owens.
were you at?
Oh, that would be easier, wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
8 minutes and 52 seconds.
Okay. So yeah, I was a little bit behind.
I thought Nick hated black people. What's going on here? He loves Candace Owens though.
Well, he likes them. Well, same thing with He likes them as long as they're, doing the Uncle Ruckus. As long as they're doing the thing that he wants, then they're great.
Do you think, does Ye make violent music? I'm not sure if he does. Does he make music that glorifies violence? I mean, I heard the Heil Hitler song, but that's about it.
Before the Heil Hitler song, I would say no. I don't think he did.
Okay.
But after that, then yeah, sure.
I wonder if he told Candace that a bunch of Jewish people are trying to get me to make music that will denigrate the black community, that will tear the black community apart.
But if it's true that Candace said what she said about, like, I believe what the people believe, that's fucking wild. That's insane.
Yeah.
You cannot have an ounce of respect for that person, because then she's just 100% a whore for her audience at that point.
Is that what audience capture really means?
To be a whore for your audience?
Isn't that the perfect illustration of audience capture?
Yes.
I say what the people tell me to say.
Yeah.
I am the voice of the people.
I am the voice of the people. I say what they say. Oh, okay. Disgusting.
I like how he puts it. That will be pandering and immoral.
Yes.
But beyond that, who the fuck are the people?
Yes.
But beyond that, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Beyond that, stop being so fucking vague.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this.
Hit it up.
Go.
That's crazy. She tweets a picture of Rabbi Shmuley. Bill, she writes. Bill. Nothing else. Incredible. She writes, Phil. She called him an unholy rabbi. I'm stealing that, by the way. If you hear that in my AFPAC 4 speech, I'm giving her credit. I'm stealing that from her. She said, the unholy rabbi. Dude, goated with the sauce, f***ing cook.
Pause it for a second. Rabbi Shmuley is like a terrible representative for Judaism, though.
Yes, which I believe Jeremy Boring even says in this video.
Oh, okay, good. I'm like, fuck, Rabbi Shmuley. If Jews really controlled everything, wouldn't they take care of that Rabbi Shmuley problem pretty quickly? I mean, it just seems obvious.
They would take
you
him
guys
out.
Can't,
Like,
you guys can't even control Rabbi Shmuley.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
How are you controlling the weather?
Yeah.
Control that motherfucker first.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go.
Fuentes went on for about an hour celebrating Candace in that episode from 2 weeks ago. Of course, it's not just her associations with anti-Semitism that are damaging to our brand. Over the last few months, Candace has embraced the worst conspiracy theories and the worst people. When she traveled to Romania to interview Andrew Tate, Caleb was clear that we wouldn't pay for her to rehabilitate a pornographer, con man, and an accused rapist. Candace assured him that hers would not be a softball interview. But of course it was.
Oh my God.
Candace not only allowed Andrew Tate to misrepresent his past statements and the charges against him, she helped him do so. Last week, Candace put out a long tweet trying to frame her position not as supporting the Tate brothers, but simply as being fair-minded about the charges brought against them. That might have been more convincing if she had ever said a single negative thing about them, or if she hadn't liked, responded to, or retweeted them 73 times in the months since the interview.
They paid her.
Andrew and Tristan Tate are very bad men who have boasted and even sold courses teaching how to manipulate women through sex into doing pornography for your profit. And again, Candace is a professional communicator. She's very effective at saying what she wants to say, probably as effective at that as anyone alive. And of course, Candace has recently said that she's willing to stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that French President Macron's wife was born a man, despite the claims already having been proven false in French courts. The lady has 3 children. She and her brother, whom the conspiracy theorists suggest is actually her, jointly sued and won against the people who first popularized the conspiracy theory in France.
Pause it. I saw a clip of BVD podcast, and they all believe this conspiracy. They all believe that Macron's wife has a dick.
You're kidding?
All of them.
PBD?
Yeah,
believes
all
this?
of them.
Oh
Yeah.
my fucking god!
They were all fucking endorsing it on their podcast.
Oh my god! This is what I'm talking about. Where like so many people in the internet right pundit space have just become brain melted about like not being able to gatekeep like the dumbest fucking conspiracies ever.
She has 4 kids, and evidently the evidence has already been seen in France. So
Yeah, which I didn't even know that. Yeah, apparently there was already a case about this in which she won.
they all believe Candace's investigation. They all thought that investigation was great, and I was thinking, what the fuck, really?
I did watch. I watched the main video that she put out about it because I was curious. It's just so fucking. It's like all this Egyptian plane level nonsense.
Yeah, I
stupid.
can't imagine. We have never really covered Candace Owens at all. But as soon as we dip in, we're like, okay, this bitch is crazy.
Yeah. And not like in current year, okay, we're like being trans, especially like the last couple years, like being trans was like super trendy and woke. It doesn't even make sense that they would hide it, that she would hide it if it was true.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, why wouldn't they just come out and say, of course?
Yes.
Of course
I'm
trans.
man.
Ask me how I had my 4 kids.
Right. I'm super woke. I'm super progressive, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Yeah, where do those kids come from, all this other shit. It's so
Can't they
stupid.
just do a DNA test on the kids and be like, okay, well, we know
obviously
he's a male.
Well, no, you don't even need to do that. You could just do a chromosome test on Macron's wife, on Brigitte Macron.
Yeah, that's true.
But it doesn't matter because they'll do that. I'm sure that's part of the case, the trial, and they do that. And Candace is going to say, well, how does she know that that's really her DNA? Like, obviously that was faked, right? There was some swapperoo. Like she would watch them inject the needle like into her arm and then like do like the blood transfusion and they put it in a little centrifuge. And Candace Owens is like, no, haven't you seen the movie Now You See Me? They had like the magicians come in and they swapped the blood out for like an actual woman's and they did a whole like rigmarole.
There are a few women that have XXY chromosomes. They have a Y chromosome. So maybe she's one of those women. So I don't know. But I was thinking if you did the kids, obviously.
If they were her.
Yeah.
Kids, yeah. Right.
You'd know that they had to come out of her, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, they couldn't come out of him.
No.
So anyway.
No, see, that's the real conspiracy. It turns out Bridget was a man and Macron was a woman. And he's really the one birthing the children.
Right. They were very careful when they talked about this not to get caught up in the lawsuit, though. The BVD guys. I'm saying BVD, but I think it's something different.
PBD, Patrick Bet
PBD. There you go.
Yeah.
BVD. BVD is better.
It's weird too. I don't know. I've seen like, and maybe I'll show it to you. There's like a picture of her when she's young. She kind of looks like Candace Owens a little bit.
I don't
like
know
a
when
white Candace Owens.
I don't know when this clip came out, but Candace was talking. They were responding to a clip of Candace talking about President Trump calling Candace up and telling her to lay off on Macron's wife. That Trump was trying to wheel and deal about Ukraine, and Macron was helping him out a lot. And could Candace, chill on the dick conspiracy?
Mm-hmm.
And Candace was blabbing about this on our podcast. You think that's a good idea? The president calls you and asks you for a favor and you go blabbing on your podcast?
No, I'm sure that is part of, I'm sure it's also part of why I think Tim Pool and other people are so comfortable going after Candace, is that after she did that, I'm sure she basically burned any bridge she would have with the Trump administration.
Is this recent? I don't know if she talked about it on our podcast recently or if this is an old clip that they were responding to. If she talked about it recently, I mean, I'm waiting for Trump to come out and say Candace is fucking crazy.
So, well, I mean, it was this year, obviously, because it was when Trump was president. I don't remember what month it was.
Right. Okay, so it's older though. She's not. It wasn't like 2 days ago.
No. It wasn't in. It wasn't in a month or two. It was.
Okay.
It was a little while back.
Would Trump come out? Because Trump is usually timid. He thinks, well, a lot of people voted for me, probably like Candace, so I'm not going to wade into these waters. But what's the tipping point for him?
I'm trying to remember because
he had a tipping point with Elon.
Yes.
I mean, if he distanced himself from Elon, it's got to be distancing himself from Candace is easy by comparison.
So it looks like Candace made his comments in August. And I'll ask chat if chat remembers. I could have swore that somebody asked Trump about this. Somebody asked Trump about this, and they said, Candace said that you told her to lay off the Bridget Macron thing. And I don't remember if I hallucinated that or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Trump just sort of was like, oh, he kind of like just played it off.
You're never
into it.
But you're never going to talk to Candace Owens again, right? You're like, okay, well, I can't talk to that person because they're going to go blab everything I say.
Which, it's weird. This part of why I think Candace is insane and not grifting. Because if you were grifting, you would never tell anyone that. Because you would want to have that communication with Trump in the White House for your career.
Yeah, this makes sense why she was throwing out the White House to support her on the Egyptian planes. And they were like, nah, bitch, burn me once.
Why would we do that? Yeah, exactly.
Burn me once, bitch.
Right. So, okay, let's keep going.
All right, go.
But most troubling to me is Candace's deeply disingenuous use of the term Christ is King. As best I can tell, her first use of this term publicly was in response to Ben. If you recall, Ben was asked at a small private event in a Jewish home how he felt about Candace's behavior post-October 7th. Ben was caught on camera saying that he found her behavior disgraceful and disreputable. That day, Candace posted a verse from the New Testament that man cannot serve both God and money, with a follow-up comment of Christ is King. The remark was widely interpreted as a rebuke of Ben and to mean that Candace could not be bought off by Jewish Ben Shapiro. She and her opinions are in service to God. Ben responded in anger. He said that if Candace believed her contract with the Daily Wire was standing between her and God, she could quit. Candace's response was classic Candace. After saying but not saying exactly what she meant and then being called out on it, she denied that she ever meant it in the first place, and how dare you suggest that she did. She said, quote, "You've been acting unprofessional and emotionally unhinged for weeks now, and we've all had to sit back and allow it, and have all tried to exercise exceeding understanding for your raw emotion. But you cross a certain line when you come for scripture and read yourself into it. I will not tolerate it." She posted again, quote, "You are utterly out of line for suggesting that I cannot quote biblical scripture. The Bible is not about you." Then commented on that post, again, Christ is King. Here's the thing. I agree that Christ is King.
Yeah,
All Christians agree that Christ is King.
She's so dishonest. And it's funny too, because
so here? What's the
not only is the whole like dishonesty about, oh, how dare you, how dare you say I can't quote scripture, which wasn't what anyone said whatsoever. But then she does the classic like toxic female mean girls thing, like the classic bitch
I never
maneuver.
said that. I didn't call you a slut. What are you talking about?
But where she's like, everyone hates you. Everyone's been dealing with your emotions.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Everyone's been doing, and then it turns out behind the scenes, it's like, no, like you're she's alone. Everyone's like, Candace is unhinged. But then when public, she's like, no, everyone has to deal with Ben. He's so crazy in the office.
Yeah. Oh, it's night and day between her and Ben Shapiro.
So funny.
All right, go.
If not that Candace serves Christ and Ben doesn't. It certainly appears to me that Candace is attacking Ben for the very fact of his Jewishness. In fact, anti-Semites love to bandy about the term Christ is King. Here's our pal Nick Fuentes again. about. Let's go. That's what it's all about. When I come out to these rallies and I see everybody and they bring their rosaries and crucifixes and their American flags, I know we're on the right side of history. It's probably worth remembering here that Fuentes, when he isn't praising our Lord, has called for a holy war against Jews and said that, quote, we will make them die in the holy war. They have no future in America. They will go down with their satanic master. Christ is king. Yeah, Christ is king. But the term Christ is king is not a gang affiliation. Christ isn't glorified by your using him as a weapon to cudgel your enemies. And to anyone who would say it's never wrong to say that Christ is king, please tell me what then is meant by the third commandment. Thou shalt not carry forth the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Surely if one were to rape and murder someone, like Hamas did on October 7th, but all the while shouted to the dying person that Christ is king, we would all agree that 3 horrible crimes were committed. Rape, yes. Murder, yes. But also the crime of implementing God in the first 2 crimes. That's carrying forth the name of the Lord in vain. That's what anti-Semites are doing when they say Christ is king. Christ is king, sure enough. And he recommends himself in our struggles, not us in our petty, nudge, nudge, wink, wink anti-Semitism. All of this has badly tarnished the brand and reputation of the Daily Wire and of me personally as the front-facing CEO. One need only revisit the thousands of virulently and overtly hateful commenters celebrating what they see as Candace's
That's a great point, because there were like a lot of people, some I guess were probably well-meaning and just didn't really understand what was going on in the conversation, and some who 100% did understand and were just being very dishonest. Or they're like, "Well, I don't understand. What's wrong with saying Christ is king? I don't understand." And it's like, okay, to say, yeah, but you're using it in service intentionally for this blasphemous reason to try to sow division and attack people for being Jews, which, by the way, Nick Fuentes himself have been very, very openly, very open with when he talked about it. I think there's even a clip, maybe he wasn't in play here. I don't remember where I saw it. There's a clip where Fuentes was talking about how part of the reason that he wanted to implement Christ as king and wanted all these other people to say Christ as king intentionally was to sow division between Christians and Jews. Because if you say, God bless America, or you say anything good about God, that would allow Jews to like partake in the prayer or partake in this sort of communal experience, where if you specifically say Christ is king, the intention was to keep the Jews out of it.
Devious. Right. God bless America is so much better. Yep. So inclusive.
There you go.
You know what I like to say? Trans women are women. That's what you say. You get a fist up. Trans women are women. Mm-hmm. Trans women are women. That's what it's like, right? They want you to say something that you can't really commit to.
Right.
Yeah. Asking a Jewish person to say Christ is king is like asking me to say trans women are women.
Yeah. And it's very obvious that, and that's why Candace is so despicable, such a coward too. Ben attacks her, and then she's like, I can't serve, God and money, Christ is king. It's like, well, we all know what she's talking about. Every single person knows what she's talking
devious.
About. Yeah.
It's so devious. It's like saying, oh, you greedy Jew, Christ is king.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. So,
what a fucking devious bitch. I wonder what happened. I wonder what the office politics were. Or if it was just, she's like, oh, I got to rake in these anti-Semites. Right. I want to bring these anti-Semites into my audience. And Ben's cramping my style. Think that's what it is? Or do you think she's got a vendetta against Ben Shapiro for some, maybe he brought her a cup of coffee that was
I think
or something.
I think for whatever reason, whether it's that she's schizophrenic, whether it's because she hates Jews, whether it's because she's just going where she thinks the audience is, that she is on board with all the Jew hate shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why she's saying all the shit that she's been saying. She's been saying it for years. And she's just kind of trying to say it as she says all these things in this sort of like vague enough way where she can kind of pretend that's not what she's saying.
On a scale of 1 to 100, where does she score on neuroticism?
I would say 200.
So she's in the upper echelons of completely neurotic.
Well, that's the thing. Once she probably doesn't like Ben because he's Jewish. But then on top of that, as soon as she gets fired from the Daily Wire, then it's like the hatred level goes up to 1,000. And this is what we've seen again. This is what we've seen. This has been Candace's entire career. Okay. She gets a mean voicemail from some kids in high school and they say racist things to her. So she goes scorched earth on not just them, but on the school and tries to sue the school. It's like somehow it's the school's fault that classmates were racist towards her or something. Okay. And she gets I think she had the Southern Poverty Law Center and everything was like involved in the court case. And then because of that incident, she starts this doxing website, Social Autopsy, where she's going to go around and she's like, has anyone ever been mean to you on the internet? Well, you could submit their information to my website, Social Autopsy, so that whenever this person applies for a job, the employers can go type in their name into my database and they'll see all the mean things they said online.
Yeah.
Okay. This was Candace Owens' brainchild. This is her first foray into the job market, I believe, or into sort of creating something with her life, was this idea for this website. And
I
then,
think. You're continuing.
Oh,
I think she actually probably just has no moral core at all. Like she wants to court the white supremacists in her audience. And if Ben Shapiro would have been fine with that, if Ben Shapiro wouldn't have said anything, everything would have been cool. But Ben Shapiro actually stepped up and said that, courting the white supremacists is not really very cool. And I think this because at the same time, like she has no problem with the women shouldn't be able to vote thing. Women should be home in the kitchen. Obviously, she's not going to actually live by that, but she's willing to say it to basically build an audience. And I think if Ben Shapiro started building an audience that, black people were better under slavery or something like that, she would be just fine with it. She'd be, oh, knock yourself out, Ben. Build that audience as much as you want. Right?
Yeah.
She just has no allegiances to anybody whatsoever. So it gets under her skin that Ben is like, oh, how dare you? She thinks, how dare you curtail my ability to build an audience here? Mm-hmm. So it's all about building the audience. She has no moral center at all.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that's part of it. And my point, I guess, with the Social Autopsy thing was because, she considers herself, I guess, on the left, and then she gets attacked by people on the left for the Social Autopsy thing because the left, so all these lefties are worried that like the fact that they're harassing people online is now going to suddenly be solidified. Then she does a complete 180. She's like, oh, I'm a super right winger now, because all she does, it seems like, is she just reacts to whoever was like last mean to her or bad to her. And she just lashes out at them and goes scorched earth on them and becomes vicious against them just because she had some negative interaction with them.
Well, even on the flipping from left wing to right wing, it's easier for someone who's a black woman to build an audience on the right than it is for a black woman to build an audience on the left. Let's just face it. The left, like the competition on the left between black women is immense, right? Because black women are exactly who they want. That's like a member of their coalition. They're like, the black women need to speak. All the white males, shut the fuck up. We need all black women, right?
Right.
So, but on the right, obviously, she's less competition, so it's easy for her to flip, and that's still in building audience.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think it's just because people have disrespected her.
I don't agree.
Okay.
Because I remember very vividly the whole Social Autopsy conversation, because I think I even did a video on it like way back in the day, and her turnaround was like instant. It was so fast. It was like the second that Zoe Quinn and the other SJWs attacked Candace, it was like a week, and then suddenly she was like, I'm a fucking right wing, fuck these people. Like, it was so quick. And I was like, okay, this is like, there's something emotional going on here. And I guess now too, because now that we see the way that she reacts to everything, she just seems so fucking stupid and unhinged. She seems so emotional and so insane about all this stuff that it just plays out to me too perfectly that this isn't some sort of like, it's hard for me to imagine that Candace Owens It's funny because you were the one that's saying that she's stupid. I'm the one that's saying she's smart. But yet you're kind of making the argument that she kind of sat around and like planned this out from some sort of intelligent position where I think that she was being unintelligent, ironically, and just reacting emotionally to these people attacking her. I think I agree exactly with what the IJP Mexican said, where it's like, who Candace's politics is whoever she's mad at that moment.
She doesn't have to be smart to see the level of competition she's encountering and just respond to that.
If she's
saying, look, there's a niche to be filled here,
right,
with a black woman that's going to tweet anti-Semitic shit.
Yes.
Nobody's going to do it. I'm going to fill that niche. Well, the reason why nobody's doing it is because it offends people like Ben Shapiro. But Ben Shapiro speaks up and she gets offended.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the switch from social autopsy. You're talking about the anti-Semitism.
Well, it's both the same. Yeah.
Okay.
It's look, you think, do you agree that the competition for a black woman selling social justice is much stiffer? Like there's
obviously if you're on the right, yeah, you would have, especially back in those days when she became popular, yes, right.
She's unopposed on the right.
Right.
What other black women are on the right? Because they're perceived as Uncle Toms, and a lot of black women don't want to step into that space.
No,
but Candace Owens is like,
true.
I don't give a fuck if people call me. She did the Blexit and came out and was like saying, you're all on the plantation.
I would say if Candace Owens was like a podcaster or pundit, or like if she had been in that environment and she was on the left and then she switches right to the right, I guess I'd be more amenable to what you're saying in terms of it being her motivation. But she wasn't doing that. She was just trying to make this website. So I don't know if she would have conceptualized it like, oh, I have to do this to get an audience. Because it didn't seem like she was really trying to grow an audience at that point. At least not like a pundit audience or a commentary audience.
All right. It's hard for me to imagine Candace Owens not trying to build an audience.
I don't know.
I mean, even the social autopsy thing is like,
yeah, but I mean,
she's building that because she thinks it's something that's going to go viral.
Right. But, well, I think she supports the concept of it. I think she 100% supported the concept of it because of what happened to her.
Of doxing people?
Yeah, because of that she was bullied. That situation that happened to her in high school, which I think happened like 5 or 6 years before she did the social autopsy website, apparently bothered her so much that 6 years later, she still like wants revenge on those people. She's like, I want those people to never be able to get a job again because I want people to Google their name on my website and see that they were racist to me in high school. That's who she is as a core person. And I don't think that part of her has ever changed.
Yeah. The vindictiveness, I do think is part of her, but also how what someone can do to draw her ire is part of it as well, right?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, we've got a few minutes left here. Ready?
Yep.
Go.
The Jews, the remarks from Nick Fuentes, the myriad stories written in journals from Mediaite to the Washington Examiner to the Jewish Journal to the Times of Israel, the New York Post, the Daily Mail, and on, or from the many, many people disappointed with the Daily Wire and with me and even with Ben for not acting sooner to see how badly marred our reputation has become. And so we're ending our relationship with Candace effective immediately. We're not canceling Candace as in cancel culture. Candace has every right as an American to damage her own brand. If I were the CEO of a platform like X, I wouldn't kick Candace off of it. But I'm not the CEO of a platform like X. I'm the CEO of the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire is not a platform. The Daily Wire is a publisher. Daily Wire is not a place where people publish their own thoughts. It's a place where we curate the thoughts that we largely align with and voices we believe are doing good in the world. Not just thoughts and voices who happen to agree with Jeremy or happen to agree with Ben all the time. Obviously, I disagree with all of our hosts some of the time. But Candace has now become a voice I simply cannot align with. I believe that she's doing great harm in the world, and to the brand that I've worked really hard to build over this last decade, and I'm just no longer willing to subsidize it. And I want to be clear about one more thing. We're not giving in to any pressure from any outside group. Rabbi Shmuley, who Candace has called unholy and accused of blackmailing her, is, as far as I can tell, an abject attention whore. I don't much care what he thinks. I don't much care what kinds of threats that he makes. He's continued to demand that Ben and Dennis Prager fire Candace, but of course, as both Ben and Candace and I have said publicly again and again, Ben doesn't have the authority to fire Candace because he's not a majority owner of the business and he's not an executive in the company. But he's famous and he's Jewish, so Rabbi Shmuley is happy to grandstand by demanding that he do so anyway. As for Dennis Prager, Candace hasn't worked for PragerU in 3 years, and as far as I know, Dennis isn't an executive at PragerU any more than Ben is an executive at the Daily Wire. But again, famous, Jewish, and so Rabbi Shmuley is happy to grandstand. Charlie Kirk, by contrast, who runs TPUSA, where Candace does currently give speeches and make a nice living. Shmuley hasn't said anything about him. Charlie's famous, but he isn't Jewish. That's the kind of guy Rabbi Shmuley is, and the reason that we would never give in to any kind of pressure from a man like him. This decision has nothing to do with Shmuley or any other Jewish pressure coming to bear. This is about the very Christian CEOs of the Daily Wire finally seeing what we were both loath to see before, what I was loath to see before, that Candace is not on our team. She's not pursuing the future that we're pursuing. She's not appealing to the audience we're appealing to. She does not hold the values that we hold to. I gave her every benefit of the doubt. I gave her far more benefit of the doubt than I should have, and I'm done. Candace has violated the terms of her contract in myriad ways. She has a contractual obligation not to tarnish our brand, but she has. She has a contractual obligation not to do anything that a reasonable person might construe as anti-Semitic or to align her brand with anti-Semites, but she has. By the way, it was her attorney who suggested that we put that clause in her contract in the first place after the Kanye mess. It wasn't our idea. For all of those reasons and for many more, we're enforcing our rights under the contract to terminate. Now, I know that this will cause a lot of confusion and harm and pain for a lot of you in this room, especially for those of you who've worked really hard on Candace's content, or for those of you who, like me, have only ever seen her as one of the most talented and important voices in the country. And I'm sorry for that. I hope that we live to see Candace come back from this dark path that she's taken. Again, I see her as one of the most talented people in the country, and when she uses those talents in service of the good and the true and the beautiful, I don't believe that there is anyone better, maybe in all of the world, than she. That's not what she's doing today. I hope that she does it again. She won't be doing it at the Daily Wire.
Great job, Jeremy. I'm a fan now.
Mm-hmm.
I just think larger and larger audience is such an elixir for people. They just want more and more and more, and they'll take it from wherever they can get it. They will. They'll take it. They'll take it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's horrible people.
Mm-hmm.
If you whispered in Candace's ears and said, look, every pedophile in America will listen to you. She'll do whatever. Audience, I don't care how detestable they are. Bring them to me.
Yeah, Candace, go get the pedo crowd, please. Go appeal to them.
Yeah.
I disagree with him, especially too at the end here, is that it's very easy for people to see when the person is being dishonest once they attack you and your cause. And Jeremy is still here, like blind to the fact that this is just Candace has always been this way. She's always been this way. It's just that it was attacking the left, so I guess he didn't notice it, or it was just useful.
Yeah. I mean, that Blexit thing was totally useful, obviously. Democrats need a huge majority of the black vote in order to win elections. So
yeah, I'm not even talking about the Blexit stuff. I'm just like whenever she reported on a story, she had a very good talent of framing it as hyper incendiary as possible while like she did the exact same thing that she's doing now. She would skirt the line of like, is this a lie? Is it not a lie? I'm going to be vague enough in terms of asking questions that it's, I'll have some retreat room once someone calls me out on it.
Yeah.
That's like, she didn't learn to do this with Charlie Kirk. This like the tactic she's employing here you'd have to be a fool to think, oh yes, Candace Owens never knew these tactics until like the last few months. She suddenly learned all these super dishonest manipulation tactics before, before a few months ago, she never did this or figured this out. It's like, no, this is her operating procedure from the beginning. It was kind of like, I don't know if you saw Tucker Carlson, another person who always lies constantly. He had this insane clip. It's. I think he's doing this on purpose too. I think all these people are doing this on purpose, kind of like Candace. I think you're right when you talk about this duping delight, where people get off on. They get off on
Our
their
whole
opponents.
audience is experiencing it.
Yeah,
They're lying about Candace and experiencing it.
Right. I think people that are highly immoral, like Candace and Tucker Carlson, I think they actually emotionally get off on the fact that they will say things that they know their enemies will get angry about, and then they get to pretend like that they didn't say anything wrong, even though that was the intention. And all these people have been accusing Tucker Carlson of taking money from Qatar and all this other stuff, and then all of a sudden now he comes out. I'm sure you saw clips of it where he's like does this like entire video where he's talking about how awesome Qatar is and how much better Qatar is than like America and in Israel. He like throws Israel in for some reason too.
Wow.
And I like Qatar's like the best country ever. And it's like, okay, so he's doing this intentionally just to like annoy the people who don't like Tucker Carlson and say he's being bought off by Qatar. And in this like great example again of the lying here is he's like, well, how do we know, like, he says, we can't read people's minds. Okay. So we can only know how people feel based on where they live. And more Christians live in Qatar than in Israel. So obviously Qatar's much better country for Christians. It's a much more aligned with like Christian values or something, he says.
Is that true?
And so I was like, huh? And people were like, huh? And the people looked into this claim and they're like, oh, okay. Well,
Not
I don't
even
know
close to true.
Right. Well, no, so there's some part of it that's true, right? And the part of it's true is that, and I didn't know this either, most people probably didn't know this, that it's true in terms of the raw numbers, that there are more Christians living in Qatar than in Israel. But here's the key thing that people didn't notice. He didn't say people that are citizens of Qatar or citizens of Israel, because there are no Christian citizens of Qatar, because they don't let Christians be citizens of Qatar. All those Christians that are living in Qatar are all the migrant labor that they treat like slaves.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Fascinating.
There's a bunch of like, I forget what country they're from, but I think there's some like, there's some like Middle Eastern or something like country that has Christians in it. And a bunch of them are working in Qatar, essentially is like, migrant labor or slave labor in Qatar. And that's why they're doing it. They're doing it for this job reason. They're not doing it because it's a good place for Christians to live or something. And people were even saying that like there are more churches in like one city in Israel than there are churches in the entire country of Qatar. And how it's, there's no Qatari citizens. And I don't know if you can even be a citizen of Qatar and be Christian, but anyway. So, and Tucker obviously knew this whenever whoever wrote this line for him and they talked about this, because that's why they specifically didn't say, oh, there's Qatari citizens. They said living in Qatar, just so that they could sort of say that. So just so they could manipulate that information out there.
Liars.
And then there's another insane Tucker tweet. I don't know if you saw too, where this random fucking person, I mean, I guess he's a big following, so he's not random, but some guy who is known to be some sort of like massive liar. Supposedly people were saying that he's Pakistani, even though he pretends to be white or something. He copy pastes this link of an interview. Okay. Right. He copied, not even a link. He copy pastes a picture of an interview. And in the interview, there's a person who is the person who wants to be president instead of Maduro in Venezuela. Okay. And this person was asked a question about how they feel about Israel. And if they were president, would they change Venezuela's policies towards Israel? Because right now, Venezuela is very anti-Israel because they were aligned with Iran, obviously. So they're going to be very anti-Israel. And this person who would potentially be president if Maduro gets kicked out or something, said that like, oh yeah, that they're that they're friends with Israel or they like Israel and that they would be supportive of Israel and have Venezuela be supportive of Israel if, they became president. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy tweets this out with a screenshot of the interview. And he does the technique where he screenshots something and then hopes you don't read it because it's like a wall of text. Because then he reinterprets it to his own audience. And he says, breaking, Israeli publication says it was Israel that pushed Trump to bring about regime change in Venezuela. Wow. It really is, meaning Israel. It really is Israel every single time. Okay. Which is not what the article even says and not what the person even said whatsoever. But that's what the tweeter says. And then I guess 27,000 likes from all the anti-Semites. And then Tucker Carlson retweets it and says, what the hell is going on? And gets another 60,000 likes by jumping on the
all based on
anti-Jew
fake
train.
news.
Yeah, which again, all you have to do is click the actual picture that's linked and read the text to see that's not what was actually said. But Tucker doesn't give a shit because he's a dishonest piece of crap who lies about everything. So, and he will never take anything down or apologize for getting information wrong. He'll just say he's asking questions, blah, 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 because all these people are horrible cowards and their audiences will continue to allow them to get away with it infinitely.
Yeah. Fucked up, man. What are you going to do, though? It's Tucker Carlson. Everyone loves him. They love his goofy laugh.
I like his Mozart laugh, yeah.
Cutter!
I sent you a link. It's like a 2-minute video. It's kind of funny where Hassan is trying to live stream on the Chinese live streaming service.
I know. I heard about this. What a fucking idiot. What an idiot. Does he actually think he's not going to be censored? Doesn't he realize what a terrible PR disaster this is going to be before it happens?
Again, and this is someone who you just shake your head as how is it possible that the audiences of these people are just so fine with the dishonesty of the person they're watching, where Hassan's in China and the police literally come over to try to search him because they see his phone and they think it flashes a meme. Okay. And he defends this government. All right. He's over here talking about how America, this is before Trump, by the way, before Trump, during under Biden, that America is the most racist, horrible fucking country on the planet and how much he fucking hates America and how oppressive the American government is, blah, 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 blah. But when the Chinese government police literally stop him and search his fucking phone because some random cop thought they saw a meme from across the way, he defends that to the fucking death. He defends it to the fucking death. And then here we go, is Hassan is streaming on China, trying to do their propaganda. Hassan is literally like, please, China, let me suck your dick harder. Please, I want to do your propaganda for you for free. I want to be your propaganda monkey for free. And they still censor him. And he still defends them. He still instantly defends them. How can you take this fucking cuck seriously? It is insane.
He thinks they have a free society. He's that delusional.
He doesn't care. He knows they don't. Did you bring up the...
I did, yeah. Okay. You ready to go? It's like 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
Yep.
3, 2, 1. Oh, wait. Maybe I need this sound on.
No.
3, 2. Sorry. Okay. Back it up.
Okay.
Back it up.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Also, a quick shout out. We're live on BDBD as well. We're dual casting. BDBD just cut out, bro. Yeah, I don't know why. What is it? Do we do a no-no thing? I wonder why. I'll ask the team. All right, I got to figure out why the BDBD one got banned. I wonder if it's the chat. What is BDBD? You keep saying BDBD is like the Chinese version of Twitch, basically. And I was trying to dual cast on there as well, but it didn't work out. Or not banned, but like they ended the broadcast. But I don't know why. Oh, it was because I was showing Twitch chat. That's why. Your videos on BDBD always censor the chat on screen. Oh, it's like YouTube, but more aggressive. It's not even a ban. It's just that they turned it off. But yeah, I think it was because I had my chat on my screen, like right here. This. Brother, you did not just seriously remove chatters from the screen for BDBD, just say you hate us. Brother, I'm still watching. It's just not on screen. You cannot dual stream. No, you can dual stream. It's just like you can't show chat from.
What a fucking dumbass.
In China, okay, they literally don't even allow you to put the chat on screen because it's so repressive there. Because God knows someone could say free Taiwan.
Yeah.
Someone could say that. Like, because you remember that was like actually, I think, wasn't that like a big thing in Marvel Rivals? Like they blocked you from saying free Taiwan or something. Like insane. And Hassan, Mr. I care about like alleviating people's oppression. I care about being able to revolt against oppressive regimes and oppressive governments, power the people. He's like, oh, it's totally fine if they're, if the government's going to make it so that you can't display the chat on screen. That's totally acceptable.
Well, he's on China's side in the free Taiwan thing.
Yes.
If you said Tiananmen Square, they'd get pissed too. What's Tiananmen Square about?
I don't know.
There's nothing like there's nothing as fight the power as Tiananmen Square.
Also, I don't know why Hassan has like looks like a black stereotype Santa Claus in the background.
The black Santa.
But it looks like like at least from the low resolution of the video, it almost looks like a blackface Santa Claus, doesn't it?
It is. That's a black
Okay.
Santa.
No, it looks like a black face Santa.
Oh, like he just blacked the face up. It's got black
Doesn't
hands.
it looks weird. Okay. It looks like someone has like a racist caricature of a black person in a Santa Claus suit.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
Go.
Like when you're dual casting, even on like YouTube and Twitch and stuff, I think like every platform on live streaming has like restrictions on showing chat from a different platform. Even when you put up YouTube videos, for example, in the first like 5 minutes, everyone will censor the YouTube. By the way, not having the chat on the right side of the screen has given me so much freedom to just move around. Wee woo. BDBD
Oh,
stream
it's
is
so
down
good,
again.
yeah.
Huh. I wonder why. Let's see. Maybe it's
Talking to
politics. And if
China
that's the case,
is
then
so-
we just don't stream. It could be because I'm showing like Twitter and stuff. And if that's the case, then we just won't. If they have issues with like showing other like foreign websites and stuff like that, like specifically Twitter, then GG's, then I can't. Showing. Why are you capitulating to government censorship? Capitulating to government censorship? It's a fucking social media platform. And it's not a capitulation. Like, what do you mean? Every social media platform has rules. Some of them are dumb. Some of them I don't personally agree with. You're on Twitch, right? Right now, a platform that basically censored the term Zionist at the behest of the ADL. What should I do? Brute force it? What should I do?
Okay, hold on a second. So
he's supposed to be smart. What's he talking about?
The
government does control social media in China, you idiot.
I know, and he knows that. It's just so dishonest. He's like, what?
It's a private company.
Yeah, it's a private company.
In China.
In communist China. That's why I like communist China, because they let private companies do whatever
they want.
That's why I advocate for this system of governance and economic structure, where private companies can do whatever they want, like in America. Oh
it's
my
so
God.
ridiculous.
So insane.
This makes the argument. Look, constantly people say if the government gets too powerful, they're going to censor you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at China, where they're super powerful because they only have one party. They have a one-party state. They got no check on their power. They're like, yeah, you don't get to chat. How dare you? Is that a Winnie the Pooh meme? Hang them.
You just make do and you fucking play ball.
Oh, go. 30 seconds left. Ready?
Yeah.
But yeah, we won't be. Why aren't you brute forcing your way through the platform TS? Why are you always allowing yourself to get banned? It's not even a ban. I think they just like the admin takes the stream off. It is what it is. All right, we'll stop that destination. Hopefully it won't break the stream at all, but boom, disabled. Okay. It's just us now.
Someone tell Hassan to type in the chat that you're an official white monkey of the United States. And that you will say whatever China tells you to say.
Mhm.
So
Terrible.
they won't try to ban your stream.
It's just such. It's so obvious. That's what's. I guess that's what's the worst part about it. It's so obvious that he's cucking out. It's so obvious that he's lying, and that's fine, I guess. As long as he's on the right side of politics, no one cares.
Well, his chat did do a good job of calling him out.
A couple people did, and they're like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Eh."
They were like, "Why the fuck are you? Look, we hate censorship.
Right.
All you do is complain about the Trump administration censoring shit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But China's cool. What?
Oh, so we lost Bunty B.
Oh, you want him
Blunty
back?
B.
Look, I set it up.
Why do we have Coleman Hughes with the blunt in the top right?
Come on, sometimes we like to mix it up.
Okay.
You don't
I feel like
the,
people are gonna misinterpret that.
You don't like the Coleman Hughes with the blunt?
I think they're gonna misinterpret that picture.
What do you? That's like the cool. That's
Okay.
You don't think that looks cool?
I'm not a druggie like you are, Adam. All right.
What do you think of? Let me see. I'll find something just for you. What do you think of this? Oh, I guess you got a delay, so you can't really. Get ready. 20-second delay.
Okay. J-Mac, our surrogate father for $100. Thank you so much, J-Mac. Oh God, it's the fucking
What'd you
horse
think?
face.
What'd you think?
This is like the thing.
Mesmerizing.
This is the creepy pasta that you look at and it comes out of the screen and it just murders you. Yeah. The jump scare, yeah. Horrifying.
It's mesmerizing. What are you
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Terrible.
You don't like it?
No.
You didn't find it fascinating and thrilling?
No. J-Mac, our surrogate father for $100 says, Die Hard, it doesn't just take place during Christmas. The themes follow common holiday tropes, gags directly related to Christmas. Ho, 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 now I have a machine gun.
Ho,
John's
ho, ho,
wife
motherfucker.
is named Holly, and it begins during the Christmas ties to Gruber's entire plot, not to mention all the songs. Well, listen, I'll be honest.
Is Santa
I haven't
in
seen
the movie?
I have not seen the first Die Hard movie, I think, for 10 years. So I'll have to go back maybe and I'll reevaluate.
I think Santa's even in the movie. I think it might be a mall Santa, but
Well, it's not the Santa. It's not the real Santa. There's no magic in Die Hard.
well, I think that's a
Okay.
good. Well, I guess isn't that a good metric to gauge Christmas movies on? If Santa Claus is a character in the movie, it's obviously a Christmas movie, right?
I'm sure you could have a movie with Santa in it that's not a Christmas movie. Like there could be a scene with a mall Santa that's not a Christmas movie, right?
No, I was thinking Santa from the North Pole.
Oh.
Like if Santa
With it-
Claus from
right.
the North Pole is a character in the movie, that movie is definitely a Christmas movie.
I would say 99 times out of 100, you're probably correct. I cannot think of a movie that has Santa Claus, the real Santa Claus in it, and it's not a Christmas.
And it's just like a
movie.
romantic comedy. Oh, it's Santa Claus, but look, it's just it takes place in July.
Right. Like, I mean, like you look at the Violent Night movie. That's still a Christmas movie. I mean, it's all about Santa Claus murdering people.
Santa
Murdering,
Claus is a character. Yeah, of course.
Murdering kidnappers, yes. So, but it is a Christmas movie.
As long as the bad guys get it.
Yes.
And the good guys
right.
get their toys.
There you go.
I'm with
You know-
J-Mac, though. He put $100 down to tell you, fuck you, Sitch.
did.
It is
He
a
did.
Christmas movie.
Well, here's something.
You
I'm gonna
need to
say
be
something
audience captured right now. and
I'm going to
change
say
your
something
opinion.
that's going to cause a gasp, okay, in some people in chat. And it's probably going to make Sam unhappy. Even though I'm
What?
pretty sure she knows this.
It's the holidays. I can't allow
Okay.
you to do this, Sitch. I cannot. Look, I'm cutting
It's-
your mic.
It's pertinent.
All right, I cut his mic. He can't say this. This has to be. This is blasphemy. Sitch, don't do it. Sammy, plug your ears.
It's important to this conversation, this topic of Christmas
Okay.
movies. Okay. I have never seen the movie Rise of the Guardians. Gasp. Now, Adam probably hasn't seen it either, so it's not a gas for him.
Oh my
But-
God.
But for people
I
in
was
chat,
like, that's one of my favorite movies. Let me
okay.
see.
You
Rise
sure?
of
Yeah.
Rise.
I
of-
have never seen the movie Rise of the Guardians. Okay. Now,
Why
Santa
is this
Claus,
controversial?
Santa, because believe me, the people fucking love this movie.
2012.
People fucking love this movie. All right.
So I should see this movie. How did I miss this movie? Oh my God. Chris Pine, Jude Law, Hugh Jackman.
Okay, Sam just opened the door and said, "She's mad at me." You know that I haven't seen this movie. I've
Well,
told
look,
you I
gu-
haven't seen this movie.
You guys can see it together, right?
Okay, we'll watch it together. Yeah. No, you don't understand because
Rise of the Guardians of the Galaxy.
there was a time on Tumblr, which I was not part of, but Sam was part of, where that Jack Frost character, that white hair boy character, was like
Everyone was like, "Oh yeah."
every girl was touching her young self to that picture of that guy. Okay.
Everyone wanted him looking up
Yes.
between her legs.
Yes, every girl was super into this Jack Frost character. But no, so anyway, the reason I bring this up is because Santa Claus is a main character in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if this is, I've never seen it. Is it considered a Christmas movie? Because it's all the different holiday characters in it, not just Santa.
Oh, okay.
It's got
Yeah.
the Easter Bunny, the Sandman, the Tooth Fairy. So
I have to check it out.
IJPMX says, Sitch, that's the biggest nothing burger ever. What are we, 12? Well, listen, you guys
I
are
agree.
you're
I
you're
agree.
boys. Okay, you are boys, you are men. You don't understand. And yes, Sammy slammed the door. She slid into the room like Kramer and then slammed the door when she left. Okay. It's important to the ladies out there.
I'm going to tell you something so incredibly controversial.
Yes.
That's not controversial at all. Are you ready?
I'm ready for it.
No. We can move on. You've already ruined the stream with your anticlimactic confession. We thought
Rise of
we
the
were going to hear
Guardians.
something good.
Rise of the Guardians was How to Train Your Dragon before How to
I
Train
cut your
Dragon.
mic for that. That was
Oh,
ridiculous.
Did you actually?
Of course I
Do you
did.
even have the power? Do you even have the ability to do that, Adam?
I do, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And it's
Terrible.
great because you don't even know your mic has been cut.
I don't. No.
Just goes out to the stream.
Yep.
Do we have any
I'll
more
go-
clips to watch or anything, or we're just doing super chats?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, unless there was one part of the Brett Weiss thing that was kind of interesting
That
If
you
you
want to
wanna-
see?
that we can bring up. Yeah. I'm curious. I am going to watch the rest of this. I've only seen
Hey,
the
folks.
first hour of it so far. It's interesting conversation. So
Carl is so sane when he talks to Rhett Weinstein. And then when he talks to us, he's like out of his
I know.
mind.
What the fuck? Why is he, Carl? Why are you doing the
What
mask on,
happens?
mask off thing? Why are you doing the mask on, mask off? Okay. Stop it.
He doesn't do any of his like, oh yeah, liberalism.
Well, he alludes to it.
Liberalism is the death of us.
He alludes to it in the conversation, but the parts I saw, they never really get into it.
Brett is like, well, I'm a liberal. And Carl's like, oh yes, that's great.
Okay, so they're talking about it's the crisis facing Gen Z men. It's kind of like why people are turning to being groypers and white nationalists and all this other stuff.
I love this part.
The Nick Fuentes crowd, like I said, I don't dislike them, but then they're not the world's greatest diplomats for this way of looking at the world. But I think we just have to accept that this is the hand that's been dealt. They've not been well served. They're not self-authoring. They didn't come out of nothing. They didn't will themselves into existence or anything. They are what we've made of them, and they are wielding the only weapons that they have, but they're wielding them effectively. I mean, they've commanded the discourse, which is why Nick Fuentes ended up on Piers Morgan's show, which is why everyone has been talking about it ever since. There's a reason that this is happening, and the young men stand to gain something. Like, they actually realize there's something we can gain out of this. And I think really, if they knew how to properly communicate it, I think what they're asking for is they want a position of honor and dignity in society. I really think that's what they're asking for. I think they do want to be, I think they look back on like the sort of 50s housewife and husband with envy and say, no, I would like to be a provider for my wife and family. I think that's what honestly most of them are just asking for, which is not unreasonable, actually. They're not asking for palaces. They're not asking for a kingdom. They're asking for a house and a home and a wife and children and a job that they can work at and pay the bills with. And this is all really reasonable. And so it's a crusade with a goal that actually is in sight. It's possible to attain. And within living memory, people have had it. So you can't tell them that this is ridiculous, or, it's not lunacy for them to ask for the dignity of essentially the fathers and the men and the fathers in society to be returned. And how can you fault it?
Dignity. It's exactly what they want. Dignity.
Oh, I don't. I think what I hear in your portrayal.
Dignity, Sitch. Okay,
Oh,
Sitch.
sorry, I had muted myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't mute me. I muted myself.
Look, I don't even have to mute you.
Right.
I just do the brain thing and I make you mute yourself.
He made me mute myself with the force. Yeah, so it's interesting because I agree with what he's saying in terms of what I think is actually motivating a lot of people in the movement. Not everyone, but a lot of people in the movement. But the same token, and which is what I want to compare it to, it's very interesting because Dev brings up in his video on the topic how a lot of the leaders of the movement, including Fuentes, intentionally attack this idea completely and openly. This whole idea of what Carl is talking about like, oh, you just want to get a wife and a family and all this other stuff. That's like they say like that's the cucked idea. That's a bad
people were praising Dev for finding this clip.
Yes.
I heard it was AI. I just made that up just to stir some waves.
Right.
Back at the start of the video, I mentioned the whole wife guy thing, where there was a previous drama cycle where Nick Fuentes made fun of right-wing men who had no revolutionary potential. They simply wanted to get married and have kids and live a normal life. One of the reasons the right...
Why does Dev use background music in his videos? Is he doing this deliberately? What's going on here?
So I'm curious.
Dev knows how I feel about background music.
How did you feel about the One Battle After Another movie? That seemed like it had background music throughout the whole fucking movie.
Terrible. I don't mind it in movies. It's just videos where like a video essay is ridiculous.
I don't think I've ever seen a movie that had the continual background music as One Battle After Another. There was so many times where
there was
usually
plenty to hate beyond the background music.
Right.
So.
Usually in a movie, I only notice the background music if it's like really awesome. Like it's some sort of awesome score, like in like I think the last score I really listened to was like awesome was the second Into the Spider-Verse movie. I really liked the score of that. But in One Battle After Another, I kept noticing the music because it was constant and it seemed so out of place. Like in every scene, there's just constant music blaring, like very loudly.
Blaring. I like that.
Is not predisposed to revolution is because a good chunk of right-wingers want to live average, family-focused lives. Their political theory is all about religion and tradition. They aren't naturally oriented towards political greatness. Another white nationalist, Richard Spencer, said something similar. This is going to be a long clip, but it does have a point.
I think a lot of groypers resent the wife jack because it's something that is very difficult to acquire at this point in time, and it was easier. Now it was always sort of hard, but it was simply easier to live in the 1950s and just roll in to some 30-year employment and, a wife, 2.5 kids, a television set, etc. Now, we sort of have a misty, nostalgic, inaccurate, in many ways, view of the 1950s, but I get it. You didn't have student loan debt. You didn't. Housing was certainly more affordable in comparison to your income than it is now. At least with the Groypers, there's at least a potential for something higher and bigger. Because I hate to break it to these conservatives and infotards and alt-light influencers, etc., but Wife Jack ain't it. Wife Jack is not an ideal. Wife Jack doesn't accomplish anything. I saw one meme as I glanced at Twitter today at the water. I mean, I was doing Wife Jack-like activities just today, the water park, of the some Chad who's like, we're Chad and Wife Jack, like, we're trying to save the white race by having children. Let me break the news to you, folks. The 1950s was followed by another decade called the 1960s. So apparently, Wife Jack offered zero resistance, meaningful resistance, to the flow of the sexual revolution, integration, the Hart-Celler Act, I could go, free and easy drug use. I could just go on and on.
Doesn't this ignore the creation of the birth control pill?
Yes.
Okay, I figured.
So you're clearly not saving the white race. Wife Jack and company went to church more often. Wife Jack and company had higher birth rates during the post-war period, immediate post-war period, and we still had all of these problems that the entire right agrees are problems that they endlessly complain about. So Wife Jack is not an ideal. You're not really saving the white race. You are, in fact, breeding for more conservatards, and in fact, you're breeding for liberals, most likely. Wife Jack is ultimately not terribly interesting if her appreciation of the finer things in life include Target, Starbucks, and Marvel films.
I just realized this is Richard Spencer.
Yes. Who do you think it was?
I was wondering who is this retard? What's going on?
Yeah, that's just the Richard Spencer. Remember when people were like, "Oh, he's like left wing now."
Mm-hmm.
Like, is he? Oh,
You're
okay.
just breeding for more liberals.
Yeah, I thought he was supposed to be left wing now. What's happening?
So he's saying if you have a wife and kids, it's not really going to change anything.
You know, that is what he's saying. It's kind of funny. This whole thing with Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes, it reminds me of, I think one of the problems with feminism was that you had a radical feminist movement in the 60s, 70s, and 80s that was predominantly led by lesbians, by gay women. And so you had all these gay women who hate men and didn't ever interact with men or have to interact with men because they're gay, telling women how they should feel about being women and interacting with men.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of stupid. You're like, why should I go to a bunch of gay women to tell me how to interact with men? It makes no fucking sense.
Great
whatsoever.
point. Yeah.
Right.
Great point.
And that's exactly what's
fucking
happening
idiot.
here. We've got Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes, two gay men telling other men how to interact with women. Okay. It doesn't make sense. It's very stupid. Like, they should just stay in their lane. Okay. They don't understand. They don't get it.
Just stay in the gay lane.
Stay in their gay lane. Okay. Gay people should not be weighing it. I'm not sitting here telling the gays, all right, listen, I know everything about the gay relationships. Because guess what? I've never been in a gay relationship. I don't know about gay relationships. I'm not going to tell people, I'm not going to tell the gays how the relationship should be run, how they should be conceptualized. And I think gay men should stop telling straight men about how their relationships with women should be.
How does Nick not know that he's asexual?
Because he's not asexual. He's gay who is repressing because he thinks being gay is immoral. It's different.
Really?
Yes.
I just think, wouldn't you be outed? Wouldn't somebody say, if someone was having a gay relationship with Nick Fuentes, wouldn't they say something?
But he publicly was on the date with the cat boy.
That was real?
Yeah, that was real. What do you mean? Yeah.
That wasn't AI?
That wasn't AI.
Just look, I thought that was some kind of stunt. I thought that was some kind of groper stunt.
That was so real.
Really?
And he also got caught looking at.
You fell for that? That wasn't.
He got
real.
caught looking at trans porn.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is what I think is going on with the trans porn. Okay, Nick is gay. He's trying to not be gay. He figures he can use trans porn as
a gateway.
As the gateway into liking women. He's like, well, if they've got dicks, maybe I can trick myself.
They have dicks, but they have boobs.
Right? I can trick myself into liking women if I keep whacking it to the trans porn.
Oh my God.
You know that's what was going on there.
No.
Okay. That's 100% what's going on there.
Dicks and boobs should not be on the same body. Not on men, not on women, not on trans women.
Look at this bigot over here. Okay.
It's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's against nature.
Right.
Look, there's probably a few people that are born that way, so nature finds a way.
Right. Now I know people are probably saying, but Sitch, Richard Spencer was married.
Yeah, to an Asian woman, right?
No, I don't think so. She's Russian.
Oh, she was Russian,
Yes.
Asian.
Right. Now, so is Candace Owens.
How come Russians aren't Asians? Where is Russia at?
Well, that's a great question. Yeah, are Russians Asians? I don't know. It's a good question, right? I guess it depends on who you ask. But no, Richard Spencer's wife's obviously a beard, and she's accused him of being hyper abusive, which would make sense if he's a angry gay man. So yes,
he's like beating her. Why can't you have a dick?
exactly. Yeah. So I don't know if they're still married, but Richard Spencer, totes gay.
How many times is he going to say wife jack in this video?
Oh, Jack and that wife.
What wife jack?
It's like the soy jack.
Jack? Soy jacks?
It's like the Wojak or the soy jack. It's the wife jack. That's the picture of like the girl with the little red head.
Wife jack is not going to jack you off. You need a real woman, not just a jack.
There you go.
All right, I'm going to run to the bathroom, but I'm going to play a little more. Well,
okay, you go to the bathroom.
Well, you can listen to this and fill me in when I get back.
She's actually not aspirational. She's kind of totally cringe, if inoffensive on some level. She doesn't really accomplish anything. You had wife jack supremacy at one point in American history, and we still ended up here. So what are you talking about? You're clearly not saving the white race by lionizing your boring, annoying wife. I'm sorry. And the fact that you don't really have any ideal other than leave us alone so that we can all wife jack in peace in our minivan while we drive the kiddos to Target and I buy my wife jack a $7 latte on the road. If that is your political ideal, like I saw some other replies that were getting like tons of retweet, like, this is literally what I aspire to. You're fucking pathetic if that's what you aspire to. That's something you should look down upon. That's kind of like the worst aspect of the bourgeoisie, of being middle class, basically.
I apologize for subject.
The worst aspect of the bourgeoisie, of being middle class, is getting married and having children. Wow. I mean, this is just... I hate to say it, but we're really getting to the sort of the woke right territory, the sort of the horseshoe
No, don't say it. How
with the
dare
whole
you?
thing. Yeah. It's, well, I mean, this clip of Richard Spencer is very interesting for a lot of reasons. Number one, obviously, it's kind of completely attacking Carl's point, because Carl's point was the wife jack meme. It was to say that you have all these guys that don't have jobs and positions in society and wives and families, and it's very upsetting, which I agree, that is very upsetting. And it's interesting that you have Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes directly shitting on that concept. And now, for their perspective, obviously from a very cynical perspective, it makes sense if you're a white nationalist and you're advocating for that cause, and you need a bunch of young, angry, disenfranchised males to bring about that change, then yes, if they get married and have children and calm the fuck down, that's going to be bad for your movement. So it makes perfect sense from a very cynical and dishonest perspective for people like Fuentes and Spencer to advocate against that, because essentially it'd be advocating for lessening their power over people. It's kind of like how the anti-racist organizations would be out of a job if racism actually went away. They need that energy to survive and thrive.
Yeah, commies did the same thing.
Yes.
They said
Yes.
people after over 30 are useless because they get jobs
Yes.
and get married and
Yeah,
lose their
exactly.
revolutionary vigor, which is what
Right.
they're after. They want to take
And
advantage of that.
in terms of like the whole the concept isn't like, oh, you just need to find a woman and bang some children into her and you'll be happy. And no, that's not the case. The case, but you'll be happy, is if you actually cultivate a meaningful, loving relationship with a person that you love. That will make you much happier. You're not going to be 100% fulfilled for your entire life, but I think that's like 60 to 65 to 70% of the equation, is finding someone that you love. And then if you have children with them, I mean, that's just that's even, a bigger boon to that.
What happens if you have a wife and kids and you hit hard times economically?
Then that's going to be bad. It's going to be a struggle. But if you would ask most people, would you trade your wife and children for better economic times or for more money? They're always going to say no. They would never do that in a million years.
Yeah, but I think statistically, most divorces happen because of economic hardship. Like economic hardship does drive people apart. It's hard to keep a marriage together if once those economic hard times hit.
Oh yeah, I agree. That's definitely a big part of it. I think part of it. Oh, never mind. I was going to say something. I'll talk about that. This will be a long rant for another day. But
okay,
yeah. But yeah, no, that's definitely part of it. That is definitely part of it. Sure. But and then the last thing about what Spencer was saying about like, oh, his argument that, well, marriage and all these things can't be the solution because even with a bunch of people getting married, it still ended up to the situation we're at right now, is a retarded position for him to hold, because you could say, well, wait a minute, we lived in a country where they literally said only white males can vote, or white males that own property, and then it became white males. So we lived in a country that said only white males can vote, where we had specific quotas, ethnic quotas for who could enter the country, which would be Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes' dream. And yet, even in that country, we still ended up here in a country they don't like. So obviously that whole line of reasoning doesn't make any sense and is completely retarded.
Yes. I wanted to ask you something about the Jewish conspiracy.
Ask me about the Jewish conspiracy.
Do you know? So there's this concept of the Jewish conspiracy where Jewish people control society or have outsized influence on society, right?
Yes.
How is that different than the feminist conspiracy theory that men run society, the patriarchy theory? What is the difference?
There is no difference.
Beyond the fact that one is controlled by Jewish people and one is controlled by white men.
There's no difference.
Absolutely no difference whatsoever.
This is why, again, and I don't like it, this was like part of the woke right argument of why it made sense to call it that. The Jewish question, the Fuenteses of the world, and their argument, their conspiracy about the Jews is literally the same conspiracy that the feminist and the CRT people put. The feminists say, well, men control the world in order to subjugate women. The CRT people say white people control the world in order to subjugate non-white people.
Well, and they
then
point to similar evidence too, because they say, look, all these white men are in charge of corporations and
Yes,
CEOs. They're all
exactly.
in positions of power, right?
Exactly.
They say look at all these Jewish people in positions of
Right.
power, right?
Exactly. They say, you're completely correct. They use the exact same evidence. They say, look, there's a disproportionate number of males, there's a disproportionate number of white people that have positive social stats, and there's a disproportionate number of non-white males that have, lower social status, right?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with the Jews question. They say, well, the Jews are behind it all. And look here, there's a disproportionate number of them in these various industries. Yes.
They don't look at all the loser Jewish people that basically don't.
Of course.
They can't, they don't have any money. They can't pay their bills on time.
Right. Well, it's weird too, because from Fuentes' own perspective, something that he would have to say, but he doesn't want to say that, is because he keeps saying, he says he's a racial realist. He believes that the different races have some sort of biological component to them that affects their personality and their behavior. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he thinks that Jews are a different race than white people. Well, if he thinks that, and he said this, he said this is why white people can create functioning first world countries and non-white people can't create functioning first world countries. Since he believes this, wouldn't he have to admit, if he thinks the Jews are running society and are disproportionately wealthy and disproportionately, in charge of businesses and all these other things, wouldn't he also have to say then, by his own logic, that the Jews are superior than white people?
He's not a racial superiorityist, though.
But he is.
A racial
he says he's
supremacist.
Not.
That's the word.
He will pretend he's not, but he 100% is. When you say, well, only white people can create these awesome first world white countries and all the browns create disgusting third world countries. And then you say, well, so you're saying there's a racial supremacist hierarchy? And he says, no, of course not. Well, we all know that's a lie, because he's not a cultural relativist. He's not saying that the first world countries and the third world countries are equal, obviously. So he thinks that objectively white people are better.
Are there any brown countries that are capitalist, democratic, liberal democracies? Yeah. I'm not sure that there is, but I wouldn't put that down to some sort of genetic component.
Obviously, it's a genetic component of it.
No.
Obviously.
No, you can put institutions anywhere. It just takes. This is a difference. Statecraft and nation building, they're completely different things.
Right.
Nation building takes forever because it takes a long time for all those people who believe one thing to die, and the younger people who believe something different, they grow up and take over society.
Val Van Gogh for $20 says, I spent over $500 testing American brand marathon racing shoes, but I was more impressed with a Chinese one that cost a third of the price of the other U.S. choices and used it to qualify for Boston. I think we may have peaked, boys. There you go.
Wow.
China's beat us
Interesting.
on the shoes.
Marathon racing shoes.
Well, I thought all the American brand shoes were still made in China anyway. Isn't it all the same thing?
You don't marathon in flip-flops?
No.
Gotta have special shoes for that?
Yes.
I just get out there in my Birkenstocks. That's how I marathon. Sitch, Birkenstocks and socks or no socks?
I don't own a pair of Birkenstocks.
Really?
And I never fucking will.
Really? What about Crocs?
Now, listen, I don't have a problem with people wearing sandals at like a pool or the beach or to like take out the trash, right? But when you're like walking around, when you're like going outside and you're walking around, put some fucking shoes on, okay? Put some goddamn fucking shoes on.
I like to let my toenails get super long and a bunch of dirt build up under there, and then I go around town in my Birkenstocks.
Jesus.
Drives people crazy.
You know, it was weird. Yeah, socks with sandals looks very lame. It's really weird. I know when I was in college,
That
like
was like
everyone
the
would.
thing.
It was like the thing. Everyone would do it.
The
Everyone would put on the
90s.
socks and sandals. What was it? I'm not that old, but it was.
Uh-huh.
It was the mid 2000s. It was the later
Oh, okay.
2000s.
Well,
but-
look, we started it in the 90s.
Okay. Yeah,
You-
but I don't know
you
why
inherited
everyone.
it.
I don't know why everyone wore socks and sandals at my college. It was very strange.
This is fucking cool, man. That's how you look cool. That's how you bring in
It
the
looks
ladies.
stupid.
That's how you get your wife jack.
Like I would agree that it's more. I think it's more comfortable, but it does look dumb. It looks really lame. So
Look at this. The fashionista here.
yeah, it's true. Put some damn shoes on, okay? Unless you're going to the beach or something, or the pool. Put some. Yeah, don't be a fucking hippie. Put some goddamn shoes on.
Are we gonna do more clips of this dev video?
No.
What? That's a shame.
What is there a part you want to watch? I mean, you guys should watch the video. It's a good video. You should watch the whole thing.
No, you didn't even look. Dev made 0 points in here. We just used them.
I know. I just thought it was interesting to come because I heard Carl
Poor
make
Dev.
this point that was completely contradicted by Spencer and Fuentes, which I thought was interesting. But no, it's a good video. Everyone should watch it. It's on
Well,
Dev's
Carl
channel.
Carl's married. I think he has 4 kids. Like this is his. He wants other people to live this life because this is a life he enjoys. So
Yeah. It also doesn't make sense how these people talking about that they want like they want to make sure white people are not right out of existence if you're not advocating for white people to have a bunch of kids. This doesn't even make sense logically. That's kind of why I think so much, or how
Well,
you know, I
look,
should say.
there's the genocide route, right? Just
Oh,
kill
okay.
off all the other people.
It doesn't matter. Even if you kill off everyone, if you're not reproducing, then you're going to die eventually too.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know that so much of this movement is not really based on some sort of ideology. It's just based on like anger and nihilism and an energy of anger and nihilism.
Well, a lot of the Fuentes gang is saying that it's not about economics, it's about immigration. It's more about the country having too high a level of immigration, and they're not really in economic hard times. A lot of them objected when I said that.
Mm-hmm.
That it was economics. Well, actually, it's weird because some people, I guess the people who are in economic hard times and can empathize with the Fuentes message because of that, they're not necessarily hanging out with the people who are just doing it for immigration. Because there were a number of people who were like, yeah, the economic situation sucks. Fuck this.
But here's the problem, too. If you could snap your fingers and you replaced every non-white Hispanic person, non-white and Hispanic person in America with a white person of European descent, you snapped your fingers and everyone's replaced. Okay. All these people who are in the Groyper movement because, they're having all these troubles in their life, that wouldn't positively change 99% of their lives in any way whatsoever. If you replaced all the non-whites with whites, that wouldn't suddenly give them a job. It wouldn't suddenly give them a good job. It wouldn't suddenly give them a girlfriend or a boyfriend. It wouldn't suddenly give them a home. It wouldn't suddenly give them any of the things that you would think that would make people be able to have a happy, productive life whatsoever.
Maybe.
So
I don't know the situation. I like if you're living in a neighborhood that you grew up in that was predominantly white and then it's completely overrun with immigration, those people would probably say, well, it did give me a neighborhood that looks a little more like the neighborhood I grew up in when I was a kid.
And that's not nothing, but is that going to solve all your problems? Is that going to solve even the majority of the problems you have?
The economics is tough because I don't.
I mean, it's the problem. It's not going to solve any of these bigger problems.
Yeah, if you're getting rid of a bunch of Mexicans that are doing roofing jobs, and all of a sudden nobody's getting roofing jobs done now, unless of course they're going to hire people, white people who can do construction.
Well, in my hypothetical, they weren't disappeared, so there's like this massive drop in the population. I said they were replaced with white people. So
You're right. Yeah,
they would all be doing those jobs.
Right.
So
Okay.
it wouldn't affect the job market. But that's my point. The people
Yeah.
wouldn't, all these problems that people have that they want to be blaming immigrants for wouldn't solve it. Yeah,
Well,
if you live in some
if you're
neighborhood
one
that
of the
you,
white people that replaces the brown person doing the roofing job, now you got a good job making money. It would change.
there you go. They're all the Groypers want to get roofing jobs, and they're just very mad that they're pushed out of the roofing industry.
I know nothing about the growth. I know that we have people in our audience that listen to Nick Fuentes because they respond in the comment section and say, "Oh, I watched Nick Fuentes after this interview or this clip came out, and he said this or that or this and that." And the people who are in our chat or in our comments, they don't seem like bad people. They don't seem like Hitler lovers. It seems more like they just think it's all a big joke.
Well,
it's all just
the
comedy.
problem is,
It's
as I said,
internet comedy.
There's some. It's always hard to tell because there are some people that are literally just useful idiots for this shit, and will just say it's just comedy, it's just a meme, it's just a meme, despite the fact that Fuentes will say to their face and to everyone's face, it's not just a meme. That's why he had the tweet he just put out there. It's not about the economy or whatever. It's because I talk about the Jews. Okay. 80,000 likes. And those people will just say to your face, no, Sitch, he doesn't actually hate Jews. Okay.
But
the problem,
my question
hold
is,
on. The problem is that because Nick Fuentes is a massively dishonest person, his audience learns to be massively dishonest and they're totally fine with it. I don't know how many people are just dumb and don't understand what's going on, but a lot of people, if not the majority of people that are Fuentes fans, who will pretend that he's not racist and not sexist or not anti-Semitic, are just lying. They are just lying, and they have no problems with it. I have in the internet pundit space, for all the people we've covered on both the left and right, I have never seen an audience of a comment of a creator of a pundit that is so willing to just lie with wild, reckless abandon and not give a fuck. I think for all the retards that follow Hassan, I think they've honestly deluded themselves into so many of these insane positions, and they come up with all sorts of rationalizations. Some of them will lie, but I think it's mostly I think most of the Hassan fans have deluded themselves into believing that Hassan doesn't shock his dog because they just don't want to believe it. I think they've literally deluded themselves into this position. I don't agree. I think they've deluded themselves into this position. But the majority of Fuentes fans who will come at you and say he's not actually racist, he doesn't actually hate Jews, are just straight up lying to you. And they're doing it intentionally, and it's all part of a campaign because they all get together in Discord servers and they say, well, if anyone's talking about Fuentes, we have to go, fill the comment section with a bunch of propaganda.
Yeah. Which, is annoying, but I'm not sure the terror level that we should take here. I don't know.
It's not a question about the terror level. It's not, if you don't think I'm more concerned. I'm not concerned. I think it's far more likely that as the Fuentes crowd becomes more popular, I'm not really super concerned that America is going to become a white nationalist country. I'm more concerned that it's going to allow wokeness to come back with a vengeance, because the entire woke narrative was all the Republicans are secret racists.
Yeah.
All the white people
definitely.
and Republicans are secret racists. And so then if you have this huge swath of the internet right, either is racist,
vocally
or is
racist.
is either openly racist or sweeping for racist, then the woke people will just say, well, we were proven correct.
Yeah.
Right. Even though that's not,
so.
I think they made this movement, but that's not how they'll see it. And that's not how the mainstream will see it. Right. So I'm more concerned that it's just going to lead the pendulum to swing back much harder in the left than I'm concerned about the white nationalists taking over America. So it's not really like a terror concern, though there is just a degenerate, vile concern for my end that I hate the dishonesty of it. I think it disgusts me on a deep moral level, just the open dishonesty from so many people in his community.
There was a huge backlash, obviously, from the patriarchy conspiracy because 50% of the population is men, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then not 50% of the population is young men, but I think young men obviously were the ones that were most hurt in the lack of opportunity, because opportunity was given to marginalized communities and women and everyone but them, right? Because they were considered to be the top of the hierarchy, even though that they were constantly being insulted and put down and whatnot. Does that, I mean, are we past that? Look, I think a lot of it's interesting because that patriarchy conspiracy did kind of create this backlash in young men. And I do think young men are being influenced by Nick Fuentes. I just don't know how much of the Jewish conspiracy is going to really hurt us. I mean, obviously it's going to create negative stereotypes of Jewish people, which is awful, but
Mm-hmm.
and it's being done to lash out by men who feel they've been targeted. It's interesting because like even when Nick Fuentes says like, "Oh, black people love me," I watch more of that. Who's that family of? What are they called? There's like
I forget who you're talking. I know who
three
you're talking about. I
black
forget their name.
guys.
Yeah.
But they go round and round about like some of them really like Nick Fuentes and some of them were like, dude, he's racist as fuck. So
it's always interesting because especially with the commentators, because the commentators have a very different set of pressures on them.
Yo, that's a good way to put it.
And I think for a lot of the commentators, like those guys that you're talking about, they
get the views.
It's the views, because you look at whenever they talk about Fuentes, when they agree with Fuentes and criticize black people, those videos get massive views.
Because there's conflict, obviously.
Yes. And it's the easiest thing and this kind of came up in the Connor conversation. This is why I am a big guy who's in favor of like procedure and procedural fairness and having a strict code and rules and rules that apply to everyone equally, is because the easiest thing in the world is for a person to convince themselves that the thing that happens to make them a bunch of money is also the morally correct choice to take.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yes, I can believe that a lot of commentators will lie to themselves in the most negligently retarded fucking way about, trying to sweep for Fuentes just because they know that's how they get views. And also they probably don't want to be harassed by groypers and all that other shit.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
It's like,
interesting.
Well, there's someone asked us to review this video, and I don't know if he'll talk to us, but I kind of want to. I'm very curious to talk to him. There's a YouTuber. Oh God, what's his name?
This guy.
This debate was one of the most funniest, but also most insightful things.
Yes, is this guy. I don't want to watch his video yet because I want to talk to him. It's Amir Adam, who I've seen some of his videos and I've liked some of his videos. And he is black, and his commentary on this conversation is, I think, horrible. Is completely horrible. And to me, it all just reads as him justifying, basically being like a useful idiot for Fuentes. Now, I don't know if he just could not understand anything about Fuentes, which is very possible. And he's coming into this completely cold and blind and just doesn't really understand what's happening in the conversation. But
well, if we have any audience overlap, I mean, he has almost 1 million views, so
right.
Well, I mean, he might come on.
Yeah, and yeah. So
I'll put his face in a thumbnail, and I'll say, "Why does Amir hate white people?" And we'll just spark up a stream.
Okay.
See if we can do a little.
We could also just send him a message and say, "Hey, can you come on and talk?"
How do you do that? I mean, Twitter is all fucked up now. I don't even. Do messages even get through?
That's true. That is true. Because I am genuinely curious. I would want to have a conversation, not to like attack him. I just genuinely want to understand what's going on in this video where he's responding to Nick Fuentes and what he actually thinks about this.
Mm-hmm.
Is he just not aware of what's going on, and he's not aware of Fuentes and the Groyper stuff? So
you can't win in any of these conversations.
Right.
People have a set of beliefs, and you either agree with that set of beliefs or disagree with that set of beliefs. And they judge your intelligence, your honesty, a whole host of attributes by how much you agree with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Well,
just
that's
how
like
it is.
level 1 NPC thought process, right?
Yeah, but I
Level-
mean that's how
yeah.
it works.
You got to graduate beyond that to say, there are definitely a lot of people out there who think about the world completely differently than you do, have very
Yeah.
different opinions than you, and they're not dishonest. They just have different opinions than you do. Dishonesty is a completely different thing. That's when someone knows what they're saying is not true or knows they're hiding something and they'll just do it anyway.
Yeah, I have a lot of humility when it comes to how other people think. I don't even, a lot of times I won't even hazard a guess anymore because it's just like people have such wide ranging ways of conceptualizing the world. It's off the charts.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll try to get him on. If anyone knows, if anyone has an in with Amir Odom, let us know. And we'll try to get him on. We'll try to talk to him.
This is a Mirror Odin guy. Oh, I think Amir Odin is a personal friend of Brett Cooper and Candace Owens. He had all these videos when Candace Owens left and Brett Cooper just like, oh, really? I didn't know that. I didn't know if he's a big Candace Owens fan. So
He's part of Blexit. He wants you
Right.
to get off the plantation. The Democrat plantation. Do you know what that is, Sitch? Have you ever?
I do know
Have you
what
ever
that is,
heard the
yeah.
term
Right.
of the Democrat plantation?
Yes, I've heard of it. I've heard it often.
What is Obama in the Democrat plantation narrative?
Mhm.
What would you call him? Does he have a name?
What?
Obama.
Sorry, I was reading someone who was saying that I say everyone I disagree with is stupid, which I've never said that. If that was the case, I'd call Adam stupid every day, which is one too.
What?
I disagree with Adam with all
Sitch,
sorts of things.
look, Sitch knows I'll call him stupid right back.
Right.
So he's
To be fair, to be 100% true, if you actually were a true fan, you know I say everyone is stupid. So
you
anyway,
do
what
say
was
it.
the question?
You do say it a lot.
I say I say
look. I
everyone
was
is
just
stupid,
trying.
yeah.
I was trying to get you in trouble.
Oh, okay. I'm
Want me to say
aware
it
of the
again?
concept of the Democratic plantation now.
Yeah. Well, I asked you a very specific question
Okay.
about the Democrat plantation.
Right.
I asked you if Obama was a character in the Democratic plantation narrative.
Uh-huh.
What character would he be?
He would be
What would you call?
he would be the character. He would be Samuel Jackson's character from Django.
Look at this.
I don't remember what
this,
the guy's name
This is how you know Sitch is not stupid.
Yeah.
Sitch is like, oh, I know how to handle
I understand the concept. Yes. Okay. I know what's
that-
happening here.
What was that character's name?
Steven was his name.
Samuel Jackson did a really good job in that movie. I was
Yes.
like, I hate this guy. This fucker.
He really, yeah. Steven.
Mhm.
He had the Uncle Ruckus, the masterful Uncle Ruckus character. Yeah.
I think-
J-Mac for $20 says God is in the Santa Claus too. Well, technically it's Mother Earth when she's officiating Santa Tim Allen's wedding. Instead of saying before God, she says before well me. Woke. There you go.
Oh, super
True.
woke.
Got him.
Any movie that has a female god is super woke.
Right. Potatoes Me, thanks so much for being outside the simulation.
Look at that. That's our highest tier
Outside.
there. Thank you so much.
This simulation for 23 months, as if all they wanted was the kind of life. And why do they constantly shit on people in traditional marriages as simping for their wives? Very true.
Yeah, saying he's henpecked. Although I think he had a point with Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan does seem like he might be. I mean, more than just henpecked. It seems
Yeah,
like
that-
he married a gold digger. Holy shit.
That was, yeah. So Dev goes over like Piers Morgan's weird relationship with his wife, which I didn't know any of that shit. Totally bizarre. So
Yeah, I think maybe the you just need to get laid thing didn't really work out for Piers Morgan.
yeah, not great.
Yeah.
Renault Zero's here for $5. Says Brett Weinstein just posted a video talking to Carl about Nick Fuentes. Yes.
Yeah, we watched a little bit of it.
Girl Zero for 44 months says make Sitch and Adam 400 again. There you go.
We'll do it. What would be a good? What would be a good? I don't know. It's the holidays. Who wants to plan a big show during the holidays?
Kobaxi for €5 says the poll misses the shitpost answer, which is RAM is expensive.
Oh my God. I saw hard drives have like doubled in price in just a couple months. I was like, what the fuck? For real? Holy shit. Something's going on with computer stuff. Glad I got a new computer at the beginning of the year. I tried to do all my shit like that before the tariffs kicked in. I was one of those people that was like, okay, shit's going to get expensive.
Well, they got all the shit's being bought out for AI and everything. So yeah, everything's going crazy. How do you feel about Trump? I think we talked about this. Yeah, Trump is going to let China buy a bunch of chips now.
Oh, horrible. Yeah.
Thanks.
Such bullshit.
Thanks, Trump. Forking Around for 8 months says, you guys should review the roundtable with Ben Shapiro and Andrew Scholes. I'll check it out. I have not seen that. Old School for $5 says, is Candace crazy or stupid? Candace is a woman. That's all you need to know. True. The Mongolian Leprechaun for 28 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Sitch Adam. When will we get the debate between Counterpoints and Actual Justice Warrior on this channel? Now, that would be an interesting debate to see Counterpoints try to convince Actual Justice Warrior that he is a Donald Trump simp. Well, we'll ask we'll ask if they wanted to have that conversation on our channel. We'd be down to host and to moderate that conversation. Madney for $10 says, if someone broke into Connor's home, he would use any and all means to remove them ASAP for his own safety as well as his family. How is what Donald Trump doing with deporting illegals any different? I mean, dude, it's like a real question. It feels like a troll question. I'm not sure it merits an actual response. But thank you for $10. Gypsy Harlow for $10 says, I don't trust the organization to identify the correct target. The same government that is able to find the exact room in an apartment for a tactical strike only to the room. Oh, you're talking about this in relation to the boats thing? So, well, the difference I would say is that whenever the government does this, where they drone strike a terrorist or whatever, it usually is like, we spent 6 months tracking this one guy with all this fucking spying and shit, and then we killed him, and then you know that we killed him because no one ever sees this guy ever again, and we posted a video of, the smoldering room, and then you see on the local news in that, in that country that so-and-so got killed by the drone strike. So there's like 10, million pieces of confirming evidence, and also the picking of the target and the following of the target was something that went on for months and months and months and months and months and months and months. And you can't really, to me, doesn't really make sense to compare that to, well, we see a boat driving from point A to point B, and in like the span of, I don't know, a few minutes or an hour, however long the boat's driving, we've made all these determinations about it and decide to blow it up. That seems to be a bad comparison in my mind.
They had a JAG officer in the loop when they were doing the double tap thing, so it's not like they didn't have some sort of legal advice. That's why, like, just weighing in on this stuff, I don't know the law, and I'm assuming lawyers are going to step in and figure out if they're within the law, or maybe they're going to stretch to find a law that covers it so that they can do it, but they're not acting outside the law.
It was very interesting. Trump's response to that, I think, was very interesting and very telling. Was that when that story first came out about the double tap, and Pete Hegseth like doubled down and was like, "Oh, I'm so badass," and then Trump was immediately like, "I wouldn't have done that." To me, that's it. Now, and Trump is the double down, triple down king. So to me, the idea, like, okay, obviously someone talked to Donald Trump about this and was like, yeah, this is not good. This is not good from a legal standpoint here. So, and the fact that after that whole double tap situation is they had the situation where they sent the guys back instead of double tapping them. They didn't want to bring charges to them in America. They just sent them back to their own countries. Shows to me that it's very clear what was going on. And the fact is that, again, from literally every single legal person I've seen, except for the one person that you told me about, who I don't really trust his reading of the law whatsoever, was saying that the classic example of when it's not justified to kill someone, an enemy combatant, is when they're clinging on to debris because their boat's blown up. Because the whole law about this is supposed to be, if the person can escape, if the person is doing harm and they can escape to do more harm to the America or to your soldiers, you can double tap kill them. And that's what would happen in these terrorist situations, is that they're on land somewhere. You like throw a drone into a room and then they run out of the building.
Did you watch the video of the guy that read the law? Because he was saying that so is he reading the wrong law? Because the law clearly says if they're clinging on to debris from some sort of misfortune, and actually
he's reading
the ship is not misfortune.
He's reading the wrong law.
Okay.
He's reading the wrong information. Okay. Because it is true. And this is what I was trying to explain. If you have a terrorist who's like in a building and you drone strike the building and then you see they run out and they're on fire, you can just still kill them, because the idea is, well, that person can, and I guess this is what people don't understand. That guy can run away, put himself out, then continue to commit terrorist acts against America. All right. If a guy is on a boat and he's like, well, this guy's a terrorist or something, or accusing him of being a terrorist, and you blow up the boat and the guy survives and he's clinging to debris and he's in the middle of the fucking ocean and there's no one around. Okay. It's not like he's about to get swept up, by the terrorist has like the backup boat that's going to pop up.
Yeah, why waste the ammo? Let the sharks get him.
Right. If they're just sitting there in the open ocean, no one's around. They have no way of doing any sort of harm against you, and you can just pick them up. You're supposed to pick them up. You're not legally allowed to just start murdering the people in the water.
What if you're low on gas, though?
This is true for enemy combatants too. In a war, when you sink a ship, like people bring up all sorts of like wacky, dumb examples that were inaccurate. If you sink a ship of enemy soldiers, okay, if you sink a ship of Nazis, right, during World War II, and as the ship is going down, they grab the guns on the ship and they're still shooting at you and all this other stuff, or they still have their own guns they're shooting at you, you can 100% keep blowing the shit out of that wreckage, okay? But if you blow up a ship and all these Nazis get flung overboard, and you just see, off the side of your boat, there's like 2 Nazis hanging onto a piece of driftwood, you are not legally allowed to take out your gun and just start killing them. That's not how that works.
Of all time.
And that's never how it's worked. So that's why to me, it's like ridiculous. Now people can argue, well, maybe that's how it should work. If you want to make that argument, I disagree. But from a legal standpoint, it's very cut and dry.
Click on the video that I sent you in the DMs. I want you to watch this video. You'll love it.
The Twitter video?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a tweet, but it's also a Twitter video. See if I can get your blood pressure up. A minute, 42 seconds.
Ready.
You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Of all time. Oh my gosh.
Man, that's a really good question.
Oh my God. Favorite movie moments of all time. Oh, yeah.
I mean, the last scene of It's a Wonderful Life, where the whole town comes together and saves him, is one of my favorites.
Recently, I'd say one battle after another, pretty much every fucking scene in that movie.
I guess.
Okay, you can pause.
Who is that retard? Who said that? Who is this? Who is this fucking retard that said that?
You know
I
who
didn't
this
recognize
is?
what actor that was.
Amanda Seyfried? I think it is.
No, the guy. Yeah, but the guy who said that one battle after another.
Oh, I know. I don't know who that retard is.
Okay.
It's for some movie. This is a promotion for some movie. Cast of The Housemaid. But she is in big time hot water because she is like, Charlie Kirk is like a hateful person and deserves to die. And I'm not apologizing.
Okay.
But evidently she didn't know anything about movie. She couldn't name a scene.
You know she's an actress.
Oh my God. Did he? I quit watching right after they said one battle after. Oh, but look, he's still going on. If you go to 56 seconds, he's still going on about one battle after another. Oh my God. The Oscars is going to be so nuts this year.
Does the dance, a few small beers.
That movie's so fucking bad. That movie's shockingly awful.
They love it, man. It's their movie.
It's so fucking stupid. It's so transparently stupid too.
It's like it's a believers movie. It's exactly like Passion of the Christ. It's like, although I would argue Passion of the Christ is actually good.
Passion of the Christ is an act, like, whether you believe in Jesus or not, obviously, it's a different question. But it's actually like a good movie in terms of the way it's like filmed, and from like a story perspective. Even if you were an alien and you came down and you didn't know anything about Jesus, you'd be like, oh, well, it was a very like compelling emotional story.
I guess it's more like Minecraft movie, where it's like they're like, this is us. This is our aesthetic. They get us. This is our movie.
It's like the most pandering pile of shit movie I've seen of this year and last year, I think. And I don't understand the people that are trying to claim that this movie, like, yeah, it's really woke, but it's like an actually good movie. And I'm sitting here watching this movie, bored to fucking death, watching this fucking movie that has this paper thin plot and is the cringiest shit ever. And all the characters are fucking horrible. And there's no one likable in this movie. And I'm like, what are these people fucking talking about?
Yeah.
Is it just because it's a Paul Thomas Anderson movie?
No, it's because it's a fucking commie leftist movie. Are you kidding?
No,
me?
I mean the people that, because there were some people that were like, it's actually a good movie if you ignore all the woke stuff. There were people that were saying this. And I'm like, first of all, it's impossible to ignore all the woke stuff because the woke stuff is 99% of the fucking movie.
Okay. It is the movie.
But I mean, I get it. People like There Will Be Blood. All right. I know. I never really
do not even.
Movie.
There Will Be Blood. No comparison.
Yeah.
There's actual like conflict and stakes and.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't hate There Will Be Blood, but I never really liked it. Okay. So people that like fucking live and die by that fucking movie. Right. And fair enough. I understand like all the artsy fartsy shit in it that people like. So I don't know if it's just
Don't
that
make
people
me drink
such...
your fucking milkshake.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's just because people were such big fans of There Will Be Blood, and I don't know what else did he did.
Boogie Nights.
He did Boogie Nights, yeah, and some other stuff. So people just kind of have these rose-colored glasses when they see this movie. But this movie was dog shit.
Baby in a box. Just a baby in a box. Yeah, just a baby in a box.
So I will say from an aesthetic standpoint, it is kind of insane to me that the same guy that did There Will Be Blood turned out this piece of trash. They seem so different. They seem like so different from each other. They seem so wildly different. Like aesthetically, the way that they feel and everything about them. And what they would say about the person making the film.
Poor Amanda.
Living this Wall for $5 says politics is weirding and showing no signs of stopping. The 2045 Asmongold presidential campaign will be wild. That'll be fun.
Is that what?
Yes.
Hassan will lose his fucking mind. If Asmongold runs for president.
I will tell anyone, Sammy G's empanada experiment was very good. The empanada she made was fantastic.
Delicious.
They were very delicious.
You're just saying that because you want to get laid.
Well, she made me some vegetables that
You
were
don't
kind of like
care.
whatever. Okay, so
It's probably trash. You're just
look at this guy. Look at Adam, just jealous that he didn't get some delicious empanadas.
I fucking love empanadas.
Okay.
What were
For
they?
dinner.
Sweet empanadas or are they meat
No,
empanadas?
I've sweet empanada, but like what's in the sweet empanadas?
It's like apple pie or something. They put all kinds of different things in empanadas.
Isn't that okay? I don't think I've ever had a dessert empanada.
You can have a meat pie or you can have a fruit pie. Come on now. You
I've
get
only,
it.
I get that. What I think more that's like what, like a tart or something. If it's
I used to have there was a caramel empanada I used to get that was God, it was so good. Holy shit, that caramel empanada.
I've never had a dessert empanada in my life. Now that you say that, but no, it was a meat empanada and it was very tasty.
Oh, great.
Was
great.
Yeah,
she was putting turkey in it.
Turkey and pork, yeah.
I love the pork.
Arthur Tomlinson for 10 months says Connor here clout striking Destiny like he cares. Yeah, I wish I did want to talk more about that, but we got kind of sidetracked. The whole Destiny thing is weird.
Just say more.
I don't know where. Like, I haven't even know what the fuck's going on with the whole Destiny conversation in terms of. It seems like most of the people have all just hand waved away the whole shit that he was doing, and they're just fine with it now, which is kind of insane to me. So, okay, I guess we just say, oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Sitch is not quick to forgive. Sitch is like,
well, it depends what you do, Adam. Okay, if you're sharing nudes of people without their permission to try to elicit sex from other people over the internet, you're right. I'm not quick to forgive that, especially when that person has never fucking apologized or admitted wrongdoing, have they?
Oh, he said it was her fault.
Yes. Okay. He's the victim. He's like, well, she leaked my nudes, guys. I'm the victim here. Like, what the bro? Really? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bulb Sweet Bulb for $5 says Erica versus Candace at Trump's White House UFC event next year. If Candace loses, she gets an I love Jews tattoo. If Erica loses, she gets a Charlie fence posing tattoo. That's horrible.
Wow. Horrible. I feel bad because Erica Kirk does not seem like a good speaker. And she's kind of forced to because of this crazy situation.
Yeah, right.
Which sucks. I mean, Charlie Kirk probably picked a woman that was going to be behind the scenes because that's a good family dynamic for him. But now she's thrust into the spotlight. Ugh.
Grassroots Hegemon, thanks so much for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yes, thanks. Look, and AK Batosai with the 1 gifted membership. Don't forget him.
I read that one already. But
yeah. Okay.
Andrew Bear, thanks so much for the $5. Says the rando on SM versus POTUS is a BS argument when it's tens of thousands of randos and huge number of pundits, and the POTUS hasn't ever been moral guidepost. Yeah, I mean, I think Trump's comments on that were really bad, but I just don't think it's, and I don't like that people downplay it because they're like, well, all the Democrat politicians said it. It's like, well, okay, that's good that most Democrat politicians were denouncing it, but there still was like thousands of random people that were not doing it, tens of thousands of random people that are not doing it, and a bunch of pundits are not doing it. But I think it's so wildly inappropriate to ask the widow, even if she's the head of Turning Point USA right now. I think it's insane to ask the widow that question the way that guy asked it. It was just wildly inappropriate and pretty morally reprehensible to me when I'm listening to this. Like when I heard that guy, I forget who was interviewing him. He was talking to some interview guy about the whole Charlie Kirk situation. I'm like, oh, I like this guy. He seems like a real reasonable guy. And then I see that clip and I'm like, oh, this guy's a fucking piece of shit and a retard on top.
Yeah, people pretend to be reasonable just so that they can get into your good graces, and they backstab you. They're like, fuck you. That's right. Secret conservative fucking staff.
Or it's just that, like, as you were saying, he gets all this pressure from, he's got to try to make some kind of viral clip, so he can rationalize.
You let her walk all over you. How could you do that? You were so nice to her.
I was really disappointed with Barry Weiss too, because I'm assuming she knew that question.
Right.
And I was like, why would you even allow that question in this space in the first place? It just seems so inappropriate.
Yeah. Maybe she didn't ask. Maybe she said, you ask whatever question you want. She's like, journalistic ethics here. I can't see the question ahead of time.
Maybe. Maybe she just said, Lewis is the last person to talk to Charlie Kirk. You want to ask a question? He's like, sure. And then just like, okay. They didn't ask what the question was. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like they probably knew what the question was. But.
He had it written out. He was like reading off his thing.
Right. Well, he had to word it just so, and he still made it sound fucking horrible.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder how much. I mean, telling Trump to tone it down after he's been being called a fascist and a Nazi for like 10 years. It's comical to me. It is comical to me.
I'm sorry. I never buy that argument. People should have free will, even though they usually don't. And if just because people were mean to someone, that never ever justifies them being wrong or immoral.
Yeah.
I mean, that is kind of the lefty argument about why we
should
have
maintain his presidential demeanor.
Yes. You have to rise above. That is the lefty argument about crime. About like, well, these people have hard lives, so it's okay for them to do bad things. It's like, no, it's never okay to do bad things.
Right.
I don't care how hard things were for you. That never justifies this bad behavior.
Okay.
Andrew Bear for $2 says Dems actively championing for criminals for years. Well, no, but for years, but for the last two ones, that's another thing. Completely morally reprehensible for them to say, well, it's more important that we win this attorney general election in Virginia to have this like crazy guy just go through.
Do you think if Trump did maintain his presidential demeanor that the left would chill out? They would turn the temperature down?
I think a lot of people would. I think a lot of people would attack him no matter what, because that's how they make money. But I think a lot of people would chill the fuck out. And more importantly, and here's the thing, you know what's more important than that? Because that always gets brought up. It doesn't matter. It still would be the right thing to do. You don't do the right thing because bad actors will suddenly not be bad actors. You do the right thing because it's the right fucking thing to do.
We should go back and look at all of Trump's public statements after he won the election in 2016. Because I do remember him saying lots of incendiary stuff during the campaign where he was like, oh, yeah, you'd be in jail, right? He was teasing Hillary in the debate and whatnot. And look, I could be completely wrong about this. I'm willing to admit that. But my recollection is that Trump did very much try to turn the temperature down. And he got no reciprocation from the media or anyone up into Charlottesville. And after the Charlottesville thing happened, he was just like, oh, fuck this. Because, I mean, they were basically calling him a Nazi.
So there's two things. Number one, I don't remember. The only part I remember about Trump turning the temperature down, and I'd be curious to go back and see what was going on the first couple months of Trump's presidency in 2017. I don't remember where it was, because I do remember there was one time, I think it was in 2017, pretty early in Trump's presidency, where he did try to align himself with the Democrats on some bill. And then the Republicans got really mad about this. And Mitch McConnell took Trump in the back room and explained to him why he can't do that.
How politics works.
Right. How politics works, and he can't do that. So I don't remember what part of the timeline that was. I mean, obviously there was the whole thing where he ran on locking Hillary up and then didn't do it, though he did literally call on Bill Barr to arrest Obama and Joe Biden and throw them in prison.
But that's different than public rhetoric.
No, he publicly called on Bill Barr to do this.
Did he really? Okay, well,
yes.
Look, then maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right, yeah.
I would like to see what the date was on that, because
I'm saying that was towards the end of his presidency, his first term.
Okay,
right?
The Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville was August, so we're talking he's in office in January.
But
August is months later. This is the very beginning of his presidency.
Right. But again, as I said, okay, and then this is the point too that I said here, is that it doesn't matter. Just like if Trump is like, oh, I'm going to say the most insanely like incendiary things ever, and then once I become president, I'm going to tell everyone to chill the fuck out, which first of all is stupid. Okay, this is very fucking stupid. because there's obviously like there's a line of like how much you can move towards the extremes and then pivot back once you win an election. And Trump definitely went way the fuck over that line when he was running. And
Because
he
of the
would just be
locker up shit.
the locker up shit, a lot of the racialized stuff that he was talking about in 2016 and all this other stuff, was, I would say, yeah, definitely was going
And
way
some,
beyond the line.
I would assume.
Yeah, was definitely going way beyond the line. And he would be foolish to think that he could just pivot back and everyone would just be totally fine with it. It was stupid.
Well, look,
That's
I
number
think
one.
he did that
But
though. I think he was foolish, but
okay, but that might be. But as I said, and I don't know why people make this excuse. It's so weird. People act like this. I think this is a problem. I think there's a complete lack of morality on the internet. I think morality has been murdered and killed because
well, that's
as
true.
I said, doing the right thing. You do the right thing because it's the right thing. You don't do the right thing because you're like, well, if I do the right thing, the bad people I don't like will be nice to me.
The right thing
They
is
probably
usually not
won't
the
be.
easy thing. Most of the time, the right thing is the hard thing.
That's exactly. If doing the right thing was always the easy thing, then
People
everyone
would do it.
fucking
Yeah,
do
people,
it.
there wouldn't be
Yes.
any problem.
And so, yeah, I don't give a fuck if the media was unfair to Trump because they were, but that doesn't mean that suddenly Trump has the moral grounds to be immoral or to just say whatever the fuck he wants that's unhinged or stupid just because bad people were mean to him or were wrong to him or lied about him. That doesn't mean that suddenly you lose the ability to be a free will moralizing actor. You have to do the fucking right thing because it's the right fucking thing to do.
Yeah, but it's immoral for the media to act in the
Of course it
untoward
is.
way that they're acting as well.
Of course
So
it is.
I'm not saying
Which
it's
is
an excuse.
which
I'm
is
just
why
saying.
we've called out the media and criticized the media for the last 6 fucking years about
Right,
how
yeah.
shitty and horrible and fucked the media has become
Right.
on all these issues.
Yeah.
That's the thing, because I would never say in a million years, and I don't think you would ever say in a million years, and I don't think any Trump supporter would ever say in a million years, well, because Trump says incendiary things or Trump lies, therefore that justifies the media lying or saying incendiary things, right? Why is it
No, I
only
think
work in
people
one
do
direction?
make that argument. People
Well, those
constantly
people
make
are
that
fucking
argument.
stupid. There,
Oh,
I'll call
no.
someone stupid. That's a fucking stupid position to have. Just as I think the other position is fucking stupid. You have to be moral.
Where do you think whataboutism comes from? I mean, this is
That's true.
They constantly bring it up because they're like, well, what about Trump?
Yes. That's true. That is true. They whataboutism.
They do, yeah.
I'm saying no one,
Remember
no
the
one
lie
Trump fan would
thing?
ever accept that argument, would they?
Remember the list of lies? They're like 10,000 lies Donald Trump has told.
Grassroots Hegemon for 10 memberships. Thank you.
Hell yeah, look
Metalworks-
at that.
Metalworks for $11.90 for $5 says, imagine if Trump just starts to take away all kinds of benefits and ability to make money from our politicians. I think that would wake up Congress. Yes. Well, I mean, if you definitely go after Congress, then they'll act quickly. Whenever something affects Congress, they act very quickly. Shocking.
Of course, yeah.
CS Paffy for $5 says, just to be clear, Adam, we're looking for a wife. I think setting that bar at date makes me sound like more of a loser than I really am. There we go. He's looking
Thanks
for
for the
wife
clarification.
material, not just date material.
Yeah.
Sketch for $10 says, if I had a nickel every time Crowder tried leaking Daily Wire stuff to bolster his career and it backfired, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yeah, he did seem, he has jaded over the Daily Wire stuff. Probably more so that he didn't take the $50 million. I mean, what a fucking idiot, right?
You don't think Crowder's making $50 million now?
Well, it's hard for me to imagine. It seems like the economy's not great right now.
Well, wouldn't it be good for wasn't it probably better that for the Daily Wire that he turned that down?
Of course. Yeah.
Because they started to lose a bunch of money. So I don't think Crowder would have brought in $50 million or more.
No, they would have lost money on the deal. He was chapped because he thought he deserved $100 million. It was like an insult offer.
Right.
They sat down and they really tried to do a valuation, an honest evaluation. And he was like, thought of himself as a big star. So
CS Paffy for $2 says, I just realized me and Connor are CP buddies.
Oh my God. Don't tell anyone that. We're trying to get you a girlfriend. What are you
Okay.
doing?
Yeah, that's terrible. The Real Haltinator for 16 months says housing prices, economics explained, had a video showing there was reports saying of the 95 largest cities, 0 are affordable for the first time. Holy shit.
Yeah, things are getting crazy bad. Yeah. So.
Lives in Deswall specifically for 2 hours says, so the alarm is a bad empanada warning system. Exactly.
Good job.
Z2 thing for $5 says, are you guys going to watch the new Amadeus where Mozart is Chinese?
Oh, yeah.
What? That's not real.
Love me some Chinese Mozart.
It's like a meme or something. They're not remaking. You're kidding, right? I'm not going to Google this and find out that this is true.
Probably
there isn't a new Amadeus movie, but there's a TV miniseries launching on Sky Atlantic in December of 2025, starring William Sharp as Mozart. Who's Will Sharp? What? Bro. Bro, what is God, why is the UK so fucking cocked? It's just insane to me. It's so insane to me.
Cocked, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he's British, but it's weird to have a guy who is Asian, who's half Asian, I guess, being fucking Mozart. Like, is it that hard? I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, if we're making a movie that's based off of a real fucking person, that the actor that playing the real fucking person should probably be the same ethnicity as that person. I think that's fair. I think that's totally fucking fair.
Yeah. I mean, this is the argument the woke people always make, right?
Well, they only make it in terms of if it's non-white people, right? If it's a non-white person, then you better not fucking replace them, with a white person. If it's a voice actor, I don't give a fuck. If it's a voice actor, I don't care. You don't see the person. You only hear them. It doesn't matter. If it's a voice actor, I'm fine with it. But if it's an on-stage actor, I don't think it's so much.
Well, they do it with gay people and trans people too. They're like, if it's a gay person, got to get a gay person to play him.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Oh, a straight person doesn't know what it's like to be gay.
Like, I don't think they're like, listen,
gay.
You can't have Sean Penn play Harvey Milk because Sean Penn isn't gay. I mean, I think that's different than, well, we had a black guy play Harvey Milk, or we had a white guy play Martin Luther King Jr. Like, it's retarded. We all know it's retarded. They do it anyway. It's fucking stupid. But whatever. And it's also completely one side. Like, at least if it was truly colorblind, so that there were white people playing historic black peoples, which I still think would be fucking stupid. At least I'm like, well, I think it's dumb, but I think, at least they're operating under some sort of procedural fairness. But obviously that's not the case. It's obviously completely political.
Yeah. Just to give themselves a political advantage, isn't it?
Adam, refriended for $10, says, oh my God, Sitch is already wearing his ugly sweater. It's maroon and everything. S-Class has terrible take. Christmas really is right around the corner. Are you guys doing a Christmas themed stream next week?
I mean, I guess we could.
Let's
see here. Are we going to stream on Christmas Eve?
Oh.
Are we going to... We're obviously not going to stream.
No, it's not Christmas Eve. Next Sunday is the 21st.
Oh, yeah,
that's
no.
not Christmas. Yeah.
But I mean, Tuesday, we usually stream on Tuesday, and that's like Christmas Eve.
No, we can skip Tuesday and Thursday. So we'll stream well, not this Tuesday. We'll be on this Tuesday. We'll be on this Thursday.
We can pretty much hit every Sunday. Yeah, no.
Yeah, we'll hit Sunday. But then the week of Christmas, 23rd and 25th, we will not be on the air. But we can be back on the 28th. We'll be back then. So
what is our Christmas theme going to be?
Christ is King. Jewish edition.
Oh my God, can you do that?
Moses
Are you allowed to say
Moses
Christ?
is king. Moses is Pharaoh. Okay.
Could you say Christ is king from a sociological perspective, like forgiveness is king? You really mean is forgiveness is king.
I like it. Forgiveness.
You're just saying Christ is king.
Right.
You're like, I'm Jewish, but fuck yeah, Christ is king. Would you get in trouble for that? Ben Shapiro might shit his pants. He'd be like, oh my God.
You might be very
How
upset by
dare
that,
you? I'm kicking you out of the Jewish community.
So Sam had a very good question. I was explaining to her.
She's converting to Judaism, right? I mean, she has to do that if you guys tie the knot.
She is not converting to Judaism, no.
What?
Why would she do that?
Isn't it? You should tell her mom that she has to convert to Judaism just
to see what she says.
Just to stir some shit up.
I'm like, I'll go to her mom. Like, it's so
nice of her to convert to
happy that, for Sam to convert to Judaism just so she can marry me. Yeah.
Oh my God, that'd be great.
Her mother wouldn't. I mean, her mother wouldn't care.
Her mom would be, okay. I looked
Yeah.
up synagogues for you, Sam.
Right.
Here you go. You're going to this one.
Yes.
Enjoy.
Right. No, but she asked. I was explaining to her like the whole yarmulke thing, where you have to wear the yarmulke, like why some people wear yarmulkes and was supposed to represent.
Yeah,
You're supposed to like cover your head, before God and all this other stuff. And she's like, "Well, can you just wear a wig?" And I was like, I don't know. That's a good fucking question.
There's a
Why can't you
there's a content creator who's a female Orthodox Jew that does wear a wig to cover her hair. Nobody's seen her hair. But she says the wig looks just like her real hair, so.
Well, that's first of all, that's weird. So I don't know what that's. I think that's for something different because women don't have to wear yarmulkes at all.
They have to cover their hair though.
Dude, I didn't even know. I don't think so. I've never heard this before.
I mean, I saw a video with her and she said people give her a hard time all the time. They're like, you're Orthodox Jewish and you're married, you're supposed to cover your hair. And she's like, I'm wearing a wig.
Really?
Yeah. She's like, I do.
Well, that's what I was wondering.
Bitch.
Oh,
my
okay.
hair is covered right now. Bitch.
I never even heard certain sects of Jewish women are supposed to cover their hair.
Look, like if, the toupee or the yarmulke is very toupee place-ish. So the yarmulke is to cover your hair. Is that the purpose of it?
No, it's supposed to cover that spot of your head, like before God or something.
The spot on the head where most men start
going bald, right? Isn't it interesting how that works?
It seems very convenient,
right? Yeah.
But they're like, oh yeah, you got to cover the spot that makes you look old.
It's supposed to. If I recall, my Hebrew school is from a million years ago. I think it was supposed to it's supposed to remind you that God is always above you or something. Like you feel like you're literally feeling God. It's like something above you.
That's God's hand pushing you down.
There you go. And I was like, yeah, you should just be able to wear a wig. Like, can I show up the temple with like a cloud wig on? And be like, well, my head's covered. Okay. Are they going to be like, no, you have to pin a little yarmulke at the top of the wig? The whole thing with the females cover. I mean, there's a lot of, I don't know what sect of Judaism that is because I've never.
Well, I just saw it in a video and I'm assuming she's not lying. So
no, because I looked up
maybe
and there definitely there are some Jewish women that do that. There are some Jewish women that don't do that.
Are you saying Jewish women are liars?
I'm saying that I think that's the overwhelming minority because I've not really seen that before. So
and something you haven't seen obviously doesn't exist. Yeah. It can't exist.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's not the majority
to exist. Well, I mean,
listen, I lived in a place that had a very high concentration of Jews. Okay.
Oh, okay. So your lived experience
if I'm not seeing all these
different.
Jewish women walking around with their heads covered, I don't know.
Maybe they were all wearing wigs.
Oh, you're right. They could have all been wearing. I just didn't realize it. They were all just wearing wigs the whole time. Yeah.
That blonde woman you saw, she's a brunette.
They were tricking me.
Yeah. All right, read this super chat, the $5 one. It's right up your alley.
Schneider Alexander for $5. Thank you so much. Says Die Hard is considered an accidental Christmas movie. Home Alone, Lethal Weapon, and Batman Returns falls under this category.
Did you even know there was a category like that?
I didn't know that.
Accidental Christmas movie.
Yeah, that Batman Returns. There you go. I always forget that movie Takes place
I
during
mean, that's
Christmas
more
time.
of an accidental movie.
That's the whole movie's an accident. Yeah, there you go. It's
That
true.
falls under the category of shouldn't have happened, but
No. That movie should have, well, on one hand, you want to say that movie should have been aborted. On the other hand, it is like a classically, hilariously bad movie. So we're kind of glad that it exists, right? It's like The Room. We're happy that this schlock exists out there.
yeah. Lots of terrible movies to laugh at.
Cake Sauce for 42 months. Thanks so much. The answer to the universe 42 says, super happy to see Counterpoints back on. Much love to all three of you. Happy holidays.
Oh, look
thank
at
you.
that. Look, a fan.
Schneider Alexander for another $10. Thank you. Says, we watch the Santa Claus with Tim Allen first every year for Christmas. The years we didn't, my father-in-law died, and the following year my dog died. We have an annual blood oath ritual to atone to.
Oh my God.
Holy shit.
I hope you've watched it this year. I don't want anyone else passing on.
Well, it's not, I mean, you have to watch it on Christmas, right? So
Yeah.
does that mean that as long as you guys watch that movie, you'll be immortal? Sort of like your Dorian Gray moment. You just have to keep watching this movie. Red Silver for 29 months says Teen Titans Go versus Teen Titans has Santa in it, and it's not a Christmas movie. They just have to fight him at one point. Well, there you go.
Nice.
Found the non-Christmas movie with Santa.
That's great.
Righteous Indifference for $5 says Chronicles of Narnia isn't a Christmas movie or story, and Santa is integral to the plots. Boom. There we go. Another one.
Oh, okay. Look at this.
Well, the whole
They're
thing's
just raking them in.
The whole thing's a Christian allegory, so doesn't that count? Doesn't that automatically make it like a
Christmas
Christ
movie? Passion of the Christ. That's a Christmas movie for you.
Metalworks for 11.90 for $5 says, what about Carl's part though? Come on, guys. I don't know what that means. What about Carl's part?
In the Fuentes movement?
And well, in the clip we said it, as I said with the Brett Weinstein conversation. I think that what Carl is saying is true in terms of that it underlines people, but I don't know, underlining what's actually going on, but I don't think it's something that's outwardly discussed by even their own movement for the most part, nor would they want it to be something that they would outwardly say. The Real Hustler for $5 says, screw this racial nonsense, but I worked as a landscaper and it was damn hard to charge a good wage when illegal worked for $50 a day. True. True. We got to get rid of all the illegal labor. I'm completely a fan of that.
Yeah, landscaping needs to be more expensive.
There you go. Hayden Big Dill for 41 months. Thank you so much. Says these Fuentes fans need to go to honesty class. Let's start with the basics. X class is the best class. Equals true. A team is the best team is a little bit more complex as it is equivalently true.
Oh my God, I can't believe you knew the equivalently symbol. That's great.
Who doesn't know the equivalent symbol?
I don't think that Fuentes fans. Well, look, there are Fuentes fans in our audience, so I'm sure plenty of them like you just fine, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
They're not anti-Semites.
Okay. Metalworks for. I mean,
Are you throwing them out? Are you telling them to get lost? Don't say that. Come on.
It's stupid to me. People are like, "Oh yeah, I like the guy who thinks that Jews are all fucking evil," but I like you, Sitch. It's like, okay, thanks, I guess.
He did say in the
Yeah.
Piers Morgan conversation that you can dislike people as a peoples, but you like people individually. So
right,
he doesn't like your people. He doesn't like your parents, perhaps.
Oh,
but look,
okay.
He
Right.
likes you.
Right. So when the woke person says, listen, whiteness is bad and we need to get rid of it, but you can still like individual white person, then we just shrug and we say, well, listen, I mean, you said you could like individual white people, so it's fine.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of the concept of
Maybe
whiteness.
we don't
so.
say that. Right. And maybe when we played the clip of Nick Fuentes saying, well, I have Jewish friends, but since they're Jewish, I wouldn't actually ever trust them. Maybe we say, well, his whole claim about individuality is kind of bullshit, isn't it? Nick Fuentes doesn't literally
Maybe he
believe
just
in
has trust
individuality.
issues. Maybe he's
Doesn't-
like maybe he doesn't
Right.
trust anyone.
So I don't know. It's just it's weird. I don't know why you sweep for this shit, but
Me? Look, I'm just
Yeah.
joking around, okay?
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
I'm just having some fun.
okay. Metalworks for $5 says, I wish you guys talked to Kamal.
Yeah, he's cool. He can come on. It'd be great to have him on.
Who's Kamal?
He's gotten friendlier to FD Signifier and said Ben Shapiro is racist.
He got friendly to FD Signifier and said Ben Shapiro's racist and got what he deserves for siding with Trump. Oh, I don't think I'm familiar with this guy.
He live streams. He's cool.
Okay.
I think he's a big Nick Fuentes fan though, so just kidding.
I don't think so, considering what the chat said.
I'm just playing around. Come on.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see here. Did you type him in? Look, there he is. Look at this. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. So look, last time I looked at this guy, he had like 10,000 subscribers. It's been a year, and he's got 111,000 subscribers.
Oh, good for him. Look at that.
What the fuck? What's wrong with our channel? Why can't our channel get...
JMac for $20.
how's
Thanks so
he
much,
do-
JMac. Says, by the way, Sitch, the Burning Crusade anniversary is coming out soon. It might be a perfect time to WoW pill Adam. I also got my kids' Battle.net accounts and started them playing WoW. Bad parenting or good parenting? Well, listen. I do not think you should get your kids playing WoW, Jay.
Why?
I'm gonna have
Is
to
it
disagree
wrong?
with that one. I don't think you should get your kids playing WoW.
If they're playing with their dad, though, that's fine, right?
Sure. I don't know. It's hard. I was actually thinking about this the other day, how difficult it would be to raise a child today in today's world with the amount of video game distractions and monitors and screens. And you always see these videos of like they give the little kid the iPad, they get them to shut up.
Mhm.
And it's
Yeah, I
just,
love those
I don't know.
videos.
It's just
It works.
I just think about how difficult it is to try to raise kids without all these things. I think this is one of the only things I agree with Matt Walsh that he's ever said was that he's like the only time I give the kids the iPad is if we go on some sort of long road trip or something. So that version of wokeness is taught in every college, but Sitch has more energy for Nick. I don't even know what that means. David Huff, thanks so much for the 40 months. Says Erica Kirk just announced that she's meeting Candace tomorrow in an in-person private meeting. They agreed to pause online discourse till after. Ooh.
Wow. Okay.
Interesting. There's no way that conversation is going to go well, right? You know that conversation is going to be just like Candace Owens is going to come away and say Erica Kirk's fucking piece of shit and evil and fuck off.
Yeah, I would bet money on that. I would bet money that Candace Owens is going to come out and describe the conversation and paint Erica Kirk
in the worst way
Yeah,
possible.
totally.
She's going to be like, listen, guys, we were in this meeting and Erica Kirk, she opened the door. And when she did, like shadows and darkness just like came in the room behind her. And I could just
I got a
sense
cold
the
chill that came all across me.
I could hear the whisper of Charlie Kirk saying, and she talked to me. And I hate to say it, guys, but before I met her, the night before I met her, I had a dream and Charlie told me not to trust who I was about to talk to.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
I think
Hey,
that's
that
probably going to happen.
That darn kiss in the chat says she's going to find Erica Kirk suspicious. Yeah, she's going to say, she's like, it was so suspicious that she said this. She's going to say every part of the meeting was just suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Hassan, thanks so much for the 40 months. Says, wish everyone not a Mari Christmas, but a Mari Kingsmas. Hope everyone has a joyful time, non-believers and fucking aliens. No, that's not what Space King meant by fucking aliens, you heretic.
Did you watch Space King?
I still have not watched Space King.
I think they fuck a lot of aliens.
Oh, okay. Oh, so I know you wanted to do one battle after another for Tuesday.
No, let's do something else. So I got more time with my video.
Oh, okay. Well, the new episode of Digital Circus came out, Adam.
Oh, perfect. Let's do that
you
for
can
Tuesday.
watch that
then.
and we can talk about that. Well, actually, no, Tuesday we're probably going to be talking about the Turning Points USA thing.
Oh,
We'll
I
see.
guess you're right. Yeah.
Well, if it's interesting, if it's really boring, then I guess we won't talk about it and we'll probably do Digital Circus. But
Have you watched a new Digital Circus
I
yet?
did watch it.
I think Sitch is a fan of Digital Circus, and I'm a
I like Digital
I'm not
Circus.
quite a hater, but
I like Digital Circus. Adam does not like Digital Circus. So
you've seen this narrative going around about how the wokeness hit when women took over the workplace, and that it's like women have a very different sort of work environment style.
Mhm.
And science is basically based around more of a male centric mode of being. You've heard these arguments, right?
I've heard these arguments. I think there's some legitimacy to that too.
Right. And I think that woman that you like made a similar argument about fiction, right? Women's fiction has kind of taken over men's fiction. No longer exists. Men have started reading nonfiction because men's fiction just doesn't. There's no fiction coming out for men. I'm starting to think maybe this is a pattern in filmmaking as well. Where all of my, let's get to the goal.
Adam is going to be like Digital Circus is for women. That's what you're saying.
Well, TV used to be structured in a way that each episode was about achieving some sort of goal. They start in the very beginning of the episode. Here's where the episode is going. There's a goal here in mind that you'll either achieve that goal or not achieve the goal by the end of the episode, right? But obviously, in a television series, usually there is a goal laid out in the first episode, which obviously Digital Circus there is, and then the end of the series is the resolution to that goal. But they have intermediate goals along the way in the series. That doesn't really play out in Digital Circus.
So Digital
That
Circus,
pattern.
right? You were correct. Digital Circus is a show that is not plot driven really at all. That is like there's a plot. It's about a person. It's about a bunch of people. It's not a spoiler. It's the beginning of the show. It's about a bunch of people that get sucked somehow. We don't know exactly how. Get sucked into a video game computer simulated environment, and they're stuck in it as these cartoon characters, and they're basically have to go on adventures at the whim of some sort of crazy AI character who has power over the environment. But beyond that kind of setup, there are some plot things spread throughout, but it's mostly just each episode is kind of about a different character, and you learn there's kind of about the different characters and how they interact with each other, and you like learning more about them.
Yeah.
Which I don't have
fair.
a problem with that. Right. And I agree with you that I think you could do all that, and I think it would be a better show if there was more plot. Like, I think it would be better if every episode you learned, like, there was more things that you learned about the lore and the world, and it was moving more in a plot direction. I think it would make it better, but it's not structured that way. It's just sort of very more like character driven. But to me, I like the world. I like the characters enough that that's still fine for me to watch and enjoy.
Yeah. YouTube is such an interesting phenomenon because I do think if people love YouTube because they perceive of it as, look, I could do this, where you don't necessarily have that feeling when you're watching network television or a big budget movie.
That's true. That is true. But it's weird because there's a whole genre of anime that is also structured very similarly, where there's very little plot, very few things actually happening, going on plot wise, and I mean a lot of people like it. Slice of life animes. Totally fine.
Well, look, women, they have very different problem solving styles. Like you've often heard women say, look, I just want to vent, right? I don't, a man comes in and they want to get to the solution when the solution is not really the goal. The solution, like this, it's not really a solution thing. It's I need to vent. I just need to share my experience with someone else. But men, a lot of times on fiction, they superimpose this idea that there's something that needs to be accomplished here, right? So I do think women are more likely to watch a show that is just a bunch of people venting. And guys are going to be like, what the fuck is this nonsense? It's interesting because I don't really know anybody. I learned storytelling. I mean, obviously you took classes in college and stuff like that about storytelling. So, but it was always presented as, here is the correct way to create interest in a story and to write a story, right? But now I'm starting to think, well, maybe that is the correct way to write a story that will interest men. And now that women drive most of the story writing and making and watching audience, new rules are in place.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic, you know. Yeah, of course.
Completely new rules. They're like, look, you don't need a goal. Come on. Let's just let the characters talk to each other. All right. This was a great show. Sitch. This was a lot of fun. Let's see here. Did Sitch drop out of the call? Oh, yeah. Look, he's completely gone. It's fine. I guess I can't complain since, I mean, I dropped from the stream, I think 2 or 3 times in the very beginning, which the beginning of the stream has to be fascinating since I was the one hosting the stream. So it's got to be cut up in a bunch of incoherent pieces. Let's see if there's any super chats left. Oh no, Sitch is back, so I can just. Here he is.
I'm back.
What's up?
I don't know. It's definitely got to be.
It's that
internet.
time.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be the internet provider because it is always between 10 and 11.
It's called the congestive period. Yeah. Tell Sammy to turn off her.
10 to
games.
11. 10 to 11 shouldn't be congested. Shouldn't like 8 to 10 be way more congested than 10 to 11?
Well, but your building might have a bunch of night owls in it. So I think it's dependent upon your personal environment. Right? Your
Well, I don't know if everyone in the building has the same internet. I'm not sure how that works.
Your internet provider. I'm sure it is. You'll have like 20 different internet providers going into your building. They have a certain number of bandwidth. This is everyone.
Anyways, I will say that I did start watching Apothecary Diaries because I said it was a girl anime and people got very mad. I stand by it.
I gave you some weapons right here to argue that it is.
Well, no, it's funny because Apothecary Diaries is very goal driven.
Oh, okay. So it's a guy show.
Well, I still think it's strongly female coded, but I do enjoy it. I think it's good. I like it.
Your audience captured.
So, there you go.
Totally audience captured.
Okay. Did you read the
I did.
last
There's 2 super
chats?
chats left. Yeah. Then we can sign off before your internet actually cuts us off. Unceremoniously.
I'm sorry. Did you say you did read them or you did not read them?
I did not read them. WTF 1A 1A for $5.
For 5 says bring on Leaflet and try and branch to the VTuber space. That's a space you guys haven't tried.
Okay.
Wait, what the fuck?
Leaflet sounds good.
People in the chat are saying Rob Reiner was murdered.
What?
Holy shit.
Okay, things just got
Or dead. Two found dead at Brentwood mansion owned by director Rob Reiner. Two people found dead Sunday afternoon inside a Brentwood home owned by director and actor Rob Reiner. Multiple law enforcement sources told NBC LA. The LA Fire Department said a man and woman were found deceased inside. Homicide detectives were assigned to the case. Several other LAPD officials said they were aware of the investigation but could not share any information. There's a large police presence at the home.
So nobody knows if it was Rob Reiner or not.
Well, they're not reporting it yet, but someone in the chat, I believe, was saying that TMZ is saying that it's Rob Reiner. TMZ said 13 minutes ago, they're claiming, that it was Rob Reiner and his wife.
Rob Reiner, all on the Family Star, and When Harry Met Sally director dies at 78 along with wife in apparent homicide. That's on people.com from 9 minutes ago. Crazy. Wow. Holy shit.
Hey,
is
we're
this
both killed. Fucking crazy. Somebody murdered $20. Thank you, J-Mac. Says they've always had screen time unlimited and they can't even access them without password. I just love doing quests with them. We all have a good time pretending to be our characters. They don't have access without me. Well, that's pretty
Yeah,
good.
there you go. That's the way
That's
to
much
do
better.
it.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Get them addicted to it.
Muggy, for 31 months of being a Freewheel Secret, thanks so much, says, never watched Space King, but the clips I saw on X, it looked like a satire of 40K. I don't really like satire stories. I prefer genuine ones.
I thought it was super fascinating, though, that they're basically unapologetically making a show for guys. They're like, this is a guy show, testosterone-filled guy show. And fuck the ladies because they got their own shows.
Right.
They took over Star Wars. We've got Space Kings.
What's a war? I mean, I assume just Warhammer 40K is so male coded as it is. So it would make sense that something that's a parody or I guess a homage to Warhammer 40K would also be unapologetically male.
So
But
if you pray that this Rob Reiner thing is not an escalation in the fucking American
some
Civil
sort of
War. Yeah, if
crazy culture war.
Yeah,
situation,
some sort of
yeah.
response to the Charlie Kirk thing. Obviously, Rob Reiner is a huge fucking left winger, totally. And let's hope it's not some MAGA crazy person that broke into his home and murdered him and his wife. So, if you pray, this is the time to pray.
Yes.
Hopefully, it's like a crime. Robbery gone
Hopefully they were
wrong or
murdered by
something.
a random crazy person, not an ideologically motivated crazy person. Feels weird to say that, but
Yeah. Oh my God. That's so fucking, because he's such an outspoken Trump hater. So
Yeah.
it's easy to jump to that conclusion. Right?
he would be a weird political target, like for someone to go. I mean, it's possible. People are
Why?
crazy,
What are you
but-
talking about?
Like if you were like, oh, I want to go kill some left wing person, you kill Rob Reiner of all people, just because he's, I don't know. This seems weird to me.
Well,
It seems like you would-
first of all, most of these, just like the Charlie Kirk situation, are crimes of opportunity. Right? You kind of look in your
that is true,
vicinity
I
and you're
guess.
like, well, who meets the criteria?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying like Charlie Kirk was the head of this like massive political movement.
Yeah, but he
I mean,
only
Rob
got
Reiner's not
killed because the
head of
guy was
anything.
like, he's going to be close to me at this time and place.
Right, but
And
if
I
it
have
was
an
like
opportunity to go in and do it.
right, but if it was just some like right wing actor, you know, who was he was politically outspoken, but he wasn't like a political pundit. I don't know if that guy would have killed him. Maybe he would have. I don't know. It seems like a weird target, but whatever. We'll learn more, obviously. So, shouldn't jump to conclusions. It could be a crazy person. It could be a crazy person with political motives. It could be, anything. Sells temp for $6 says Virginia redistricting could be a way Democrats to gesture approval for Indiana Republicans rebuffing Trump. Press for a 9-2 map instead of the hyper-punishing 10-1 map they want now. Don't fully take our foot off the gas, but still receptive. Oh, interesting. Maybe. Seller for $2 says there's an argument that normies are asking reasonable questions about Charlie Kirk's death, but because Conservative Inc. has suppressed that, only Candace has filled that hole. Thoughts? I've heard that argument. I don't buy it. I don't think it. The Charlie Kirk murder seems so fucking open and shut in terms of what's going on with the the person's DNA is on the murder weapon. The murder weapon is his parents said that that they gave it to him or that he took it from them. That the parents never came out and said, "Oh, this wasn't our kid that did this." They've never said that. They never came out and said the messages were fake. The boyfriend never came out and said the messages where he admitted to doing it was fake. Like it's so overwhelming, the evidence pointing at this guy, that it would be sort of just completely astronomically insane for it to be like, no, this is all part of this massive conspiracy theory. All these pieces of evidence are all totally fake, and everyone involved in it is just lying and not questioning it. And they're all being blackmailed or coerced into allowing their boyfriend / son go to jail for murder. And it's all based on Egyptian planes and maroon t-shirts and people jumping out of tunnels and all this like retarded evidence. So I don't think there are reasonable questions about it. I think it's one of the most open and shut situations we've ever seen.
Did you see the guy smiling in court?
I did, yeah.
Tyler Robinson, I think is his name.
I did.
You think he has to have gotten word that all this insanity is going on. And he has some notion that he's like somewhat a hero. Because all the people who fucking jump for joy about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
So fucking horrible, man.
I also saw there was an AI video where it's like him and his lawyer talking about Candace Owens. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw that too, but
Yeah.
that wasn't real.
That was not real. Solver JR says Shu has also attacked Pierce over Nick, including spreading rumors based on social media posts that he's a literal cuckold. He blocked her. I hate to say it, but she's clearly trying to appeal to groypers and incels. I haven't seen that, but I still have to watch her video, the last couple of videos on the subject I haven't seen. Jason Huang for $2. Thank you. Says, I don't know if you guys know this yet, but Charlie Kirk met Erica in Israel. Maybe that's why Candace is so anti-Israel. The Jews cucked her out of her dream, man. I didn't know that. But that would be another hilarious little wrinkle in the story. So Basta Andrew for $2 says Connor gives lip service to conservative ideas, but he's not a conservative. Maybe once upon a time. S class is best class. The S is for Sammy. G, seriously though, please analyze what moral foundation matrix he falls under. Yeah, we should have Connor do the moral foundations test. So
that would be good.
Interesting. Fondue for $10 says we have to keep adding to the lore. Ben tried to have an intervention with Candace to stop chasing Charlie, and she didn't take it well. Oh my God, you're right.
That's better than anything we came up with.
Ben was like, great. Listen, Candace, okay, you can't keep going after Charlie, right? He's got a loving wife. You need to stop it.
Mm-hmm. No more booty calls at midnight.
No more booty calls. This is bad for the Daily Wire. Okay.
You're damaging our brand.
Right. He's like, but Ben, they went to Israel. Okay. They met in Israel. What's going on? It must be Israel. Israel stole Charlie from me.
Fondue for
this. Fondue for $10 says every conspiracy meets in the same smoky room just on different days. The dinosaur conspiracists have to keep the smoke machine running over the weekend. The room needs to be properly sinister when the capitalists walk in. Very true.
I hope that room's bugged.
Right. Cerebral Friction for $2 says the arguments against racial realism are pretty weak. Personally, I think anyone who's intelligent and aware of the data, I sound like JF's talking, the racial differences, aware of the data about group differences, who says they're not a race realist is lying. Don't shoot me, just my opinion. I'm not going to shoot you. I disagree. I think the arguments in favor of race realism are pretty weak. Cerebral Friction for another $2 says the argument you pose to Fuentes about racial realism that he'd have to admit Ashkenazi Jews are superior, you're correct. I don't for one second believe you don't believe it to be true. And in my opinion, that's fine. That's oh my
He's
God.
saying,
See, but
look,
that's
you're
why,
a supremacist.
that's why that's crazy, cerebral fiction. I do not think Ashkenazi Jews are racially superior to other groups of people. I do not think that, no. So,
Do you think they're more intelligent?
I think on average, Ashkenazi Jews might have a higher language IQ, yes. But I think that the only reason, I think that that's only possible. I think it's only possible for two reasons. I think it's because there's so few Jews that the population is very susceptible to those sorts of changes. And I also think that I think this could be dark. I haven't actually looked into this, but I've wondered if because of the Holocaust,
Oh my God, don't.
killed off
No.
so many Jews
No.
that it's like an external pressure that affected the Jewish population in a specific way. So I do wonder about that. But see, even then, I think that's kind of the problem when you have a
That is
very
super
small,
dark.
I know it is, when you have a very small group of people, it's going to be very influenced by these sorts of like
This is why
biological pressures compared to
the
like,
island species are always so crazy.
yeah, exactly right. But to compare that to like the billions of white people, the billions of black people, and be like, okay, well, there's all these different, things we can, breed out in these specific groups of people. It just doesn't make any sense to me from a number scale.
Yeah, island species tend to do crazy evolutionary things because of the population being so tiny.
Right.
So it is kind of the same pressure, the same evolutionary pressure.
Super Fix for says, reality is full of uncomfortable truths. I don't mean to offend you by calling you a liar, but you're literally arguing against the concept of evolution. Why would all the races just happen to turn out equal? Well, they didn't all turn out equal. Obviously, different ethnic groups of people have different, like, they have different, what's it called? Like they're more likely to have certain diseases. Some groups of people are more likely to have certain diseases and other diseases. Like Ashkenazi Jews, I think, are far more likely to have certain neurological diseases than other groups of people. Certain groups of people are more likely to be lactose intolerant or not lactose tolerant. There's like a million different things. The problem, as I said, again, when you have these giant, well, there's two problems. Number one, when you talk about races versus ethnicities, like it doesn't really make sense to me that it's like, okay, well, all of white people and all of black people are going to have like these complete, like magical differences that are all just going to line up for some reason in one very specific way. When all the testing, and I mean, Jordan Peterson even talks about this all the time, when all the testing shows that's not the case, that there's more differences in the groups internally than there are between the groups. That's why I'm saying I don't buy this whole concept that you put out here that like, oh, well, no, if you don't believe that white people are superior to black people or white people are just smarter, like as entire, like the millions and, the millions of white people, or I should say the billions of white people that are all from different countries and are technically different ethnic groups. They're all smarter than all the black people and all their different ethnic groups. It just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And I don't believe the data actually shows that to be true.
Culture is just such a big part of human groups.
Yep.
So.
Solid for $2 says, how do you respond to lefties who say, quote, Nick won't become mainstream, so focusing on him doesn't matter. You should focus on the evil billionaires who want to spy on us with Palantir. I am suspect of I've heard some lefties say that. I'm suspect of the lefties who do say that, but I think it's misguided if that's the position. So
do you think Nick is like everyone's in this feeding frenzy for Nick attention right now, but it's going to die out, right?
It'll
It's
die
not
out
really.
eventually, sure.
I don't see how it can be a mainstream shtick. And I don't, Nick, I think kind of played it wrong on the Piers Morgan thing because he should be trying to get the way for him to go mainstream is to be a regular appearance on Piers Morgan. And blowing up his first time on the show is just, Piers is never going to have him on again.
I think Nick's problem is that his audience is like he can lie and his audience is fine with him lying, I think. But if he comes out looking weak or cucked, they don't think they'll support that. So he always has to come out looking strong. And that's sort of the thing, is that like when the people are sweeping for him or they're playing nice or they're softballing him, he can come out being nice. But when the people go after him hard, like Pierce does, he has to punch back. Otherwise, his audience will think he's cucked. And so I don't know if he has a choice in the matter, because I get what you're saying is true.
Yeah,
but I
but
don't know if
so
he
much of
can do
the
that.
situation is what happened after the show ended. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. But that's when he starts getting all this pressure from his audience.
If he, what do you no? Look, his audience thought he did well. Look, I thought he did well. I thought he did much better than Piers Morgan. I think he was fucking with Piers Morgan, and Piers Morgan didn't even realize it. But if he walked away and said, I don't want to really talk about the Piers Morgan thing. It's out there. I'll let you guys decide. I'll let the audience decide who did a better job, who
Not really his
won,
style.
that kind of thing. And like they didn't go and dig up all this shit on Piers Morgan and like completely put a dossier together on Piers Morgan. Chances are Nick Fuentes would be invited back on, just like Destiny's invited back on. Piers Morgan wants incendiary personalities that he can bring on a regular basis.
Yeah, but
and that
I think,
is a more direct path to Nick becoming mainstream than how it played out. Now everyone's going to be like, oh, don't let him on your show. Oh, God.
right. Yeah, no, what you're saying makes sense. But to me, that would show that, yeah, he's going to say, oh, we totally dominated, we totally crushed them. But obviously, he doesn't feel that way, or his followers don't feel that way, at least 100%. Because you're right. If they did feel that way, why would they do this behavior? It's retarded.
Well, they did the behavior because Piers Morgan gave them an opening when they went after Nick's dad. So they said, look, you went after his family. We're going to go after your family.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the game that they play is just, it's Robber's Cave. It's a bunch of like gang activity going on. The Robber's Cave experiment, right? Where they took a bunch of Boy Scouts, and the Boy Scouts basically escalated until they wanted to kill one another. Yes. Nick Fuentes' group is a gang.
Right. You could have a situation. Now it's possible. Again, I don't know what's going on in the seedy underbelly of the Groyper movement. It's possible. It's either possible. There's a lot of possibilities. One is that, as I said, they don't think they actually did as well as they're going to outwardly say, and are thus trying to attack Pierce as retribution. Is definitely part of it. There's also part of it is that behavior you're talking about. There's sort of like go after all these people, be hyper incendiary, attack them, dox their family members, just be like super incendiary and all this other shit. That's been part of the Groyper playbook for so long that it's like difficult to turn off that behavior. And, maybe Nick can't turn it off without looking cucked. So he kind of has to ride the tiger at the moment, even if it's not beneficial to what he wants.
Yeah, I'm curious if they would turn it off if the goal really is for Nick to go mainstream. I mean, they pretty much have to turn it off.
I think the primary goal is just for Nick to just keep milking his audience. And that's, getting everyone riled up, having them all unified and being angry at Piers Morgan definitely helps that in that regard.
We both agree that Nick has political aspirations. So obviously you can't have political aspirations from some hug box. You got to go mainstream.
But I agree that he has political aspirations. I don't know how they're going to manifest. I don't know how they possibly could manifest.
I think this is a different situation because hug box is really the wrong term, because obviously Nick will go out and engage with anyone. The question is whether or not they want to engage with Nick.
Right.
That's the question.
Well, that's what Tim said. I think it was like last year. He says, Nick's followers are just so fucking horrible that, you don't even want to talk to him. Now, obviously, he's been able to tamp down somewhat because all these people will have him on. But then again, all these people have him on to do softball interviews. So for all we know, the operating thought process for the Groypers is, well, part of the reason all these right-wing pundits are soft on Nick is because they're afraid of his audience. And so they figure, well, then we do have to go and attack Pierce because we have to instill that fear in everyone else the way we've done on all these internet right-wing pundit sites or pundit people, I should say.
Yeah. Hmm. Well, all right. Are we done with super chats or
Cerebral Friction says for $2, it says, at the same time, nobody's saying this means you have to hate anybody. Nobody thinks that understanding this uncomfortable truth means everyone is invaluable and deserving of rights. I don't know how you could possibly say that, Cerebral Friction. You might say that you yourself thinks that that doesn't mean everyone is valuable or deserving of rights. You might think that, and I'll believe you when you say that. But you would have to be retarded to think that nobody believes that, to think that there aren't swaths of people in Fuentes' audience, in the Groyper audience, who don't believe that these lesser races should have rights, at least in American society. In fact, I've heard lots of people seem to make arguments that Black people should not have equal rights in America in the Groyper movement. Okay. So I don't know how you can say nobody says that or thinks that way, because that's not true. But I'm glad you don't think that way.
Yeah, obviously. There are a lot of people that use the race and IQ stuff to argue that that's a problem with society, that we have too many dumb people.
Well, the problem with the whole race and IQ stuff, and why I think the whole argument is dishonest, is that all the people that constantly harp on the race and IQ stuff, none of those people are advocating to remove stupid white people from society. They're not saying, oh, well, we should just have some sort of IQ metric. Like if the IQ question is so important, and that's why people keep bringing it up in the race and IQ thing, then why would you make it a racial thing? When you just say, well, why don't we just have a society that's based on IQ, where only people above 100 IQ can vote, and we shouldn't let immigrants in our country unless it's like get a certain IQ score or something. If you actually cared about intelligence, that would be what you'd advocate for. You wouldn't advocate for it to be along racial lines, because there's a lot of dumb white people out there. In fact, there's a lot more dumb white people than there are dumb Black people, because there's way more white people in general. But that never comes up in the conversation.
I think society should be structured so that dumb people can succeed, because there's a whole lot of them, and we all need to stick together.
Right. Anyways.
All right. This was a great show. Thanks for coming on, all you isekai protagonists. What's going on?
I can do the harmonica.
Should you want some harmonica?
I was wondering. Yeah. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You have made it in the stream. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai anime protagonists. You are the true diaries of apothecaries who will solve all of the crimes that are committed through science as some sort of Middle Ages Chinese Doctor House. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Good night, everyone. Happy Christmas.
I stole it.
That's okay.